'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. down. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I call for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels right.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing little flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full. I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive. We're just listening. We're existing. We stay when the music plays, when the lights drop low and the people sway.
A little bit of light, a little bit of gold. Under pressure, you start to fold like a diamond from gold.
Not dead just
Oh,
yet.
yeah, the double maul, yeah.
Unless he's... Has his teammate just mauled him again? All right, so you've just
Oh
thrown
my
two
God, he
teammates. He did, and yeah, well, he managed it. Oh my God, they're mauling themselves. What are you?
No! No!
It gives Chris opportunity to lurk down low, hold the trigger, and pray. Gets the knock for now. Anonymous round the corner. Easy spray on the back of the Groza. Sands are on front as well to boot, but he is responded upon, and that's because Pink have just backbuilded. It's been a fair amount of time since we've seen them do anything. That's beautiful. Schofield again making it work. We hop on board with a different fight altogether. The nades from the side of Ents do damage. Now the follow-up mollies to boot. It will continue, and all the flashbangs are now being cycled. 5 kills coming from Schofield. Facepan's been eliminated. Schofield killed all of them? Okay, well, you know, whatever. I don't know how we've managed to pull that one off. They somehow made it work. The angles do not work for them whatsoever. They're basically being funneled into an open valley. And now the hammer will begin to come down. Tixu still holding point. They're even using the rocks. That is just a massacre. Tixu was held on. 1 versus 3 incoming for Ents. No, not today. It's a red line win. We said potential here for a second actual drive-by, and it's not a drive-by, it's a pull-up. Get out of the vehicle. You spoke about running people over. Calendar just dives out. He does it again. Makes it work as well. 1-2, thank you. You know what? Bystanders for everything they've been trying to formulate together. It's just going down the pan. This has fallen apart at the seams. Thankfully, one player manages to hold on in the form of a jort. Rustamar's mopped
They've got
up.
Rustamar down again.
Yeah, the finish. Schofield's just he's destroying them. That's a beautiful little angle. Just catches one on the side. Gets the HP off, but Flashbang will have to push on it. It's whether or not he knows Schofield's position if he gets this 2 versus 1. This would just be phenomenal. It's denied. The best laid plan has unfortunately failed you. All the rest of them now can go, quick peek, and away we go. It's a bit of a spirit. This is very difficult, but there is responses and signs of life from the side of ends. Damage done to Zoka. As you mentioned, Tixu really can. Oh, they got him on. Oh, they got him under.
A 4v1v1. Redline now have to come out of the chopsticks. Zoka going to run in the open. No smokes left. Nader cleans that one up. This leaves BSD. It's a tall order. See if he can open up here.
That a bite that's ramped it up to the window. A good effort. That nade's in. That nade is in. Fuzzface goes down. The second one's as well.
Oh, he's dropping nade! Trying to trail Raise Your Edge into their own smokes. He's going to spray through the smoke though there from Vampire. But the damage goes on. Shift plans forever. Then Delos going to trade it, but he gets spotted on the edges. That's the etiquette that are going to out-survive Raise Your Edge.
And not a lot of manpower to do it, to be fair. I can see them rotating behind TSM. I'd ultimately say that maybe their fate is sealed. Sub-10th position in the final game. 1 transitions, 2 bounces. Will he get it? No, he does.
Naileup steals that one away. He's going to come up onto the shack then. Delos trying to underhand a nade outside. Not going to do any damage, though. Second one's good.
That one might. Oh, he's just behind the building, though. He's actually giving it away as he holds. Murder on arrival, and he even goes too far forward. Draws his attention out. What you can't see is that Uber's just creeping in the back lines. Look at that. It's clinical. It is devastating. You shoot one, the information's passed along, and they just formulate a plan to try and draw you out or into a false sense of security, and now he's behind them. This is utter destruction, Mike.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back. It is time for day 2 of the final weekend of PCS3 Europe group stages. My name is Toffees. I am joined by my partners in crime up here on the quote-unquote desk. It'll be Martin and Patrick. Gentlemen, how are you today?
I'm fantastic. I'll just.
Oh, you go.
I'm fantastic. I hope you're doing good too, as well for us. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this day. Obviously, the last day for the Aces, or see the second time that they meet, and we had some pretty interesting banging matches last time. So I'm really hoping to see the guys come back and do it again.
Yeah,
Patrick,
I'm good too.
any thoughts?
It's gonna be interesting. We have some teams that are playing the last games today. FaZe in the lead right now. One of the teams. I was speaking a little bit with Gustav earlier, and he's gonna try to put in some SMG efforts if his teammates allows it. That is. So we'll just have to see what happens there. It's fun. It's fun.
For everybody, yesterday Iroh died because of Froz. So, if you see Gustav go down today with a net submachine gun in his hand, that's on him. Let's talk about what we're going to be getting going on today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll get to the standings in just a second. Actually, we'll get to the standings. All right, now. First place, FaZe Clan at 152 points and Shift W. But you know what? They're in the same groups, Martin. They have been absolutely slugging it out, and they are dominating. I just would feel bad for anybody having to play against these guys on a daily basis.
Yeah, honestly, that is true. But on the other side, we have some teams that are not on the safe side now. We are looking at our right side of the board, and they're not safe, so they need to have a massive day. Yes, they have 2 more days to play, but they want to make sure and ensure their spot today rather than tomorrow, because otherwise you're going to have some teams that are definitely sure and on the funny side of the kind of top 16 mark. And they're going to be putting some pressure on those guys tomorrow. So really curious to see how the teams are going to be playing today, especially Apex, especially Team Liquid, Eastern Barbarians, and Digital Analytics.
Absolutely. Frauds, and to clarify for everyone, if it's gray, they're not playing today. There is another big issue, though, and that is A teams. This will be their final day of play, Frauds. They have to make a statement because they don't get to make any follow-up comments tomorrow.
Yeah, and to just reiterate which teams are in A, it's going to be FaZe Clan, Shift W, Pink Pony, Razorhead, Sonar Boys, Istanbul Wildcats, Fenerbahce, and Texas Rangers. So these teams, they're playing the last games today. And we see, of course, we have two teams on the cusp right now. It's Istanbul Wildcats and Fenerbahce on 16th and 17th place. And then, of course, you have Texas Rangers a little bit down there on 22nd place. It's going to be rough for Texas Rangers. Not gonna lie, they're sitting a little bit behind. But Fenerbahce and Istanbul Wildcats, they still have a chance here, a good chance to pull themselves up and make sure that they stay in the top 16 after tomorrow's games, of course. And
Martin, Sana Boys seems like they could be a team that if they don't have a good day today might also be at risk to a certain extent because you've got DA, Winstreak, Apex, teams behind them they're going to be looking to gain.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, last time Sound Boys, they played A versus C, they had the best day. So they need to have as good as a performance as last time or better to ensure that. They had some rough games yesterday. They had some rough games or some like mediocre games. Let's put it that way. 28 points yesterday, and they need to have, like 30 plus to make it comfortable today, right?
Let's talk about last time that AC met. So if we're going over numbers from last time, just for those of you at home, FaZe Clan, who is the dominable favorites right now, only got 23 points on the day. The real champions were Shift W at 59, Northern Lights at 56, and Omakin at 52. Those were the teams that dominated. Frost, do you have any insights into why last time AC met, teams like FaZe seemed to struggle so much?
I mean, I think they just shift down a gear a little bit, took it a little bit slower, considering that they had 81 points in the first day. They didn't really need to go full ham on the team itself. And when you relax a little bit, sure, it's going to be a little bit harder for you maybe to win the games, but you're going to have more relaxed feeling in the team. You're going to have better comps. You're going to have a more fun time around the whole game. And that's going to matter a lot in the long run.
Fair enough. I mean, I don't think, Martin, they have to worry about getting knocked out. In terms of Fenerbahce, let's take a chance to talk about them. It's our last day to see these guys play. They had a pretty good day yesterday. I feel like they were playing with a good rhythm. They had some good finishes. Do you think this is a team that's going to finish in the top 16?
Considering the performance last time they were playing AC, I think they're in for a rough one now that we have the teams that are gonna be contesting a lot more center and playing a lot more kind of rough games for them. They're gonna need to have a fantastic day today to ensure and secure that spot in top 16. I feel like.
Definitely. They're going to have a great day. Last time they met, for the record, it was 12 points. So on this particular day of play. So they're going to have to really amp that up. Patrick, let's talk about the Istanbul Wildcats, another team that is going to have to play their hearts out today, leave nothing on the field. They could do it. We saw some great moments out of Brilliance of them in DreamHack, the sort of lead up to PCS3. We've seen some good stuff from them, but they haven't had a day better than 32 yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down a little bit on their star players. He needs to step it up a little bit, and in terms of that, he also needs the support from the teammates itself to be able to enable him into these kind of fights so he can actually frag out a lot more. And probably BSD need to just stop shooting that many tires. From what I've heard, he's in the lead right now, and Fix is chasing him down on that.
Fair enough. Let's talk about who we think is going to be in the lead. You see the boxes on the bottom. You know how much I love predictions. I'm going to go ahead and throw one out there. It's not a big surprise. I think that they are the dominant force in most of the tournaments around the world lately. Well, not the world, but in the West lately. It is FaZe Clan. I'm throwing my weight behind them, my considerable weight, and believe they will come out on top. Martin, who is your prediction for the day?
My prediction for the day is going to be Northern Lights. They had a fantastic performance last time. I think they can replicate that as well. And also, I feel like they're going to be having a good one today. I think they're going to see a 50 plus from them today, and they're going to secure their spot even more in the top 16.
And probably a massive climb on the back of that as well. Patrick, your pick?
I'm going to go with Team Liquid today. Last time we saw them in this group, they had 2 wins, but they still ended up on a 3rd place overall for that day. Today's the time they need to step it up a little bit more. Even if they get the wins, they need to make sure that those bad games aren't as bad as they were last time.
That really seems like the story of Liquid lately, Froz, doesn't it? This idea that it's either feast or famine with them. I think Hypoc calls them sort of a feast or famine team, where it's they either win big or they go out in 15th place or sort of crawl their way into the end with no kills. Is that okay? Does that something that needs to be fine-tuned if they're going to win Worlds next time it comes around?
I mean, one of the big reasons that is happening is that they feel a lot of times that a lot of teams are trying to copy what they kind of do in terms of rotations, where they play from, their play style, and so on. And they try to also break them down on Liquid's own rotations. They try to camp them and stuff like that. So Team Liquid is a team that is always trying to focus on grabbing or coming up with new strategies, coming up with new play styles, all that kind of stuff. And it takes time to evolve all of that. But this is the perfect time to do it. They're sitting in a good spot right now. They have the best place to practice all of this is right here, right now. You have some of the best teams in the world you're up against, so there's no other better place to do this at.
Hey, Liquid may be sitting in a perfect spot, but you are sitting in the perfect spot. It is time for us to get game number 1 of day 2 underway as we head to the desert for the first match. Let's see who's got their head in the games and who's maybe taking a plane home shortly thereafter. We're going to go over to our casting duo of Hypoc and Toby, who will be giving you the call.
Just moments away. We're on camera. I'm not used to be on camera before the game starts, but here we are. Here we are. We're prepared for that one, weren't we? We're just waiting. The game's gonna be started in just a short moment. The players are a bit too anxious. Maybe it's the UMPs from 2 days ago. They're still getting that Wrangle game out of their minds. And I've been trying.
You mean I was gonna say Fex has struck fear into this entire lobby with the SMG method.
I've been trying to shake that game out of my head, and I gotta admit, when I went to bed that night 2 days ago, I had a hard time. Like, I was just physically not comfortable after having witnessed what to me has got to be the most absurd game of PUBG ever. For those of you guys who didn't watch, not yesterday but the day before, just watch it. Just go back and watch that game, because it was absurd. It was just simply weird.
I actually watched it back, and I was more amazed the second time round when I watched it back. It was just, I mean, that's what you want from a game. It didn't stop delivering, and I mean, it ended in madness just as it started, right? So it was kind of poetic in that sense. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take some topping. Do you think we'll get one like that today, Toby?
For the sake of my health and well-being, I really hope not. But for the sake of the audience, content, and entertainment, I do hope. Now, let's hop on over to the sandy patches as we take to Miramar. As a desk set for the last time, maybe, for some of the teams playing today. They will have to put it all out there if they want to have a chance at qualifying and make that top 16 for the grand finals.
Yeah, well, there's one thing. I don't know if you did have a chance to catch the games yesterday, Toby, but I am the common denominator. My curse continued when I was casting with Sims.
I mean, was there ever any doubt? Was there ever any doubt of that?
I mean, I'm still in denial, but I think I've just been proved right too many times now.
Well, the fun thing about those games 2 days ago to me was that last game overshadowed everything else that happened on that day. I mean, we had the absurd four guys from Tornado Energy. We had exactly. We had the four people from Tornado Energy alive in Power Grid ending, where the solos won, like Northern Lights ended up winning that game. Then we had the ending where Northern Lights also won it on the hills north of Picardo. Like, there were so many weird things happening that day, but all I could think of afterwards were that wild, wonky last game. Now let's take a look here. El Pozo seems like both Afteralt and Sauna Boys want a piece of that, and not only that, Afteralt's chances to rotate out west might be tricky here, because Omargan is actually set for Alcantara split.
Yeah, it is. And again, two of the teams really off that Circle 1 pop that are not happy seeing it, really, are DA and Omicron. DA got themselves over towards Hacienda this time around. Again, their north side Tumacera not really accessible off that plane path. And Omicron as well. You can see Vasco Asku almost dropping into Arango, completely separate map altogether. He's that far out, but it's there's a lot of space here. Again, eyes immediately drawn towards FaZe. They're going to have a pretty good opportunity to come southeast down that road. I can already see Ibby kind of flexing out west a little bit, which is what we see Liquid do occasionally when they don't all drop in. But whether or not Ibby's going to scout anything, come towards gas station or maybe even that barn just down to the southwest of his current position. But lots open on the table right now for this Circle 1.
For sure. I mean, with the plane coming in that far north, you especially if you're Liquid. Yes, they're kind of sitting center now already, but I don't think anyone's going to prioritize sitting in Picado in any circle. Well, the circle before they know it's going to end in there anyway. They have a chance. They have a golden ticket opportunity here to go out and claim whatever compounds they want. And this is where we normally see Liquid really thrive in doing those absurd four-way splits and being able to maintain a lot of control of that. I mean, with DA looting north and everything, there's just too much space for them not to go make moves early.
Well, I'm glad Steve kind of brought it up on the desk because this kind of feast famine play style that Liquid seem to employ, I think kind of is very symptomatic of some of those splits. Sometimes it's punished. You know, some of these teams that rotate a lot later than Liquid, and you know, Liquid obviously they move between the 3.5 minute, 4.5 minute mark. They're out early. They don't move somewhere and sit there. They move somewhere and they scout another 2 or 3 compounds, and they'll send somebody out, and it's like all of that information gathering from that space they can control. But I mean, recently with how funky the circles have been, you know, some of these teams that do rotate around the 5 minute mark, they get to the circle, they're 4-man crashing compounds in Circle 1, or at least they're pulling up on compounds, maybe not fully committing. And that's where I think we've seen Liquid get a little bit punished. I know Mexi's the one that sticks out. I know he's been caught out a few times in unfortunate circumstances. And I mean, I made the comparison again yesterday. FaZe being a good example of this, I feel all the time. If they lose one, they still play the game as they would have 4 up. And I'm thinking back to that military game yesterday. I don't see Liquid doing the same thing.
No, it's as if their playstyle is a little more dependent on them having all 4 guys available at any given time, which I agree with you, Ken. It's difficult. It's difficult if that's how you like to play, and then you're not able, like you don't succeed in keeping all 4 guys alive in the early game, because that really puts like a dent in your, like it just throws up a massive speed bump and really like makes it difficult for you to adapt to. Yeah,
and that's not to say, because I mean, when Liquid do have 4, hold that thought, Marco. Oh no, he's crashed into the billboard. Zofka gonna get a couple of tags in. Kiryakai is here as well. Marco got himself a little bit stuck behind the slowest moving vehicle on the planet, Toby.
You've got to think that there was so much, like, of all the things. Oh, there's a drive-by. Oh no! Please don't. please don't. And thus it begins. Please don't do this to me. I just told you guys, my health. I mean, honestly, it doesn't compute with it. I couldn't fall asleep 2 days ago, and if we go back into those patterns again, it's. Oh no! It ain't gonna work. Smash and I was gonna try and come down south road and help out. And to be honest, I mean, this is a tricky thing, right? Because DA obviously not used to have to rotate south across on these type circles, because usually they'd be down south of Picado already, and they might not know exactly what they can expect. And I don't think either of these 2 teams were expecting each other to be there that early, because you wouldn't normally be beat by the north side. Oh my lord! Please, guys, I'm begging you, for the sake of good health, stop it.
Shift W.
They should. They saw the duck. They should push it and try and see if they can get a kill. You got to be faster if you want to get anything going. And I would assume, they hear the vehicle, they back off, and that should be all she wrote. Pick me up. Wah. That's unfortunate. Wah. Well, it's gonna be a game, this one, with a lot of space on the south side. At, I would assume, all phases of the game. Like, there will be a majority of space on the south, unless if we get a hard shift north. Obviously that's gonna be shifted around, but if the circles keep going just anywhere center, the south will still be where the space is available. The only issue is that it's so damn difficult. Like, once you get south of Chumacero, the hills become so steep and big that it becomes extremely difficult rotating west to east. Going straight down south, that's way more doable than trying to cut across this land. And then even though if there's space, you just can't really utilize it that well.
Yeah, I mean, west to east is particularly difficult just because of the way that Monte Nuevo road goes. On the north side, lots of open space and lots of compounds close to the roadside, and then on the south side, I mean, the area that phases up, it's all kind of uphill terrain, very difficult to traverse unless you've got two-seater motorbikes. It's very difficult, as you said, but lots of teams kind of prioritizing that area. FaZe in a similar spot to the game yesterday where we saw ultimately them fall to Fenerbahce at the roadside. So obviously prioritizing the similar compounds. It's actually FUD-faced all the way up at Ladriera, that hilltop overlooking Ladriera. And then the rest of them kind of spread down. 8C all the way over on the west side of Chumacera as well. So again, looking for a lot of control in this area right now, which is kind of expected. FaZe had, you've got to argue, the best opportunity to get into this Circle 1. So you got to think that they've consciously gone for this control of space. And I mean, they are pretty split. I mean, did any of them catch any contact here? You can see Jempty creeping up towards 8C. He's heard the vehicle relocate. Uber coming down in a two-seater. Jempty might creep up on this.
Did Uber see Jempty? He shouldn't have. Maybe he could have, but I don't think that was the case. This is a dangerous peak for him, and honestly, Omar, and they're really, really split far apart. So if Jempty should go down for any reason, there pretty much won't be a rest opportunity for Omar and as a team. I do like seeing what they do, though. Go down to Chumacera. This is where they would have normally gone to loot had it been I guess a more fair plane. So go back to the same kind of rotation paths that you're used to take and play it in from there. Research in the meantime gonna come in south round as well. They actually had a win, I believe, in the middle of the group stage of DreamHack. I don't know why I remember these things, but a win where they did something similar to this, like wide south around rotation, and then one or two circles went with them, and they got the win off of that. Really, really interesting game. Simsy. Okay, he found Monkey. It looked weird on the minicam there, but he's gonna go down. So the rotation, while it seemed fruitful for a sec, Monkey had to turn around. He got away from Omar, but unfortunately for him, Simsy is there. And what do you do now then if you're Ratio? You have the space, but you just lost the player way too early.
It is. I mean, you see how far he was out from the rest of...
Thus it begins. How do you rotate into the circle? How do you how do you rotate into this circle? The mountain stretch is just completely isolating everyone. You have Navi, Texas Rangers, and Pull Up in god tier positions. They damn better try and harvest off of this because they've just been given a freebie. EB is gonna fall. All the rotation is gonna be coming over, and I was just gonna say anyone who opts to sit on this hillside, while they might not get the best positions themselves, they will get to shoot at, I want to say, around half the server because they all have to drive in this direction.
Yeah, and it creates this really, really weird bottleneck on the west side of this circle because of, I mean, we find ourselves talking about this Power Grid Plateau more than any other casters, I feel, but it literally funnels so many teams around onto this west side now that, I mean, it's not often you see Navius straight off a circle pop diving a center compound, but they're going to get a good one. I mean, they had first dibs on it, and they're set up close to the road now, where I feel a lot of teams might opt to wrap into. I can see, I mean, the map is chaos right now. Obviously, everybody diving across to that west side. There's 4 or 5 teams that have already hopped up onto the Power Grid Plateau. Rangers set up on the north side. You can see the Na'Vi set up here. They're chilling now for another circle or two. Gustav actually pushing over towards after ult here. Gotta be careful. Some information being relayed from Fuzz. He's going to get some good tags on the way in here, but not going to be able to get that down initially.
Really good angle from Fuzz to hold there, allowing for Gustav essentially to get away because he was going to peek over, but I don't think he was expecting 4 guys to be up on that. Up on that hillside close. Fortunately, he had FaZe there to help scare off some of the opponents. And FaZe can now find himself in a good spot. And this is what, to me, this territory does to you. Like, there's a lot of predictability in this area in terms of circles. Like, it only takes one more circle, I want to say, before you pretty much know exactly where the game is going to end. And I think that's what people are trying to set up for now. Like, right now, you're playing Circle 4, essentially.
I mean, the other thing is... Yeah. The reason this is interesting, because of that hard shift, a lot of teams now, they have to relocate, they have to send it to the circle. You know that teams aren't going to have the opportunity to be split already, unless you're looking at or thinking of a team like Na'Vi that maybe they were lurking hard northwest on that previous circle, and they might still be maintaining their split. Right now, with all these teams relocating to get into this, you got to assume that any compound occupied has 4 up from that team.
Let's see. He's gonna find Dannyman. Oh, I was just gonna say, if he goes down here, that's gonna be him isolated too. Fortunately, he gets to stay alive. But I'm thinking, I mean, how much will it take for FaZe Clan to up to aggress? Because Omar can... Oh, the ankle is not there for Jim T. Could start shooting, but...
Don't give it away. Don't give it away.
Yeah, now it's too late anyway. Might as well just not. Fortunately for us, FaZe gets to stay alive.
I like this from FaZe though. They got 8C obviously all the way over on the west side, and now with 3 of them down to the east side of After All, they could pinch if they want to. Again, maybe based off this next circle pop, we're going to see it in the next 3 seconds or so, but just look at it. We got what? Liquid, DA, Shift W, Northern Lights, all up on that power grid, and then behind that we got Pull Up, Wildcats, Apex, all further out on the east. I feel like that road is going to be chaos.
This has to go southeast, right? This
I mean,
has to
it
go.
has
I mean, normally you would say that, but then again, if the circles are so big that no matter where you put it, there will be some of that unplayable terrain, and then it's where we get those weird wonky ones like we did in the first game of 2 days ago, where it can literally go anywhere, and that's when you really get the curveballs. And the issue now is that everyone is expecting the circle to go south. You do not want to have to cross that road at all. And you especially don't have to cross it next circle because everyone will be looking at you. And that's why we're seeing everyone try to somehow funnel their way into the south side here. And there's just simply not even close to enough space for everyone to play from.
No, there really isn't. DA, one of the teams that was power grid, they obviously lost one early on, but the Wildcats now trying to find some kind of foothold on the east side of the circle. Pull up behind them. DA just going to... no flip, okay. I guess they're just going to come down, try and find something next to the massive mountain of Pozo, but we're going to settle for the shack now. That's a 3-man play for a shack in phase 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it goes to show that you're like everyone are really, really limited, exactly, especially if, and we kind of have to, I guess, take the player side on this one. If you expect the circle, because I do as well, to expect the circle to go towards the southeast, if you're expecting that, you have to try and play something on it. And them going there, it's just them playing placement. They're saying we will not, like, if we chill on the edge, try and kill people, we will be fifth party it just because there's going to be so many people there. We'll avoid that now. Yeah, exactly. We avoid that now. We don't get the kills, but we get some 5 guaranteed if the circle goes east.
Having said that, I'm seeing Smash fall in the kill feed, so somebody's got a good angle on it. That's obviously the Rangers from the it's the compound up to the east here. I mean, you can see the sight lines here. If they're going to play here, they got to just commit. They got to just sit in the shacks. And anyway, going to find a second knock as well. I think that's going to be Smash to bleed out. And the Reds
just shooting at the smoke.
Not an easy one. Not an easy one.
It really is. They're just tapping the smoke and hoping they can get some kills off. But unfortunately for Mert, a lot of utility has to be used to try and get the players back alive. They already used some before. Now let's see Omarkin pushing straight into the middle here. They will be, assumingly, the circle goes east outside the next one. But they take the fight to Ratio Edge. They've already lost one Monkey, went down earlier. Now Doozy falls as well. Udyr and Shiv will have to go somewhere. Seems like they're going to settle for the dip here. No, as I say that, Udyr, he's driving still.
No, I think they should settle for this next one here. Again, this makes it very easy for Sauna Boys to overpeak on them, though. I don't think they're really going to have, as expected, pulls down to the southeast. That's a tricky spot to pull up on. I know one of Sauna Boys is knocked right now. I'm not sure if it's means to stick in the res. It is indeed, yeah. It was Nookie that fell. We see 2 members of Sauna Boys down on the south side of the circle as well. So they're going to be able to stop and Omer can push up the hill. I'm not sure if Page's position is really any good, but you can see the other half of Omerkin now stuck against this ridge line at the roadside.
And now you start to understand why Na'Vi bumped that compound. Because they knew it was going to be money. They knew it was going to be good real estate to lock that compound down early. So while it's not your Na'Vi style play, why would they crash something? Even they know that sometimes you got to deviate deviate from your strategy to achieve the bigger goal, which essentially just get as many points as you can. And from that compound, they should be able to claim quite a few.
Yeah, Liquid's still going to maintain control of the north side of Power Grid, and that's important. Again, we know a couple of teams were up there, DA being one of the ones that got out early. Now, the real question is No. Okay. So there might have been a chance that actually, no, it's doing the slidey thing. It's doing the slidey thing. Okay.
It is bouncing around a little dangerously. Get away, Gypsy. Get away from that thing. It's a ghost vehicle. You never know what to expect. Calvin, well, sending it, send up. That's now a thing that Apex do too. Simsy has 3 people in the car. That's not terrifying at all. Trying to drive past essentially half the server and then flipping the vehicle. Name a better duo, Apex and vehicles. In the meantime, Fenerbahce trying to stay put here. They're being pushed by after all, but so far they're staying alive. They've only lost Schofield, and he's only knocked. They should be able to get the rest back on up in just a moment. FaZe Clan now as well, starting to cross the street. We'll have to take the fight to Ratio Edge first, but there's still the fear of Sauna Boys above them and Omar on the other side, maybe becoming a threat soon.
Yeah, I mean, these angles downhill, really, it's going to depend on anybody that's able to get some damage onto Sauna Boys from over peaking this. Razor Edge now forced back into the corner of this dip. Let's send some utility back and forth. Shiv did get tagged up there. That nade looked really good, actually. Did a lot of damage onto a couple of those FaZe players. But now, this is just such a difficult push here with Na'Vi at the compound, Sauna Boys up top. The threat is real for FaZe right now. They could potentially share this area for the time being. Once the circle closes, a little bit of that pressure is alleviated.
I think it was one of those, we got a full commit now. They didn't get the kills, they back off. They go, well, we lost our time. That was our gap to go get those kills and get that spot. We didn't succeed. Now we have to fall back because we know Omar gonna be coming from behind. And I think that's a great call. Like, a lot of people would have tunnel visioned that too hard. They would have lost people trying to get there. Instead, FaZe knows, like, they're aware of the threat coming from the west, and they react to it. They say, we lost our opportunity. Now we got to deal with these guys instead. I think it's smart, very smart and calculated playing from FaZe Clan.
It's whether or not FaZe have really got the information that it's Sauna Boys above. If they get any sort of information from the kill feed, it could be good for them to mount this push onto Razor Edge. But again, it's Fenerbahce really that are going to stop that angle from Sauna Boys. Maybe Omicron to an extent, but Omicron themselves are backs to the blue. They've got a lot of ground to cover. But now that new circle, FaZe know which direction they have to push. Let's see if they try and clear the backside first, or I mean, really, it's going to depend a lot on Northern Lights' decision as well.
It does. This circle is absolute and utter garbage. I mean, it really is just plain horrible. And I'm not. I mean, I had hoped that we were given a little, like just a little chance to warm up today. You know, like get us 1 or 2 decent, like straightforward games. But now, and they're just throwing it straight in the meat grinder. It's a tough task being a competitive PUBG player, especially when the game doesn't do you any favors. Now let's see. Spiro from above, trying to get the overview. He knows of the whereabouts of plenty of players, but even Spiro's like, guys, I think I've seen like 11 players down here. How many teams do we have here? And the thing for Northern Lights is they need to move.
Say we've only lost 1 team. We've still got 46 alive. There is nothing for any of these teams that are not inside the circle right now. Everybody outside on the southwest, the south, and the east side, it's going to be a bloodbath.
It is going to be absolute destruction in a matter of seconds, that's for sure. It's already starting now. Perfectix will be able to find Suga. Should get a pretty free kill on that one. Mexi takes Chris down as well. So now it's just Killiakai left alive, trying to make a run forward. In the meantime, Omargan trying to do the same thing, but from the west. And now the bloodbath starts.
Yeah. Players falling like flies. Fuzzface actually going to get up. Sakura gets knocked elsewhere. Fuzzface going to confirm Nookie out. So that's Sauna Boys taking casualties. Omicron down to 1 player now. It's Paige. And we know they were one of the teams that's holding down this spot. Misa actually going to get spotted out with that nade. Uber is down as well. Paige now coming over the top. He's going to get found at distance, but Tulin's going to shut that one down. Riddle confirming Uber. So FaZe will lose 1 in the process of getting up onto this high ground, but they're not in the circle just yet, Toby. They've got a little bit further to go.
The fact that they came up over the hill from arguably the worst position and take out 2 teams pretty much, that is insane. I mean, that should never be allowed to happen. So really, really great effort by FaZe staying alive there. James in the meantime peeks with Mexi, gets the kill. Great shots coming in. Mexi finds 1 more. God. All of pull-up dismantled in a matter of seconds. Liquid stay alive, but again, they're not inside the new circle either. Look at this, Navi has all eyes on this. 8C will fall. No rest will come in. First FaZe trying to make a run forward. Has a position, but no. Lewis there to throw the nade. 1 more nade will be coming in immediately after. That should be plus FaZe down. Okay, stuff should be down to no. Stays alive for how much longer? Not at all. Spiro finds him, and now Northern Lights can slowly start pushing forward, but still not inside the next circle.
Well, that's how you lose 20 players in 90 seconds.
The slaughter on the hills, and now all of a sudden, those DA shacks starting to look pretty damn tasty.
Yeah, it is. Northern Lights being the factor, I kind of fully expected there. Everybody else having to take those fights with the closest team, and ultimately they gave them time to move into that position. That little bit of luck from Mexi there. A tag coming in from afar, forcing Levent off that angle. He's only at half HP though, so gotta hit the deck, catch this first aid. Just the duo of Liquid left, and I mean, if they can get towards Apex's position, now that Mexi's behind that ridge line, he could find a way into this, but the 4-man of Northern Lights, I think they're just going to sweep this edge.
They have to they need to clear this before he can go anywhere. Calvin will find Mexi. It's going to go down as well. Spiro will lose a vehicle. Inconvenient when they probably have to use them later on. In the meantime, Schofield actually from the field afar, taking shots towards Spiro. Thought he was safe there, but no. Even still, being prone here, I think he might be able to go down. Calvin will burn. He's gonna fall, and that should actually... they're not inside the circle just yet, but that should give them enough space, Northern Lights, to be able to push further forward.
Wildcats. Rupture pull on the way up. Levent finds the first Perfectix, actually trading that one out. Back on the other side here. Fenerbahce sending one across the south side, and
There's...
now... I mean, Rupture's in a position here. He can really make a play from this spot. Levent's still bleeding out, maybe going to be able to feed some of this information, but it looks like Northern Lights are going to be allowed to reset and get this res.
Yeah, it's just Rupture down here. He really needs to. I mean, if you want to have any chance of staying alive here, it's going to need to do a lot of work in order to do so. Now, let's see, Northern Lights, I mean, 11 kills. They have cleaned out so well. Like, their approach from the south side was so smart, and actually allowing teams to move in front of them. They say you can take our position because you're going to have to fight the teams while it's going on. Oh, Batulins falls. Is he allowed to get the flush? How does that happen? That is not supposed to be allowed.
No.
Not only does he get the knock on, but you can see Batulin in the cam there. He's frustrated too. That's one of those 4v1. You do not lose a player. You know exactly where he was. You even had nades, which fair enough, you don't want to use them on that, but you don't lose a player there, especially with the in-game leader like that.
No, and I know Batulin's trying to bait with the bus there, pulling down, maybe bait a peek out from behind, but maybe just a little bit of a mistiming on that. There's no reason to give a player up, as you said. This spot here, actually, up on the hillside, it's going to be in once this circle closes. I got to argue it's not going to be for the next. It isn't indeed, but this might give a little bit of oversight. I mean, Fenerbahce have got to push Navi's compound. They have to get an opening here if they want to live another circle. Don't really have many other options, so they've got to do something with it quick, because we know this circle doesn't last long before it starts closing in.
Kind of curious to know how many kills Navi's been able to obtain, because they've been playing a similar game to DA in getting the center compound prioritized over trying to get kills. But even having said that, I still think they've been in a position to actually impact quite a few engagements and get some good third-party opportunities from the houses there. So we'll see. Now smoke's being thrown forward. You're going to need like 15,000 of them if you want to make a trail all the way down into the compound. But where do you go from here, Riddle? Riddle and Calendar will have to leave it. Oh my lord, Spiro! 3x at a distance finds tough. Nothing you can do against that when these players have that insane of an aim control.
Yeah, that was actually disgusting. Fenerbahce did actually make it down the hillside on this Murado, but again, they're... Look at the smoke cover, actually. This is fantastic from Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
They've actually got up onto the side of the compound. Lou actually going to find Besto at distance. Calendar going to fall. Orange will find Schofield. That's just one man standing. Closer to that, he finds Senya. Can he get anything else done here? Fenerbahce backs up against the wall.
It's just him left. Oh, Tap didn't get him. I thought he was going to get the finish on him, but no. It's just him left alive, and there he falls, and Abaji will be eliminated. Both DA and Navi charming in to try and see if they get some kills, but respect to Fenerbahce from trying to make a play where there really was no play to make. They knew they had to do something, and it was either crashing the shacks on DA or trying to crash the compound. I respect the decision made by them. They tried with the smokes to get there. Didn't work out, though. Mert now looking around for kills. Northern Lights, 14 and counting. Could have been 4 alive at this point, but down to 3 players. With, well, the next circle, we don't know where it's going to go, but I'm pretty certain everyone's going to have to make moves to some extent. If it includes the compound, Navi are going to be blessed.
Yeah, well, I think that's the biggest factor to consider here. PCS then trying to get a little bit into this. Pancho stuck at the shack anyway across the street. I think we're looking at the next two victims of this game here, Toby. Yep, it's going to pull up. Na'Vi are going to have a slice of their compound. DA shack is still in. Northern Knights and the Rangers have to move into this one. Senya actually flexing out in a Bronco onto the hillside, trying to get an off angle here onto DA. If he can do any damage towards DA, it's not really going to help him in the long run. I think it's only going to create an opening for Northern Lights to get something done in this circle.
There is a dip just northwest of Spiro, like down by the end of the road there. There is a little dip actually you can sit in without being seen by the compound. But you don't force 3 players in there. And also, bye-bye vehicle. I'm not sure exactly if that was on purpose. Roll some cover into the circle and make a run for it in a second. Nice headshot coming from Thralius. Only 3 kills for DA, but again, they knew what they committed for earlier in the game when they went to these shacks. It wasn't going to be a kill-heavy game for them, but top 4 guaranteed is more than what I think a lot of the other teams would have expected when they saw that circle go up towards the northwest.
Oh, for sure. Anyway, trying to find any way into this circle. Again, now with Na'Vi pinning DA inside, don't have the opportunity to really pressure the Rangers from closing distance on them here. Northern Lights just going to wait this one out. Again, I like the fact Senya's kind of held steady on the side of the hill there, and now you can see the predicament the Rangers face. They have made it into the circle, but cover is not great for them.
No, Scars close to none. You're gonna have to say Lou will now have the perfect angle down towards the compounds, but I mean you can see Na'Vi as well starting to make their moves out. Yeah, exactly. Senya is up on the ridgeline. He has to watch out. If he gets knocked here, there's no one coming to pick him up. But oh my lord, that nade is right on Lou's feet. Only 36 damage, level 3 gear. It is useful, but Senya will peek it regardless. Finds the knock on one. One more force as best luck taking down underneath the vehicle. Now DA and Texas Rangers grabbing a fight to one another as well. With Thralius still alive, trying to keep it that way. It's gonna be too far. Shouldn't do any damage. No. Spiro, solo player left alive. Make a run forward. See what you can do here.
No, gonna get confirmed out. Yes, Senya does find Spiro, so that's Northern Lights out in 4th place. Whether or not anybody's going to be able to deal with the last member of DA, nope, they will get themselves a 2nd place. Na'Vi 10 kills now, and here comes the W key. They know exactly where this last man is. He's been there directly opposite them for the longest time. The molly actually goes in. It's good. Is he going to try and deny with his own molly? Which one will catch him first? No, Orange pick up the kill credit. 11 kills for Na'Vi. A fantastic start to the day. I mean, a rare opportunity for us to see Na'Vi dive a central compound, and it absolutely pays off for them.
I like the creativity from DA there. Throw a molly of your own. Maybe it's going to be your own tick that gets the kill. You could deny the point that way, but it didn't happen. And also, I mean, again, a game where it was somewhat quiet for Na'Vi. Even though they had a chance to shoot at people, it was a pretty quiet game. But they knew in the end of it, if we just keep getting like just some circles towards us, we will have the numbers. Like, we won't have had to use any utility. We will have everything available, and we can farm the last kills. So I believe 6 of their 11 kills came in the very final moments of that game. Great first game, tough first game to start off with. We know how it is. It's always like that. Now let's hop back to the desk and see what they make of it.
That was awesome. There was a couple of things in that game that were cheeky. That molly at the end from Na'Vi was a lot of fun. What's up, Martin?
I was just looking at our 3 webcams, and it was just progressively worse. Like Frost is like crystal clear. Mine was like poor webcam quality, and yours was like 5 pixels. So I love it. This online production stuff is fantastic. No, but overall, fantastic game. I will say though, at this point, like Hypok he just needs to get out. What is going on, man? These circles are nuts. He's a mean charm making all this happen. No, it's some super interesting circles, super interesting rotations as well coming out. I will say though that these circles that end so close to the road and still have a compound in just makes it so hard to play. Na'Vi obviously picking up, being able to defend the compound, being able to poke everybody away. But there's so many teams that played so hard to survive on the south and the eastern side as well. And Northern Lights really picked the kind of strongest or the longest straw in that one, though. I think they ended up with 15 kills in a 14th place. Very well played for them. They have 13 at this point. And managed to secure that one as well. So super well played, and some super interesting circles as well.
Definitely, and I mean, with these kind of circles and hardships that we're seeing, it kind of creates a lot of trouble for a lot of the teams. Na'Vi, of course, they came in late from the north side, and with that circle 2 going hardship through north, they was just like, well, we'll just pick whatever we want because no one's inside the circle. But this is what I don't know if that was intentional by Navi to actually play that late because the first circle was so far away anyway that they knew they were going to be late, right? So it didn't really matter if they came in late. But I kind of want to see more teams trying to adapt to this kind of style because of all the hardship we're seeing in the first circle. It doesn't really matter if you're going to be center because, sure, you might get lucky and you might get a really good compound. But if you play edge on the first circle, you have almost a high chance to get into a better position for circle 2 at least.
Navi coming out with 21 points to their name, Northern Light. Martin's pick for a big day today gets second with 9th, and honestly, probably would have gotten first if the circle hadn't been so wild and kind of getting Navi some really good position advantage. Wasn't much, Martin, that Northern Lights could do at the end of that game there.
I know there were. I mean, with the Navi still having the compound and still having to play in that area, that was super rough. They had to come out in the open, and at that point, Navi had just put eliminated Fenerbahce, put so much pressure on everybody else that they could just look over the brow of the hill and just delete. Super well played, super aggro play here by Senya, and extremely well executed. I was actually sure that Northern Lights was gonna push on the timing where Navi had two knocks on Pestalozzi and Senya and was still fighting Fenerbahce at one point, and I felt like they were gonna make a push on that, but they decided not to, and that kind of cost them. That was that would have been the winning move, but then ending up with 2 more kills by not doing it, and secured another placement to themselves. So yeah.
Also want to give a big shout out to Fenerbahce. We said for us that we needed them to have a good day today, and they come out in 4th to start.
Yeah, I mean, coming out with 4th there, they got themselves a 5th place with 7 kills, and it was kind of spread out with the kills. I think it was 2, 2, 2, and 1. So good spread out on the whole team there. And they played out really well. We saw them, of course, doing a early rotation on Circle 2 there, going up on the north side and playing the high ground. And you saw how they were ping-ponging back and forth, getting those rests because people were getting knocked on the south, then on the north, then on the south. And that kind of it's a big struggle though, because you can't, if you're playing solo like that, you can't get yourself knocked. You got to be super careful. It's so risky going for a rest like that, but also you lose so much momentum, you lose so much control when you need to go for the rests.
Big kill counts for the teams in the first game. 5 for Lou. Got to be happy with that. And then 4 in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, as well as the tab in 3rd. Navi going to be very happy. I got to give a shout out, though, to DA's attempted self-Molotov, Martin. That was something I haven't seen before. It's pretty freaking cheeky.
Yeah, it was a cheeky try to deny the points there, but it didn't work out. I love those kind of plays where you try to make something play, but I think once you're set on fire, I think that's the first kind of Molotov that set you on fire that's gonna take the damage for the duration of the tick. It's just, it takes ownership that way. I think 800 damage for Spyro, and Schofield as well. Schofield's really been a standout performer here for Fenerbahce so far.
Go ahead, Frost.
Yeah, we've seen a lot from Schofield. Like yesterday, we saw him actually just solo wiping out FaZe, for example, and it's really great to see that they're stepping it up. But they can also solely rely on one player. In those kind of scenarios, you're gonna see teams that does that when they lose their star player that actually can get all this damage, all the kills for the team. If that player dies early, your team is in salvage mode straight away, and you just turtle down, you go into a compound, you go into a shack, and you don't do anything. And that's not what we want to see from them. We want to see them play more around the whole team and making sure that, okay, if anyone goes down, you want to keep what FaZe did yesterday, just go full ham. Play like you were 4 still.
Not bad, not bad. I also want to talk about a little bit of cheek that we saw coming out of the Texas Rangers, they got to the final circle. That's big news for them, very exciting. But that little play with the Ghost Star to try to build a fort on the tree, smart, didn't work out, but hey, I like to see their thinking.
Yeah, I like to see the kind of nice ideas with to center. I would have loved either him actually hitting the tree and connecting that, or actually hitting the shack that one of the DA players was in to kind of avoid a line of sight for one of the Digital X players so they can make a move on that. Either way, both of the ideas is fine. I think it's definitely the one that you were suggesting while we were watching the game, is that he's trying to send the car towards the the tree to make kind of a little fort, a playable area inside the next circle. I really like that. That was a fantastic, kind of clever idea.
Awesome. Well, it was
With
an
these shifts
excellent
as
game
well?
all around. What's that? Go ahead. Tell me a little more.
And with these shifts as well, obviously, Na'Vi, fantastic game for them. 4 moves up, 107. They're basically going to secure themselves at this point, I would say. Considering that Sound Boys and Rage both were continuing to struggling here, that jumped ahead of those. Digital Legs also jumping up 1, but yeah, it's going to be a super interesting day. I feel like we're going to get a lot of the teams decided by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely.
And
I mean, sorry, go on.
I think that's it, right? Froz by the end, these teams do need to make a statement, and stuff like Fenerbahce coming out strong is a pretty big deal. Go ahead with your thought.
Yeah, it's very strong of them, but you also got to remember this is the last day that they're playing. Same with Isabel Wildcats. Those two teams, they need a lot more points. DA, for example, and Apex, there's a little bit just below there. They're both in Group C, meaning that they're playing tomorrow as well. So is Team Liquid gonna do. But Raise Your Edge and Sauna Boys on top of that as well, they're not sitting secure at all. Only 2 and 3 points ahead of Fenerbahce. And currently, the performance we've seen from Race Edge and Sauna Boys and Fenerbahce, I'd say Fenerbahce is going to end above those two teams by the end of the day here today.
Yeah, most likely. It seems like Toffees is having a few issues. We're trying to get that fixed for you guys. Meanwhile, we can talk here, Patrick, about the leaderboards and how it's looking. Northern Lights, as you said here, I was just pointing out 123 points now, contesting ends there. And what, like, I think this kind of idea that we're talking about, this 120 points, is going to be around the cutoff, plus minus 5 points or so. I think we're going to be very close to that, and our, like, Omarken from 97 down to, Istanbul Wildcats on 83. Those teams, I feel like, is going to be the teams that are going to be trying to get at this one. Potentially Apex as well, considering that they have another day tomorrow as well. But that's pretty much the teams that we're looking at trying to secure themselves a spot inside the top 16 here for us.
Yeah, but let's talk about Apex a little bit, because we expected more from them. And coming in here so far, I'd say their performance has been below what we expected, of course. And in the last game here, they got themselves a 6th place with 2 kills, which is not a lot. But considering the circles, they started on the southeast, went down south in the first circle, and then they went for a wide rotation on circle 2 that went the hardship up to north. And they went all the way around to the north side, and they only had 1 vehicle. So it was really rough for them. But we saw, I think it was by the time circle 4 popped, we saw Calvin and Simsy actually going out north, outside the circle, very far outside even, securing another vehicle. And with that one, they were able to rotate in the later circles, kind of towards a center position. And that's what you kind of want to see, right? You know that you're going to be screwed if you don't do anything. And they're proactively trying to make it work, and not just sitting there and hoping for the circle to get to them, or just like, well, we'll just frag a little bit. Instead, they try to make a move to actually make sure that they get those points they need.
I get that. I guess my question, though, is that we saw them last playing out of their minds, and it's just been a steady fall off since then. Is it a crisis of confidence, Martin? Because these guys have the skills. They proved it to us.
Yeah, but I also feel like it's if we take this kind of standout performance for this, or this performance for this one's like, in this game particularly, I think it's also coming down to their looting Impala. The circle did go super far northwest in the second shrink, and they were in the southeastern side. So this game specifically didn't set the kind of precedence for them having a great one. It's a hard game, but they made some good rotations. Also on the Miramar games, last time AC met was also some rough ones. They didn't get the majority of the points from that one. It was actually in the ranked game. So I'm just hoping for them on their behalf to get like 15 points on the last 2 Miramar games here, and then they'll have a really good for the rest of the day, and then probably perform quite well on our angle once we get to that.
Fair. Froz, any thoughts as you getting ready for game number 2? Real quick.
I don't think I have time for that, so let's throw it to the
All right.
instead.
Let's go over to those who have interesting things to say. It is Hypoc and Toby. As the plane looks good, will Hypoc ruin the circle? Let's get the game going.
I'll let you answer that question, Hypoc. Will you ruin the circle?
I'm a I'm gonna push a button here, see what happens. I don't know what.
Is that
how
the
much
circle
say I
creator
really have
button?
of it. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just an F.
Interesting.
It's a big F. If you've seen the meme
Okay.
of the smashing the button, it's one of
Yep.
those.
I will. Okay, we will. We'll take that into account. The fact that you pressed that button a couple of times, and then we'll just lean back and be entertained and see what's gonna happen. This plane much easier for teams to work with than the previous one. I am looking forward to El Pozo, see if there should be any sort of contest in there. But nah, after all, they headed down towards the Leonis again. Shouldn't really a big issue. And I mean, overall, pretty straightforward. Everyone gets split out. DA doesn't have to loot north of San Martin anymore. And yeah, all good and dandy until we, of course, bring a circle into it in just a moment, which hopefully is going to be chaotic and brutal and terrible. And having said that, Hypok, I'm looking at Liquid and DA. How will they fight early in this game, you think?
Well, I mean, this is one that does depend on the first circle pop, and this one.
How did you like it?
Well,
you like that circle, Hypok?
God, dude.
I mean, it could be worse, but yeah,
it definitely could. It definitely could. I mean, with the way things are going, I guess we're ending west side of Pozo when we see that circle 1 pop. But we'll have to wait and see. Back to the Liquid and DA situation. Again, we've only really seen them clashing initially when Liquid were late coming out of Picard that one time, and I guess DA was slightly early, and then also when Mexi obviously took that 1v4 up at the compound Mert is currently at. So I think it definitely is kind of that prio compound kind of preference that is a factor in that, because both of these things we know, I mean, Liquid on Orango, obviously we talk time and time again about that Na'Vi situation on the West Bridge. They kind of, they have their path carved out into the circle and they stick to it. Very much rehearsed in that sense. So it does depend on the circle a lot. With this one in particular, they're going to have a little bit of space to the west. I don't think Northern Lights are going to try and mess with them. So it's really, it depends on DA. And I mean, if the previous game is anything to go by, and the DA legacy, which is obviously get somewhere and hunker down, I mean, that has changed a little bit with Marco stepping into this roster. But whether or not we see them kind of just coexist in rotation this time around, Toby, is something we'll have to keep an eye on.
I like that you say that, because I'm actually looking for, it doesn't have to be Code Marco, but he's the player currently furthest towards the northwest. I'm looking for DA to try and maybe set up a bit of an ambush. We know Liquid like to rotate around those 4.5 minute marks. We're getting closer and closer to that. I haven't seen DA make any moves, but oftentimes DA has tried to set up those ambushes. A few times Teams has been caught by them. A few times EB's been caught by them on rotation as well. Just like southeast of Monte Nuevo. If you have those, I call them the rainbow compound, because it's like all the small one-story houses and then in different colors. If you sit there, that whole dirt track north of it, it's pretty close by. So maybe if they go up there fast enough and if they expect Liquid to rotate in that direction, they have a chance to do some damage.
Have to wait and see. Mert is making his way across. Liquid are still in Picardo, and DA are making moves. So you could absolutely be right if they do try and set something up here. And I mean, that's one thing I do love seeing teams do. And again, that's why I've kind of enjoyed what Shift W have been doing on Orango and on a couple of these military games. And yes, I hate seeing bridge camps. I say I hate it. I love it really, but I like seeing teams kind of do their research, especially early game on a pretty standard circle pop in particular, and setting up for those rotations. Because it does speak to the kind of preparation that goes into PUBG, especially if they can split across either side of a road through a little bit of a bottleneck in terms of rotations and pick up those. I mean, the easiest kill points you're going to find really in competitive PUBG.
That is true. I feel like we're in a, I don't know if it's a meta thing or if it's because people are so good at drive-bys now, but I feel like we're in a time right now where the whole ambush setups doesn't really get done that much. There was a time where you'd have it every single game. Like you really had to keep your eyes open all the time because you never knew who was going to be around the next ridge. But I feel like we're in a day and age now where I guess you can say to some extent rotations are being respected more.
Yeah, there is that, but I think at the same time that's what makes it all the more impressive to see when a team is kind of not contesting each other in terms of drop spots, but like a team they'll leave at the 3-minute mark, try and set up, because like you said, it's harder and harder to do that now with how the standard has been raised in terms of, you know, players' individual skill. It does become harder and harder to get the maximum kind of value out of those plays.
True. I was actually, I mean, looking at the map now on the right-hand side, I was expecting to see more teams try and wrap north. I think Wildcats might still do that, but that's the issue with this rotation, right? If you don't know exactly what's going to happen around DA and Picardo and Liquid down there, with DA and Liquid being in, and you don't know exactly when they're planning on rotating out, you might be forced to rotate north around. Now, we can already see now Race Church and the Texas Rangers are going up here. Apex are going to wrap far down south. This next circle, Hypoke, is going to be... I feel like no matter where it goes, unless if it centers on face where they are now, because then majority of people will be in, I feel like no matter where the circle goes, it's going to be so damn difficult to move. Like, it's one of those circles where no matter where it goes, you're pretty much forced to stay, especially if it centers up. You're forced to sit tight on where you are. Like, you can't branch out, you can't really flex out. You can't do anything, because players will already be kind of locked up in the areas they're in now.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is we talk time and time again about Circle 2 being an important shift just due to that initial rotation, people getting into the safe zone. But then obviously once Circle 2 posts, if you can then think a circle or two ahead. I mean, we do have a couple of unplayable spots in terms of terrain in this Circle 1. So, I mean, if we get a wacky shift that includes both of those unplayable spots again, it's a huge consideration to make, because there's no point rotating based off that shift, because you know that it's bouncing back to you.
Look at that DA gaming house. All the guys in the webcams with their cool DA backgrounds all sitting next to each other. I love it. That is something I've missed seeing for a very long time. People actually having the opportunity to sit in your boot camps and whatnot and getting the games going now. Circle continues to close on, and the only team that's really kind of settled for the post is actually DA, the guys we just mentioned. And well, they got a free pass because they were in between both FaZe and Fenerbahce, and none of them really ever took shots at the Turkish team. So fortunately for them, they got posto for now. But we know once it gets clustered, once more teams opt to go in that direction, it can be practically impossible to get out of the city again, especially El Posto, one of the absolute death traps to go into.
It is indeed. Wildcats, one of the teams coming all the way from Leonis, going to finally find themselves inside the white line. Just to cover it now, again, we didn't mention it in game one, but Shift WR obviously playing as 3. Brexco having some PC issues, so that's the reason we do see 63 alive. Nobody has fallen just yet, but unfortunately, it does happen from time to time, and I mean, you got to say Brexco's put on an insane performance. I'm hoping that doesn't hold them back today. They are still holding on to second place. Obviously, they have a big point buffer, so not too much of a concern, but you do hate to see it.
Just a comparison for a second. 2 days ago, in the last game, we lost 20 players at this time.
Yeah.
20 players were already dead when we hit 9.5 minutes. Now we haven't lost any. That's goes to show the diversity that we're faced with in PUBG. This circle is, to be honest, pretty similar to what I expected it to be, because while we don't... I mean, next one, we don't know where it's going to go. It can still go anywhere. But as I said already now, you're kind of tied up with the positions you're in, because it's not going to be more than 30 seconds until all viable compounds and splits are taken. And at that point, you're just gonna sit down and like watch your lottery ticket while watching the screen and go, for the love of God, please let us guess it right here. Liquid
actually pull up onto, yeah,
I like it. Calling the split from FaZe Clan. First FaZe is gonna be on his own, at least for now. He does have 18 nearby. 18 is going to be able to find James. He's going to get taken down instantly. Actually getting a little bit of damage over towards, I believe, Mexi as well. Gemty over the top trying to third party. Mexi will be the one to find first FaZe up above. He's going to fall. So both teams taking casualties right now with Omar trying to third party.
Yeah, unfortunate there. But FaZe do manage to pull out here. Get 3 men away from this. Na'Vi absolutely taking it to Apex right now. Simzy and Intense will fall. So over on the west side, again, territory we would expect to see Na'Vi in. Wildcats on the late rotated in. They're going to catch the Rangers coming through the Crater Fields here. Now, it's expecting a couple more of these crashes to happen before the circle's done with here, Toby. But one thing I was going to say, that this circle is a brilliant example of what I was talking about. Because of that terrain still being in the mountain that sits opposite Pozo on the east side, if this next one centers up, anybody playing the east side is going to lose out here.
You're gonna be screwed. That's why everyone is currently sitting towards the west. The east is still playable in terms of the southeast. You can still get down there, but right now everybody is trying. Like they're just putting all their money on the circle going west somehow because there's so much terrain towards the east that it has to shift away from Calvin. It's gonna fall. One more player left alive for Apex. Ain't gonna stay alive any longer. Ivel falls as well. And Apex, well, I talked about them on the desk not having the greatest success here, and they continue to struggle finding their kind of their path in the game, I feel like. Okay, so Michael, what is the absolutely worst circle scenario we can get off of this one? They can go anywhere now. We can hard shift. Oh, is that a UMP that I see? Meta. I did see Waggy Jaggy post a video of why the UMP was underrated. I guess maybe everyone's seen that. And to be fair, I mean, that's shift with a level 1 helmet, so throw some 45 ACPs in the face and see if you can get a knock there.
Well, initially, I'm going to see Kiryukai put that 3x into use with the ump here. Shiv, I mean, seemingly completely unaware of the... Look at them.
He has no idea.
They're stalking. They're stalking.
They're shooting a documentary. It's like they've set the camera up and now they're just watching the madman, the animal they call Shiv, jump around, and he will fall. It's not going to be to the hands of the UMP, but instead Sucker's Barrel is going to be able to take him down. Ratio Edge now will know that a player was nearby, and worst comes to worst. Well, they wanted to scout and be ready to rotate. Now the circle is going to pop, and they're in the middle of fighting when they wouldn't want to. Circle goes north, and if my math is right, we're throwing people straight into either Poso or into the field. This is going to be absolute garbage. Don't we love it? Yes, we do.
Well, like I said, if that unplayable terrain that Northern Lights reside on is still a factor in this circle, we know exactly where the next one's going to shift to. So a lot of teams now going to try and find something on the west side of this, and there's a lot of Pozos still open here, Toby. So I'm going to expect to see a lot of people dive in, try and find a building or two. T-Bone sending it forward, trying to get hold of that dip over on the east side of Pozo. Picked off a distance. Omicron looking to pull up.
Oh. They stopped in front of each other. Yep, there you go. Clip's going to run over Page. Mex is going to be fouled by Calendor from Fenerbahce. And I was just going to say, surprised to see so many teams commit to playing around El Pozo when the city is still somewhat available. Oh, Uzi got to get away from that. That vehicle ain't going to grant you any more favors. Maybe a little bit of cover, but once it blows up, it's going to flip in the air. And you won't be able to use it no more. Woodier did manage to make his way into the city, so he'll be fine. Pink Pony's going to wrap wide around, and Liquid might be better off settling for some compounds, because as you can see here, I mean, there's a lot of players with eyes on them. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
The Clip has got his vehicle stuck, and I think Ibby pulled up behind him to try and get in, but then he got stuck as well.
Ooh, Gustav trying to get tags on one guy inside a Mirado. Out comes 4. And he decides to hop back down behind the ridge again. Fully respect that decision. After all, they've made their presence known down here. 80 is gonna come in to help. Yeah, it should be on the money. Indeed, it is. Uber continues to impress with the utility usage. After all, they're trying to wrap around. 80 is going to be up close with all of them. He's going to go to the iron sides. Doesn't want the 3x in the way. He's going to spot Greg. Can't find it first time around. And Greg actually will be able to find him Uber, though. Immediately there to trade it. Here comes the barrel over the top. Uber's down to 38. He's going to fall. It's just Gustav left alive, and he needs to do all kinds of work if he wants to win this one. 1v2. Other teams third partying in Fenerbahce. You can see them on the minimap. They're running up the hill to try and engage in this one, too.
Yeah, that second flash is actually going to be absolutely perfect. He actually catches Gustav a little bit. He comes over the top, finds a little bit of damage, gets the first knock. Greg will fall, but Danimon holds steady. 26 HP, very much losable there for after all. Gustav, good effort from him. Unfortunately, did catch himself with the flash a little bit, but as you said, Fenerbahce, hearing all of this, they want to come up, try and catch them off guard before they can recover from this fight.
See, Navi trying to get around the side as well. This might not work out for anybody. We'll see it 3 are alive. from after all. They managed to get the res up. Good headshot comes in. Riddle is gonna have to reposition over the top. Doesn't hit the second time around. Danimon will fall. A doozy goes as well. That's inside El Pozo. Rager Edge eliminating 13th. And now it's keep our eyes on our focus here for a second. Greg, that's gonna be a flash phone over. Should be able to get a good peek off of it. He does. Finds the flush in the end of it. Danimon. I'm not sure how Greg killed Danimon, but that happened too. He's gonna go down. Now becomes over. And honestly, I don't think there's any more in it for Fenerbahce. Because look at this shift. That is, that's El Pozo. And I guess now everyone has... to be fair, for the sake of everyone, this is the best circle we could get. Because everyone can crash El Pozo.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of space on that west side. I mean, crossing that field is notoriously difficult. Actually, Liquid, last remnants of Liquid, actually going to send it straight down the main street into Pozo here. Going to try and get into the high rise. Taking a lot of damage. Anonymous holding on. Send a little bit of utility out. Misa actually finds Ibby. Just leaves Clip, and the headshot is good from Anonymous. Liquid will go out in 11th place. Again, I'm surprised they made it that far down the road, to be honest with you, but they get held at the final hurdle. Marco!
Oh, one bullet. And off was the head of Perfectix. Damn.
The observers didn't let me down yesterday, but I'm calling for another replay on that one if we got it. They did not let us down yesterday with a thank you.
Well, there they are. Oh. It's one of those, he didn't even expect to get it. You can see him zoom out, start reloading. You're like, well, nothing happened. And then when he watches, like, wait, I knocked him with that last bullet? Oh, how convenient. Here comes Lou, perfect camera angle. Buggy flying on in as they try to get the res up. Code Marco tries to go see if he can get a second one. But I'm loving the fact that he's kind of looking to both sides there because he knows that is not a free flush. Like, you don't just run out in the open there and start shooting. There will be people trying to take you out in the meantime. And unfortunately, probably expected that to happen. He will lose the point there.
Northern Lights getting into the previous setup from Liquid. Catch on with this. Yeah, that was that fantastic nade from Uber. Pinpoint accuracy. Uber's
too.
Yeah, Uber's just been so good. Again, he's always good, but the last few days in particular is just been so impressive to watch him play again.
It's a very, very talented player. Always has been and probably will keep being for, well, the entire duration of his playing career. Shift W now in trouble, trying to make their way into the city, not succeeding to the best of their abilities. Chris will be the only one left alive in between two teams. In the meantime, Fenerbahce down towards the south. I really love the fact that Batulan stayed up on the hillside. He tried to pressure them, not to crash over towards his teammates. Chris will fall. Vanti will find the kill, but I like the fact that Batulan stayed up on the hillside to really try and kind of dictate and force Fenerbahce into the direction he saw fit, which was obviously away from where both Lou and Spiro were proned out.
And a little bit of peace and quiet for the time being. I'm just looking now. Wildcats are going to be able to get themselves a decent-ish spot as long as they don't get punished too hard by the Rangers coming in, but they do have vehicles. Besto going to find Spiro at distance. That's inside this dip. Na'Vi looking to flex out and try and take as many off angles, or I guess as many open angles into the circle from the south side. And next shift, oh my god.
This is so bad. Game! Haven't we done them dirty enough? There's nothing left but filth in these circles. It's just all cruelty. Every single shift forces players to do rotations that are practically impossible. And to be fair, I mean, by the end of this tournament, they're all going to be play tested to such an extent that nothing is going to be difficult anymore. They will have tried all of them.
This is actually a big move from Tab here. He's got eyes towards Pozo right now, but you can see the way Na'Vi are trying to smother Fenerbahce inside this field. And a wide split, again, opting to play this area. They're looking for kill points. You see, she created, I see an Orman play over there. That's what we love to see. And the fact that he's got the Orm, and again, this circle has now gifted him this kind of perch, this overlook spot on the side of that. Orange, how do you win that? How do you win that?
There's more of a Mr. Setter. How did you lose that? because I feel like it should have been one on his part, but unfortunately for him, didn't quite happen. Texas Rangers still up towards the north, trying to wrap around. Here comes Tap. Well, that's a drive-by. Riddle falls as well. Fenerbahce humiliated in the fields as Na'Vi take full control. The fight isn't quite over yet, though, as you can see. I mean, they're in a tough spot, regardless of them getting 2 kills and a few hay bales to sit around. It's not an easy spot to play from, but all they can really do now is kind of just hope that the circles keep shifting out of the city, because as long as DA and really anyone has that elevated position up above them, there's not a whole lot they can do, if anything, while down in that position.
This is actually huge here. Na'Vi trying to play out of LOS of Pogo. Smash actually going to flex out and find Spyro. The Tab's actually going to get behind enemy lines here. You can see he's going to try and push up. That flash could be good. Northern Lights kind of forced back into this dip. Na'Vi on 7 kills, looking to make it a quick 9, actually, possibly. Tab first spray is no good. He's going to catch a little bit of a team flash, but it's just a matter of time. They're sitting ducks in this dip. Lou going to fall first. Pyro bleeds out. Batula's the last man standing. Orange going to find the headshot. Northern Lights will fall in 8th place. So a calculated push from Na'Vi to take control of this ridge line outside Pozo.
That was really the purpose of the way that they split themselves up, right? They needed to get so many different angles on that position, because it was pretty, I mean, to be fair, that dip with the vehicles positioned, it was a good 45 position from Northern Lights, but Na'Vi doing well in splitting out and taking full control of the field. And I mean, as you said before, kind of smothering and just coming in from all sides and really denying any opportunities from Northern Lights. They now have full control of the south. Let's see if they get blessed with the circle here.
Well, I just love that. The way Senya is able to kind of just be the puppeteer in that situation, sit back, call the shots, set that push up perfectly for them. And again, the dips are great, but I mean, when somebody's able to pressure you back into that dip and you can't peek out and kind of take the, I guess, the first step in that engagement, Na'Vi are just going to run over you every day of the week.
Yeah, now let's see if they get to stay alive with this position. It's really only, I want to say, Wildcats that have a chance of preventing them from doing anything. I would think that the Tap is going to try and see if he can get up to the shack, because if they can get control of that, they should be able to hold out both Wildcats and the Texas Rangers, to be fair, from the circle. But seems like Pancho has other plans. He's going to go up for the dip above the shack, try and see if he can get himself into a spot where he can keep the vehicles safe on the buggy, and should be able to do so from here. She created now knows there's an opponent just on the other side. There's also a crate. That's convenient. Not sure if you're going to get it. Lament in the meantime takes the fight to the guys up north. He's going to find one, but PSD force a return. Solid nade comes in.
That's the Pancho. There's Dogfanger right next to She Created. I'm hoping that he doesn't get the knock on Levent, because there's a player right above him. You can see She Created actually allowing his teammate to get knocked there. A little bit unfortunate. He's going to peek over the top. But he wins that 1v1.
Good hold there. She Created gaining space. Yeah, I mean, impressive by She Created to be allowed to stay alive. Pancho should have had him, I want to say, pretty dead to rights there, but no, not quite the case. Wildcats will stay alive with 3. They still need to make their way inside the circle. So does the Sauna boys. See them on your screen here. They're trying to rev forward. That's a reversing 2-wheel pickup truck. And they're alive. Is it a 1-wheel pickup truck?
No, it's still got 2.
It's still got 2 wheels. That's all you need. You can't
drive
drive that fast anyway. Run! Run! I was gonna say it's pretty useful that it can't go any faster because of the way that the wheels were like just kind of slowing it down, but then it gained a little bit of speed, made it difficult. There's still a pretty long run, unfortunately, down towards that wizard, or I should say shack that they can go to. Na'Vi, you can see Senya peeked over the top as soon as he did that. There were Sauna Boys players over the top ready to shoot, so dangerous peek for them to try and make. And now, Sauna Boys, well, do they aggress on DA or do they not? It's up to them, but they need to get around here somehow.
Yeah, Pull-Up actually opting to wrap out to the north side. They got a lot of terrain on the left side of the screen. You can see where Vanti's pulled into. This is going to allow them to see the next circle pop. Another AWM in play. See Vanti with 1. She Created, I think, probably down to about 2 bullets now, unfortunately. So maybe not going to see a bolty 1v1. And oh my god, the shift is perfect for that spot. The Pull-Up have just moved to. DA still maintaining this split, which is interesting. Hopefully they don't get punished too hard by this 4-man of Sauna Boys now on the backside of the red brick.
I don't see how they couldn't be punished, but then again, I also saw Code Marco get an absurd 1v3 with iron sights 2 days ago. So you never know what to expect with Thralius. Good angle there, even better angle for Smash Fights 1.2, but Thralius finds the third, and that's gonna be all of them. No, there's still one alive. Nuki trying to stay put, the perfect crossfire set up by DA, absolutely controlling the push that Sonnerboys tried to make. Mithralis wants to get the kill, wants to get rid of them. And gotta say, I mean, they played it perfect. Mithralis comes out, draws the attention. Smash was just a turret setting up at the first floor, taking them down.
What a fantastic setup from DA. I mean, that's the way you maintain there with a decent setup like that. Code Marco going to force Orange off that angle. No damage coming onto the buggy as they cross over. Nuki now. Not many options here. He's got to try and find an entry here. He's going to run into line of sight of Na'Vi as soon as he turns this corner here. I think he may be just opting to deny. We could get around this side, stick a first aid kit, but DA are going to have great sight lines into the front side of this red brick. What a fantastic hold from DA.
Really impressive. Such a smart decision making too. They knew exactly where to expect them from. A Smash just set it up perfectly. Mithralius, draw the attention, get them to look to your side, and as soon as they get in the door, I'm just going to unleash all kinds of hell on them, and we get the kills. Fortunately for them, they didn't get Nuki down, which they probably will, but it's still, they're spending time looking for this solo player, and they would much rather, I'm sure, try to spread out maybe and get some control over what's happening towards the east.
It's actually Orange that finds it from distance. That'll be Na'Vi putting another one on the board for them. BSD still with the Orm. The Tab going to find him, but Ben's actually picking up the Tab. Actually, it's DA that are going to pick up both of those kill points. The Tab and BSD get flushed out. Marco will find she created as well. That is the Wildcats out in 4th place. So 3 teams remain. DA pull up and the duo from Na'Vi.
How many players can you fit behind one tree? The answer is 0. Because they both went down. Unfortunate. Also, when you're in that position, like you're in the only elevated spot that every player alive in the game can see, and there's just no way you're getting the cover you need with just one tree there, unfortunately. I like, as you said, I mean, I like how Pull Up played this. They knew they had to commit to the city early, but once they realized, wait, it might not actually end there, they wrapped north around and tried to get into a good position out in the fields above. And now, as you can see here, I mean, there's only 3 players in the circle, and they have all got Pull-Up team names on them. So they're going to be in a position where, unless if DA and Na'Vi really pull off something amazing here, it should be Pull-Up's game to lose. I mean, yes, there might be smokes, and you can see 6 mollies, oh my god, for Orange as well, but he doesn't have the cover he needs if he tries to make that run forward.
Indeed, at this stage of the game, the options are definitely slimmed down. DA now, though, I mean, they're going to be forced first, and Na'Vi, I think, have a little bit of space to move northeast to this position we see Orange in. Will they be able to pull off any more miracles? Marco actually going to find Luki on the way in. That's actually a huge kill. DA up to 10 now.
That was the flank. Keep in mind as well, guys, last game, Na'Vi and DA fought for 1st and 2nd place. They have had 2 very, very, very solid games in a row. Best of luck trying to do damage. I'm loving what we're seeing from Pull Up now. They don't have to fight the guys. They just force them to fight each other and try and third-party all of it. But as I say that, Code Marco finds Spence. You cannot lose players here, guys. If you're Pull Up, you need to force them away. Best of luck is trying to wrap forward. Knows there's people in front. Gonna try to let the blue deal with it, but no, it's gonna be DA. They're striking once more. 12 kills for them so far, and they have a chance to push on this one. Code Marco finds Fancy. It's just Creator left alive. He's gonna get the first one, but there's still 3 more Turkish players to deal with. This is going to be absolutely horrible. Flashes being thrown, everything being thrown forward. DA are storming in. They want the kills, and they are gonna get them. 15 kills and a chicken dinner for DA. They went to the city early and they cleared out every last player there. Wow, what a game.
What a fantastic game from DA. I mean, just holding on to that position, that 2-2 split again, not losing anybody in that situation, but also that's Pull Up's game to lose. The fact that DA have to charge out the car park there, they should have just played time, wait for the utility to die down, wait for them to get into it with Na'Vi, and then capitalize on that situation. But DA absolutely flipping that on its head with some fantastic individual performances, Toby.
They had one player knocked on the tree. They tried to throw smoke to give him cover. That smoke ended up working against them because it's allowed for DA to just sprint out. But enough about us. Let's hop back towards the desk and see what they made of that great finish for Digital Athletics.
Digital Athletics, Domination Athletics, doesn't seem to matter. They come out with a big win. And honestly, my favorite part of the entire match, boys, was the complete and utter mowdown of the Sana boys as they tried to enter. What a game.
What a game indeed.
Go, Frost!
Okay, I'll go this time. What a game indeed. We saw, of course, they were the first team actually go into El Pozo and did that in Circle 2. They opted to do that split on the east side. They knew if we're gonna go into the into the town, into El Pozo, this is gonna be the best side to take. We're gonna be able to get out of here if we need to, but also we can have a lot of control. We can have a good split, which they held out very good. And of course, they showed us that against Sana boys when Smash and Mitralius was just holding them out. It was basically just those two guys against the whole Sana boys. And Sana boys, they didn't play too bad either before that. We saw them as one of the 3 teams that went into El Pozo in Circle 2, actually. And I mean, they did get a few kills. I think they had 6 on the board for this game, but that's not going to be enough when you get into El Pozo that early and you know that you have a few kills. They ended this game on a 5th place. I would rather see them get like a 2nd or 3rd place, being able to play inside El Pozo, because if the circles are coming to you, you can't sack the whole game because you went there early.
You know what I'm most sad about is that the part that it shrank, the shrink went away from El Pozo. It went to the east. I was actually screaming, no! I wanted to go into El Pozo. I wanted to end there. I was looking forward to an urban ending, but no. But I will say, though, I was expecting pull up. This one, oh my god. Barrel, 1, 2, the headshot as well. One more headshot as well. It was 3 headshots on the guys coming in there. Literally so good. So well played by Metralias and Smash. Smash actually managed to get 2 of the knocks there, but it was just so well executed by these guys. The setup was just real for them.
Oh, yeah, that was a really good setup. But also, like, if you look at the whole game, though, we saw, of course, that the circle went out in the field pretty early on. But we had so many teams that tried to take field positions early on in the game. You had Omaki, you had Liquid, you had Fenerbahce. All these teams tried to take a position in the field when it was basically center on Circle 3. First of all, you're going to sack all your vehicles. You're not going to get out of there. And I mean, everyone's going to be shooting at you. You're never going to survive that when you go in that early. What you need to do is what Navi did. They played that super late, and when they knew there's only one other team out there right now, now's when we start putting the pressure on the teams out there, and we'll take them out. Then we have the full control. And with that, of course, they got themselves a lot of kills.
DA coming out on top with 25 big points. Navi with 15, almost with the back-to-back. Pull-up, who honestly, Martin, I thought was going to win this thing, ends up in 3rd overall.
They executed their name in perfection. They did a pull-up and the dips on the outside. They were holding the west side for a long time. And I actually really liked that execution, but they didn't manage to hold it down in the smokes. And the play that the boys from Digital Athletics they were able to do was just so well played. Orange and Code Marco on 6 kills each. That is amazing.
Well, that's what happens when you've got a barrel trained on a doorway. My heart goes out to Nookie, who, just watched 3 men die and sat there and went, well, guess that's my game. Damage top 5. Orange at 800. Code Marco at 800. Below that, everyone doing great. But 3 players from Digital Athletics. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Spam it in chat. Give some hype to DA. I know we do it even when they're doing badly. Let's give it to them now because, honestly, they played that great. Can't take anything away from it.
I mean, that's what we expect. That's what we expect from a team like this DA lineup here. We expect much more, of course, than they've shown us so far. I mean, currently they're not in a bad position overall. So I'm just gonna be happy to watch them continue this kind of run and just keep on mowing people over.
We'll see if they can continue it in game number 3, which is coming up in just a few minutes. But until then, don't go anywhere, or maybe grab a quick drink. We got a little video pack for you, and then we'll be right back. We're back after a smashing performance by Digital Athletics. They were ahead of the game big time in that last match. Let's talk a little more about it. You know, we've seen great performance from them. DA was coming in today before that cutoff line, Martin. It seems like they will have very few issues making it to the top 16 for the grand finals.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're definitely already topping a good spot here. They're getting a 8th places jump from this, like 113 points. I will say at this point they're very much securing themselves the top 16 spot here. Sitting in 9th already is very impressive.
Yeah, totally. But you also got to look at how they've been playing today. The first game, they were sitting in that shack, right? They got themselves a 2nd place of 4 kills. Not too many kills, but still those placement points. And now in the last game, that win with 15 kills, that is an amazing start. But it's also pretty interesting because they're still not topping the leaderboard for today so far with that one. It's actually Na'Vi that we saw winning the first game, of course, with 11 kills, and now in the last game here, 3rd place with 10 kills. And I gotta say, Na'Vi looks hotter than DA, even though we saw DA winning this game with 15 kills.
Well, you heard it here, DA fans. Frost thinks that Na'Vi looks better. Let's see how you feel about that. Let's also talk about Sana Boys and Fenerbahce. Both of these teams are on their last day, Martin, and they've got to hit minimum that 120 cutoff point that we're kind of thinking may be where the finals are. Sana's close, but Fenerbahce really dropped the ball in the last match.
Yeah, they did. But, I mean, 93 points, they can still make it. Like, with a win, they're straight into the 100 and some. And then they'll be fine. I feel like it's gonna be super interesting for this one here. Like Liquid is gonna make it in for sure. I would say with this, like after all, what Pull-Up's performance with that one, a 2nd place, sure, but they're still in 49 points. So after all, let's just count here. After all, Pull-Up 303 Texas Rangers win streak, right? That's 5. I feel like it's guaranteed out at this point. Then you have 3 more that is gonna go out. Could be Ratio Edge, could be Fenerbahce. Could be Istanbul Wildcats if they don't step up, and Apex as well if they don't step up. So like it's gonna be super close here. I feel like the guys on the on the left side at this point, they're pretty much safe with their performances so far.
Froz, let's give you a little chance for regional redemption. Istanbul Wildcats, can they make it? What do they need to accomplish in the next 4 games? Because this is the last day for them.
They definitely need a win, I'd say. If not a win, they're gonna need a very high kill count to be able to grab a lot of points. Like, what they've gotten so far is 11 points in 2 games, which is something like normally you would say, hey, that's not too bad. But right now, 11 points this long into the tournament, they should have gone even more before that. Then it would work out with 11 points. But right now, it's not acceptable. They need way more than that. And they need to stop fragging out. They need to stop playing too turtle-ish and try to just take a comp out. They need to be more proactive. They need to start look for those kills. Because we saw in the last game there how they were playing on the east side. And basically, I mean, they were in a fight with Texas Rangers for quite some time. And they lost one player to NLT, I think it was, that, or someone else, I don't remember who it was, that drove up to them on the hill there. But that kind of stuff can't happen if they want to get these kind of points coming up in the last few games here.
You know, you mentioned Texas Rangers, and I do want to give them a shout out. Yes, they are in 21st place still. However, in 2 games, they've gotten 11 points, which is better than their entire day 1, almost as good as their day 2, and honestly pretty close to their day 3. So I do want to encourage a team that's trying to sort of build themselves up that they're having a decent day, Martin. Final thoughts before we jump into the game?
I want to see Na'Vi continue to rack up this many points here. Like, they're already in 36. If they can continue this, they could potentially beat FaZe Clan's 81 day.
All right, well, the plane is in the air, and I know what y'all care about. It is the game. Let's get into it right now with your casters. It is Hypoc and Toby.
Thank you so much, Tavis. And yes, it's gonna be good. I love these scents that that Tavis gave. I remember when I was on the desk and he gave them to Pan Teams. I was like, one day, I want to have Toffees. Like, throw one of those to me, and he just said no. So thank you, Toffees. Thank you. I love the energy and all the enthusiasm in the prep sport, and then we completely stop it and talk, chill. That's
then we talk at this tone for a minute and a half.
Then we ASMR it a little bit afterwards, just to completely wreck all the energy that was just committed to that amazing set. But thank you, Tobias. We are ready, and the viewers hopefully are as well after having just watched DA 2 games in a row now in very different fashion. Have 2 very good games, of course. Navi, we can't undermine how well they did as well. But to me, I think there's a bigger story in seeing DA succeed than there is in seeing Navi, because Navi, we know, do this for a living, succeed that is, and DA have had their ups and downs. I mean, I'm looking back towards PCS2. They didn't qualify for the grand finals. They fell just behind, actually, just a few points behind Istanbul Wildcats in 17th. This tournament, to me, I mean, yes, I know Code Marco is there too now, but just overall, this is a whole different DA we're seeing.
It is indeed, and I mean, Marco's just been a player that has continued to impress. I mean, I think back to that little 3-piece he picked up against, was it Northern Lights up at the crazy game, Thursday game 6. And I mean, that's not the only time we've seen him really pop off. It's been really, really amazing to watch. And again, you know, to kind of shake off that DA stigma, you know, the DA legacy that everyone knows so well. But it's good. They're definitely building momentum. And I think we're seeing them in different circumstances that we would usually see DA in. I mean, that last game, that 2-2 split, the setup and the bait in for Smash to kind of, like you said, just act as a turret on the second floor of that building was just that's a really, really good setup. And you can tell that they've kind of thought about that before it's obviously happened. And like I said, it's good to see. It's always good to see a duo take down a team.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, they played it smart. They smoked off the right door, pretty much forcing Sauna Boys to go through the left one, and they raked them forward. So let's see, Callum. I don't see any guns in his position. I am assuming that he just tucked them away to loot faster. Yep, there is both a Scar and an SLR. But wait, did he get him to the outside? Oh, watch out! Oh, that's fortunate. That is so lucky that it's the that it's the SKS coming around now. He's going to be up against. Oh, okay, never mind. There comes the double peek. I didn't see Benz just behind him there, but the kill comes in. Calendar falls on a budget off to a tough start and pull up. Just to go away from what I was talking about before, Hypuck, pull up. They have had a good game last game, and is this the game where we really see them go in the air?
Do you really think they had that good a game last game outside of the placement?
It's that's what I'm saying. It's a game where I feel like the decisions that were made, other than the last fight, and yes, they probably should have won the game had they played it better there. But other than the end of it, I think what they did to get to the spot they ended up being in was really well played. Because they were they were in the cluster. They were in the cluster in the city with everyone else. And yes, it only in the end of it became a 9-point game with just 3 kills there. But it's what got them there. I mean, there's a whole separate discussion to be made about being able to close out games. I don't think pull-up is at a point yet where that should be their main worry, because they need to get to late game first, and that they did in that game. And Mert, what the hell are you doing?
This is... I mean, we talked about this last game. Ibby's actually still in casino. Mert's just caught wind of Liquid rotating out, but now Ibby's got to be careful, because DA... spotting that rotation, they're probably going to slow things down a bit. Ibby's now in his Murado. I think he's maybe going to try and nip out the west side of Ricardo.
Oh, they heard him.
Yeah, they've got to have heard him. They've got to have heard him.
Yeah, they saw it. Wait, is he coming back around that way? Oh, he is actually. Ibby's coming back that round away. Should be safe though. He should be all kinds of safe. But please continue. Please continue on pull up, because I think that's an interesting discussion point, because it is one of those teams that we haven't seen. And while we wanted to discuss that, let's just put on some Benny Hill and watch this chase go down.
I mean, here comes the feed swap.
This is, I'm telling you, this is DA with confidence. This is, look at them smile. Look at the smiles on Code Marco's face. This is a confident DA. Are they trying to stop the vehicle? Watch out! There's a rogue vehicle drive. It's like a James Bond car. Someone's remote controlly driving it. The other guy now is going to try and hop over to Schofield. That's probably going to lose death. Hello. Unfortunate.
Oh, Shift W's woes continue. That is them going down to 2, not 3. But yeah, just coming back to the pull-up thing. I mean, the way I see it, if you can arguably survive the harder aspect of a game, which is obviously making it to Circle 4 in Pozo, surviving, you know, the onslaught of teams coming in and crashing, to then get that Circle 7 shift after they've repositioned out to the north. In my eyes, you've done the hard work. It might sound, you know, as a little bit of a cop-out that, you know, as a 4-man strong DA, and again, the way they're playing, it's definitely no easy task, but in my eyes, it's the closing out games that really is the kind of seal of approval, the stamp of approval of a team that's performing well. And positionally, I don't think there's any reason they should have lost that. DA had to come out to them.
Yeah.
All they needed to do was wait out the utility. I mean, ultimately, they allowed DA to come out into utility range to get some nade damage on them initially, but DA was still dealing with Na'Vi. There's no reason Pull-Up had to overinvest in that initial contact.
I think we can both safely say that there were many ways where Pull-Up could have won that game, and they opted to go for another option that didn't include that happening. But again, you live and you learn. It's not oftentimes Pull-Up has been in a late game situation like that against that high caliber team. So hopefully next time we see them in a situation similar, they'll be able to make some more of it. Now let's see FaZe Clan wrapping East around. I don't know if they saw after all. If they didn't, they probably will, because they should, like, if you draw the lines up, they should be meeting them on the other side of Impala, down in your bottom right corner. Unless if after all aren't satisfied with the loot and they will stop looting. I wouldn't expect that to happen though.
No, I mean, the timing is going to be actually perfect for FaZe to kind of isolate Gusia here. If he keeps going, this could be really, really tricky. He's actually going to hop out of the vehicle. I think he hears the rotation nearby.
He heard them.
Yeah. Open up a little bit. That's lucky. If Gusia carried on going there, FaZe were going to be able to get in between after mid-rotation and potentially put a stop on this. I mean, if you're honking the horn in rotation here, that means you're only interested in one thing. Oh no, Hibarko's in a bus. Oh no, they could actually bully Hibarko.
But he's stopping. What? Hello, Goose? This ain't the play, bro. Get the hell away from there. They're coming for you. FaZe Clan are not to be toyed with like this. They will take the fight to you. To be fair, they might just have pushed them into a really tough situation. Danimon, you need to hit these shots. Hibarko is going to be the one to fall. There should be a knocked FaZe Clan player. Now there is. There's not one, there's two. Danimon playing a pivotal role from the hilltop.
Fuzz going to knock Grag with that nade, but Gustav an 8 seat did fall in the mix. But now that they've dealt with the two members, I mean, Gusia had to pull away because he was on the 2-seater. He couldn't stay close by here. Danimon up on the hillside. It looks like FaZe are going to be able to recover from this with relative ease, to be honest with you. I mean, that second shot from Danimon was like through the window, literally thread the needle through the window. Fantastic shot, but FaZe absolutely coming back. Danimon's actually going to pull up onto this. What are you doing, dude? Get out of there.
Either you get the flushes from above or you get the hell out and kind of cut your losses. It seems like they can't come to terms with getting two FaZe players knocked and then end up going down. Is he gonna throw Molly from 800 kilometers away? I hope that's not even gonna be an attempt. Oh, that was an 8, I guess. Wasted utility. But they're committing for now in what they should be aware is a 2v4 at this point. Danny now in a vehicle. So is Goose, and yeah, just get the hell out of there. There's no reason for you to stick around, and well, seems to me like this game is gonna end on Shift W and DA, and they're both sitting pretty center right now. Unfortunately for Shift W, they lost a player earlier, and they were only, as we know, 3 guys coming into the game because Brexco is having some issues. But hopefully for the team, they'll be able to get things going. Look at that first knock comes in, second one, boom. Oh, so well connected onto him. And he knew H was like, what? Did he actually hit me from up there? There's no way in hell that just happened. It did. Fortunately, H gets to live for the scare.
Dude, this is it's great. We see some great FaZe webcam reactions in the last couple of days. I was thinking back to that nade yesterday. I don't know if you managed to see that clip, but it was absolutely fantastic seeing Gustav's reaction.
There is some magic in having those webcams available at all times, because you will catch players doing like in their purest when they react to certain things happening.
No filter.
Exactly. James, well, there's no field on that money. They're just gonna fall.
Shiv actually yoinking it away. That's always the most frustrating kill point to lose when it's on your doorstep.
Yeah.
And somebody from 400 meters away just hits that last mini tap. I was talking to Vard about that still being his one main frustration with the point scoring in PUBG, and I know HC giving Fuzzface a little helping hand, but just coming back, Vard, obviously, I mean, he was hitting me with the stats the other day just about how many kills TSM have stolen.
Yeah.
It's a high number.
How many they've
Toby,
stolen from others?
No, how many they have stolen from them.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, that's as weird as it sounds, that is something that certain players are extremely good at in the game, and you don't really see it. But then when you see, wait, this guy has 19 kills and 800 damage. How does that work? And then you realize, oh, he just yoinks people all over the place. But to be fair, I mean, the point's a point. And if you're really good at it, that's actually, I kind of feel like FaZe does this a lot. They position themselves in areas where they're not being contested, like they're not in at threat at any point, but they have the opportunity. I mean, Upa with the mini, perfect example. They have an opportunity to really third-party engage in everything. And what's better than getting points that doesn't cost you anything? Like, there's no risk involved in it, right? Just free points, essentially. And I feel like FaZe are really, really good when it comes to positioning yourself to try and get like risk-free points coming your way.
Yeah, I think another two good examples. Obviously, Na'Vi with their obviously tried and tested edge strat, they were always in a position to kind of clean up in terms of being 400 or 500 meters away on the edge of the circle. A fight kicks out in the middle at a compound, they can send shots in with absolutely no risk. And again, Omacan to an extent, the way they sometimes position in circles, they're in kind of hot spots that they have great sight lines from, and I mean, similar situation, they can just put shots in with no risk of being punished for it.
Let's see if that's going to be an opportunity for any of these teams coming in from the east. Now, this is going to be a little clustered. Liquid, in the meantime, going to wrap their way up the middle. It's only Clip and Mexi left alive. Clip trying to stay alive, but it ain't going to happen. He's going to fall to Shiv's mini. Let's see if anyone will be able to steal a point away. I wouldn't expect so. And Mexi now will try and drive off into the abyss. Stay alive here. And I mean, to be honest, Team Liquid sitting in 17th right now. I know they're not done playing yet, but they're in trouble. Fuzzface just got knocked by the blue. I believe that's got something to do with the Wildcats out towards the east. It's going to be hard to get him back on his feet, though. They got a knock, and now let's see here. Wildcats trying to hold off the FaZe Clan rotation coming into the circle. And to be fair, they desperately need some points here, the Wildcats players.
They do indeed, but we're going to see how well FaZe can recover from any team trying to gatekeep them. AC putting some good shots down. It's actually Gustav going to land the last one. The vent will fall. Immediate flush coming through.
They're just BMing a little. Fair enough. Let's watch this naked man crawl across the street. That's a good tax across the smoke. Finds one. And the thing is, I mean, that's what I was saying. Wildcats, they're in desperate need of points here. They need good games going their way. Sitting in 18th right now, having a hard time. Liquid, equally so, but I'm probably, I'm not assuming to see Mexi stay alive for a whole lot longer in this game. Nope, he will fall. Liquid out in 16th place. FaZe that do get to stay alive for now. There's just two left alive on the other side. It's Rupture, and it is She Created. She Created is down. It's phase 3. That's a risky rest. You can go for it. You can get it too. But as you can see here, FaZe are currently trying to sheep herd you into the danger zone.
Yeah, 18 Gustav just need to break line of sight here. Come down. Shift W actually going to fall in the kill feed to D8. We know that was obviously not too far away from where they dealt with Mexi. FaZe
that's huge.
Going to carry on now. I think actually, yeah, he can get this res off, but again, once it closes, it does. This is the one that kind of steps up a little bit before phase 5. Phase 5 is obviously the one that's notoriously difficult.
Yeah.
Can't bandage past phase 4 once it closes. I'm pretty sure that's still the case, right?
Yep. Same as always. This is huge for DA, though. I know we're currently looking down towards FaZe and Apex, and understandably so. But the fight that just happened between the two remaining players from Shift W and DA, they pushed across the road DA towards that west side compound, and because they opted to play that greedy and aggressive, they have just claimed like all real estate in this circle. Let's see if they're going to be blessed with the next one going their way as well. No. Okay, it's going to shift north. They're still in, but that is a really, really smart like adaptation play on the fly from DA to call that there was only a few players over there. They wiped them up, and you can see it in that south center spot. Had the circle gone in their direction, oh my lord, that would have been amazing for them.
And FaZe actually recovering well from it. A second attempt at gatekeeping. They're going to actually get themselves into a nice little spot on the southeast side. You can see a couple of traces getting sent their way, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to break LOS. Sauna boys centering up here. Got a lot of teams outside on the south side here, Toby, that, I mean, you can't squeeze them into the space that's in here. There's loads of open area on the north side, but getting there at this stage of the game is going to be very difficult.
That's the issue, right? I mean, the circle's going to start closing in 5 seconds, so with every second that passes, you're going to have even less space to move around. The only team right now is actually Na'Vi. I'm glad we're seeing them on the screen. They're the only ones that are really trying to wrap around and play this one in from the north. They know it's going to be quiet up there, and again, it suits the Na'Vi style of, as long as we're 4 alive in phase 6, we win those. Like, we win. And I think that's what they're playing for right now. Wrap far north around, coming from Cruz del Valle, and let everyone fight their way through from the south. You're going to have a much better chance of really getting things going your way in the late game. Let's see now, though. Northern Lights and Ratio Edge. It's going to go down, and it's going to go down now.
Actually, yeah, Shiv finding the opening. Batulians will forward. Doozy gets confirmed out as well. So, trading back and forth. Lou will find Shiv. That puts the upper hand. Northern Lights, you got to... Lou's going to find a second, actually. Udir falls. Monkey half HP. Shiv bleeding out in the roadside. Perfectix in a really disgusting off angle there. Now it's all on Monkey. What, Lou just knocked Vanti elsewhere with the Orm. What?
Yeah. Elsewhere on the map. Finds him. Takes him down. And in the midst of all that, they will get the kills on Ratio Edge 2. Yet another team who needs to get things going their way. Yes, they had themselves 2 wins in a row in this lobby on Erangel. But it wasn't the confident, dominant Ratio Edge wins that we've seen them be able to do before. I want to see something new from Ratio Edge. So I don't know. Maybe it's about time they go back to the drawing board and look to maybe change up some strats. Because even though, yes, they'll probably qualify for the finals here, we're really far from seeing the successful Ratio Edge we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at it, day 1, 20 odd points. Day 2, they doubled up, and it was like 40 odd points. And then they kind of slipped back to the low 30s, I'm pretty sure, on their third attempt. But it's definitely something. I mean, we just don't see them getting into good spots. Quite often we see them kind of, their hand is forced. They have to pull up on a compound or something, as we just saw there.
Well, let's see now. Dynamite over the top, low on HP, trying to hold up on his own. Omargan is actually coming into this exact spot too. That could be danger. 2 guys on a bike has to turn around. Texas Rangers got eyes on, and I don't think you want to commit too hard to anything here if you're Omargan. Especially not 2 guys on a bike. You want to just wait out and see that next circle and see if you're going to have to make a move there.
Yeah, Perfectix actually getting involved, making it a little bit easier for pull up here. Gonna get the knock onto Schofield. Gotta argue and been the star player for the Fenerbahce guys. Mr. Sadat down super low here. Riddle gets knocked to the blue as well. It's all falling apart for Fenerbahce.
Will be able to hold off. Finds one more. Fenerbahce are out. Out they go in 12th place as we're closing into placement point numbers. Omargan, well, they had to commit at some point. Now they do. Trying to drive their way forward. Gems will fall instantly. The remaining 2 players trying to get away from there, but they're currently caught in between 3 teams, and it's not looking good.
Pink Pony looking to come and get involved. Vasco actually going to find Uber there. That's pretty huge for him. Page taking the fight towards Pink Pony on the other side, but Page gets knocked at distance from TTSN. It's all kicking off now. Vasco going to find a second one. Gustav will fall 80, the last man standing for Fades now. Vasco down to just a lick of HP, 1 HP, going to get the first aid, get off. The nade comes through though. Does a little bit of damage, and the Rangers trying to capitalize on this fight.
What I meant to say was it's not looking good for the other guy. He actually did get to throw a nade before he went down. Let's see if that's going to do any damage. I'm looking at the kill feed. No, nothing comes through with it. Omargan will fall. Yeah, Omargan will fall in the end of it. Faceline gets to stay alive in a... Well, I mean, in terms of where on the map you are, it's a pretty decent spot. But as you can see here, they're practically visible to everyone else right now. So it's really damn dangerous and difficult to play around here. Tap finds one. The Na'Vi slaughter continues as they push their way further forward.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, even though the Rangers obviously had that kill feed information. They didn't opt to come and punish FaZe. They managed to get both reses off there and will keep 3 up to 5 kills now. And again, their next task really is just living out this next circle. They don't really have anywhere to go to.
No, they need to take the fight to Northern Lights or try and back off to the north. The issue is that should they want to go in that direction, then they have Sauna Boys all over the place. So you have to, I mean, you got to pick one fight. Senya like this, try to cross the road, see if he can get himself into a better position. I think they heard him leaving, which makes it easy. Look at DA now. They're third partying on this one. 2 down already. They help out Na'Vi. Both DA and Na'Vi come up to great starts today. And so far, it seems that's going to continue, at least for now. Yes, they fall. It's actually only going to be DA players to really get piece of that pie. Down they go. Metralius falls in the end of it as well. As Na'Vi says, Spasiba, let's take the fight across the street.
Yeah, Besto got to stick a couple of first aid kits, live through this one, but this one tickles. You can see how quickly his health bar on the left side of the screen is going down. He's going to be pulling into the circle. Not even sure if he's going to make it in. He's got a first aid kit again before he gets in, I'm pretty sure. No, Besto going to get plucked out. Mert finds that one. Actually, Sakura going to steal it away. DA up to 5 kills now.
I mean, if there's a game that could qualify Sauna Boys, this is your game. The thing is, they can't just sit up there. They cannot just sit up there and get a potential 10-point game off of a win. They need kills to boot it. They are currently sitting, I come into this game, they're sitting, I believe, just over, like, in and around the 100 cups, but they, yeah, 101 coming into this game, but they want to play it safe. They don't want to sit tomorrow and be like, oh, did we get enough? Oh, did we get enough? You really need to farm at the end of this game. Once everyone with this circle closing in are going to be forced to make that run down the ridge towards them, they need to be ready with their guns.
Look at the kills on left.
Yeah, pretty decent.
That's when you don't want to lose the man that gets up to 5 kills and then goes out early. To be honest, all of these guys have been pulling their weight recently, and like I already said at the start of the game, it's been so awesome to watch them stepping up.
For sure, couldn't agree more. It's been a good journey getting DA back in the mix because they were kind of lackluster. To be fair, for a little while they failed to qualify for different tournaments. When they did, they didn't really live up to not the fans or their own expectations. Now let's see, she created, can't amount to anything as a solo there, unfortunately. The Texas Rangers get the better of him, and Texas Rangers as well, a team that if they want to have any chance whatsoever, they pretty much need to double their point total currently over the next 4 games.
Yeah, that's a huge task. HC got vision on anyway where he pulled up. Rangers don't have an awful lot of options. The initial tag comes through. They're going to trade damage back and forth. Marco lands a huge nade. That's anyway. He's going to fall. Now the Rangers need to try and regain from this position here. Uber actually going to find Marco now. You see DA kind of getting pressure from both angles here. The headshot is good though. Smash finds the second as well. TTSM will fall. I think that just leaves one man standing. There you go. HC finds the final tap there after a headshot came at distance. I'm going to be honest, on the top. I saw the little damage mark pop up there. FaZe will bail out DA, and for the time being, they will be able to coexist, but not for long. Uber over here looking for angles. Mert and Smash on the underside of this hill. I think we're going to see this one pop off earlier than expected.
Oh, but you don't have a vest anymore. It's greedy. If you go any further forward, I think that's why he knows. Like, he knows that that's where the line is essentially drawn. He cannot peek further forward. It's not for now. Making shots there to the shape the fight. He's going to fall. The lack of vest is not going to grant you any favors when you go up against the barrel. Mert finds AC as well. And just like that, DA again up in double-digit kills, and now a top 4 placement guaranteed. Holy cow. It's just they had DA written all over it. I mean, they've got to win this game. That's a win right there. Unless if Sauna Boys and unless if Pink Ponies can do enough to distract while Sauna Boys push forward, this game has to have DA written all over it.
I mean, this is
and that's what I'm
those...
talking about. Sauna Boys, 2 points.
Yeah. It's the compound curse. They just didn't get any early action with where this circle shifted through phase 2 and 3. They're committed to just holding on to what they have and nobody really diving towards that central position. Then you're going to hit a dirty little headshot there. Maybe try and get this kill before he falls. He does have the most ground to cover, and I think, yeah, just gonna opt to play spoiler potentially. He will go to the blue. Na'Vi 4th place, another good placement finish for them though.
For sure. Yeah, and kills with it as well. I mean, win 3rd and a 4th. Ain't gonna be no complaining about that at all. DA, will they get 2 more with a vehicle explosion here? It's on fire. It's gonna go exploding mode in just a short moment. Let's see, it will explode, but no damage being done. Code Marco on the side finds the first. Let's see if more kills will be coming their way as they get the flush on one. They should allow for a shift for Sonar Boys to push up, but now they know Vampire's position. He's over the top, up close, real damn close too. Smash is gonna fall, but they will get the kill in return. 12 kills and counting as oh my lord! Swapped. Oh wow! He just swap new target. Go. Start slaughtering again, and he does. What were you saying about the kills again? It looks so good when he just 5 on his own, and all of a sudden now they're just all out there harvesting. Damn.
The problem is, all the boys did make the most of that distraction from the other team pulling up. Now you can see they've been able to get some sort of ground on this circle. Again, it's not all wrapped up just yet. I mean, from this spot, Smash and Marco could definitely still win this game, Toby, if they play this right.
It's all about the next shift. Oh my lord, that was the only thing that DA did not want to see. I don't think they have vehicles. I don't think they've any more smokes, to be fair. They've been running in the open for quite a while. Oh, okay, Code Marco does have 4. But they need to land bangers. They need to land banger after banger if they want to be able to make the run down this hill. They cannot make that run as 2 with all of Sonar Boys looking and waiting for them. Need to land headshots. There's a tag. Not a headshot, no. Here comes the Cora. He's going to drive underneath, try and play a spoiler. The thing is, I mean, look at how spread they are. Look at how spread the Sonar Boys players are right now. It's good in terms of getting angles and getting a different approach, but if Misa falls, if they want to commit to get Misa back on his feet, that's where it becomes scary, because DA will try and punish that.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, they can't lose anybody on these extremities right now. I think DA are probably just going to try and wait it out. Marco actually found a little bit of damage onto Nookie. He's going to try and capitalize off those initial tags and move a little bit further forward. Sakura now needs to flex round onto the west side of this hill. Stop the push. Marco going to take a lot of damage, so he's going to fall. Now it could just be a matter of time for Smash.
Oh, so much damage coming in, but not enough to get the knock there. Smash in a 1v4 now should be unwinnable. He really needs to play his cards right in order to be able to gain like a... Oh, yeah. Oh, you can just do that. Drakaris, down he goes, throw some mollies, get it secured. They hurt him, they're looking for him, but it ain't gonna happen. They're gonna deny the point. Makes sense, they're both fighting for good spots here, but you gotta give it to DA. Solid performances 3 games in a row and getting a 12 kill, I believe. 2nd place there. Sonar Boys, though, on the other hand, quiet game, but when it came down to it, they knew when to push out. They did it, they locked down the win.
Yeah, that's got to be so frustrating as well when Sonar Boys are that desperate for points to have somebody deny with the molly at the end. But again, DA just going from strength to strength right now. Second, first, second on the day. Just really, really good stuff from them.
Really, really has been impressive to see them flourish over the course of the first 3 games. We'll see if that's going to continue when we head over to Rankle in just a few. Before that, let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say of that one.
Digital Athletics is on fire, boys, as they come out with a 2nd place finish and enjoy some Molotov death yet again. Good job, Sana boys. They really turned up the heat on Digital Athletics at the end there and steamed towards a victory. Froz, why don't you start us off on the highlights?
Oh my god. I guess DA, they heard me in the last segment we had calling them out that Nav was looking sharper than them, because DA, they are on fire, as you're saying right now. You can see that, like, every decision they take, how they, like, holding every team out on the edge there, how they're playing this so perfectly right now. And already in the start there, we saw how they went into Picado. They see that Ibis trying to get away. Ibis a little bit behind. They all 4 just drive next to him like, hey, what's up? And just shoot him out of the car. And then they have basically the control over the whole side of the south circle from circle 4 and beyond, and they were pushing with 3 guys against NLT while Smash was holding out Texas Rangers and stuff like that, just like playing it to perfection. And again, They had a 15 kill win in the last game. The game before that, they had a second place with 4 kills, and now a second place with 12 kills. This is just some amazing play from them, actually.
Yeah, they've been able to play extremely well so far. Honestly, I've been very impressed with them. Also fragging out so much as they're doing and their control as well. Like, their macro has been on point. I'm really enjoying this. Metralios also died quite early on and still had 5 kills. They ended on a very high kill score as well. Wiped FaZe Clan quite easily here, even though it was a quite even and fair matchup in terms of who picked over the edges first. And Diltaletics, they actually managed to do quite well for themselves. They're playing out of the team house. And also managed to wipe out the Pink Pony guys here. Sound Boys obviously got the win here, but the big winners of this match is definitely the Diltaletics with a big deny in the end, plus the fact that they got that many kills.
There is something to be said, I think, for the hype of playing together. You guys have both been at LANs. You've seen it. They're sitting next to each other. So after the win in the last one, you could see it sort of carrying over to a final deny as Smash lays down and accepts his death. Sound Boys, though, coming up with the big win there. Going to be pretty good looking. This should move them up, I think, into like 10th place-ish overall on their last day of play, and very close to what you guys predict, Froz, is the cutoff at 120, because they are going to put 18 points on the board, or I'm sorry, 14 points on the board on that win.
Yeah, I mean, we talked with them early on as well, and after, I think it was the first interview we did, and they had a 2nd place and a 4th place in the first 2 games of the groups here, and they were like, hey, we're just gonna take it a little bit easy, you know, we'll just roll on these points we have. But since then, it's gone down a little bit downhill, but maybe this is where they're gonna pull it back up together now and make sure that they qualify for the finals, because if they keep on going like this, they can do it. But they, of course, they want more kills. 4 kills on that win, that is not gonna be a lot, but in the last game, for example, we saw them with 6 kills there. Only a 5th place, though, and again, they could have gotten more there in terms of both kills and placement points if it wasn't for DA.
Big shout out to Na'Vi as well. You can see Senya on the leaderboard from that match, but again, they finish in the top 3, Martin.
No way. You got to be kidding me. It's just amazing. Like I can't take it though. This is fantastic. All 3 guys here, all 4 guys on 2nd place, and Metralios is just better and bigger.
Bigger, better, stronger Digital Athletics so far today. And look at that. See, it happens here too. Anytime DA shows up, they're a little bit bigger, a little bit badder. And you can see that when you take a look at it. Damage top 5, you 2 knuckleheads. Code Marco, Mert, Smash, all up there in those positions. Spyro making an appearance to Northern Lights, and Aimlol from the Pink Ponies back in there. We haven't seen a lot of him today, but it is working. So, Froz, we'll start with you. DA coming in big. Gotta love it, man. Actually, you know what? You keep laughing. You keep laughing. I think we're ready for an interview. So let's let you chuckles keep going, and let's get our interview on the line right now. It is Apex. Ivel, how are you today? Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you. I'm all right. Not been performing the best right now, but yeah, glad to be here.
Okay, so let's talk about that. We had the pleasure of watching you guys play in DreamHack as early as last week. You had a phenomenal day 1. I think we talked to your teammates about how you guys have a great potential. We love watching you play. It just feels like it's not clicking during the group stages here. Do you guys know what's going on? What adjustments are you currently working on?
I think we might be stressing a bit too much. We haven't really figured out how all the other teams are playing, and we're having a hard time fitting into this lobby right now. So we're trying to do some adjustments, of course. But yeah, I think we just need to calm down and trust ourselves a bit more.
Martin?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you so much for showing Simsy how to grow a Norwegian beard properly, because he surely can't do it. No, jokes aside, you guys had 6 points on the last time you played the A versus C group of Miramar. You also had 6 points today, so that's completely fine. You did the same performance last time, but you guys are doing very well in Erangel. So I wanna say continue your work in Erangel, and maybe put some more work into Miramar. You guys are also very unlucky with the circles. My question is though. you guys are looking at this kind of the 24 team lobby instead of the 24 team group stage, could that be one of the reasons that you guys are struggling with the changing lobbies and compared to like playing the same 15 other teams?
Definitely could be. Like, good to take, for example, the Wrangle map when we played last time we played. I think it was third day when we just sent it over, because usually it wouldn't be people there, but then suddenly it's people like pull up, were waiting for us at the gas station. So I think that's I don't know. It's we're having a hard time fitting in, and yeah, I think we have a lot of balls in there at the same time, and having a problem taking them down again, if you know what I mean.
Patrick?
Maybe
So,
overthinking.
Yeah, it's easy that you overthink stuff, but with that said, though, we see you guys kind of sometimes you play the edge, sometimes you kind of want to bomb it into the center and just play from there. What is your guys' take so far? What works best, like overall in a lobby like this, or when it's like a round robin and the groups are shifting around?
I mean, the long rotation has been treating us very well in these lobbies, like doing long rotations, trying to play it a bit slow. Sometimes we feel like when it hard shift towards us, we kind of have to take more ground, and then you see in some of the send on liquid, for example, where we kill ourselves, basically all of us. But it's sometimes you just have to risk it and take like the small chances you see, and you just have to do it as a team. And like, we're doing it as a team, and I'm happy we're doing it as a team. That's yeah.
Excellent. I want to give you a chance to give any shout outs or say anything to the folks who are watching, if you'd like to address them.
Yeah, I'll shout out to you guys and Starlighter for doing a good production, and also to all our fans and the people behind us in Apex is doing the best they can for us, and we're doing the best to show the best of ourselves as well. So shout out to all the boys.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for stopping by, and I will leave you with this. I think you guys need a corner man. You're doing a great job. Don't overthink it. You're on track for the 120 right now. Go forward. We believe in you guys. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you. Good luck in your games.
I think that's a big takeaway, though. Like, you got to approach these things like they still have a full day and a half to play. They hit 60 last week, and you ask any sort of coach for a fighter, you don't win a fight, at the end. You win a fight one round at a time. You win each round one punch at a time. You land each punch one step at a time. And I think that's the problem sometimes when you start to lose in PUBG. You lose track just the next step. And I look forward to them taking the next step in that next match. Frost, talk to me about the standings.
All right, so looking at it so far, I mean, it hasn't been too many changes. We see, of course, DA, they're pushing himself up to a 5th place with some amazing games, of course, today so far. It's only so far because we're still only halfway in, and they have gotten themselves 53 points. We're potentially looking at a new record here from DA today in terms of overall points in one day itself. And, I mean, if you look at it, we talked a lot about NLT, Navi having good performance, but DA, they are 1 point behind these two teams right now, and they've been playing it phenomenally. When they need to salvage it, they do it. When they need the kills, they do it. They always make sure they have the kills. They have really good rotations. I feel like a lot comes down to the space that they're getting now. But then, of course, you got to look at all the other teams. A lot of the teams are moving down a little bit. Pink Pony actually moved down one spot there. Of course, DA took over that one. They're still doing a great job being towards the top there, especially being a new team that is formed up here. And we basically seen them for the first time, more or less this roster at least, here in the PCS.
I have a question for you, Martin. I'll send it to you first. None of us predicted DA, okay? DA still gets DA lol spam. It feels like, in general, a lot of people still don't take them super seriously, which seems wildly unfair considering what we've seen lately. Why is that? Is it just because Code Marco has been such an infusion to the team? Or I guess I don't get it. Like, none of us predicted DA, and they are showing us that we were stupid.
I want to tell you that the two things you can take in this is, first of all, it's tradition to say DA lol for all the hardcore PUBG fans of this in the chat and so forth, and you kind of stick around that too long, even though Digital have been performing quite nicely and really showing that they're actually a top team here in the EMEA region. Second of all, I will say their new roster, after they brought Code Marco in and after they're really stepping up and starting to play a lot together as a team, they have been just on an uprise. And it could be a 100-man period. It could be them just massively improving on overall skill by playing so much together. So I want to say some DA Puck. I want to see some DA Puck champs in the chat because they have been performing so nice today.
Froz, final thoughts before we get into the next game?
About DA?
About anything, but if you'd like to talk about DA.
Oh, about anything. No, let's continue to talk about DA because I think it's pretty interesting to talk about them. We've seen this. This is a completely new roster, more or less, compared to the old roster, or two new players, of course. Smash has been with them for a long time. Code Mark, of course, the newest addition. But ever since this roster has started playing, we saw them in DreamHack getting that 4th place, and now they're basically dominating here as well. And as Martin's saying, they've been showing an uprise, and this is just the start of it as well. If we look at how they're playing better and better for every game, and that's what you want to see from teams. You don't want to see them slow down. You don't want to see them going backwards, but they are taking one step at a time. They're improving small things and making sure that they're taking small steps forward. And in the end, that's how you're going to do it, and how you're going to rise up as one of the biggest teams here.
Let's see if it continues. We head over to a wrangle for match number 4. We're halfway through the day, baby. Let's get it. Let's go to your casters. It's Toby and Hypok.
I loved everything until that fadeaway, because that sounded weird.
Did he just call me a
that was that's what I heard, but I didn't want to say anything. Either way, we are on a wrangle, and that is very true. It's a fact. That's where we are, and that's where we're gonna be for the remainder of the day. The next 3 games will be here. For some of the teams, it will be their last 3 games to try and put points on the board and secure themselves a spot to the grand finals. And for others, it will be the last 3 games to realize they didn't have what it took, and they'll have to try and qualify for the tournaments to come. Now, Hypok, there's not a single team on military, because we don't have bystanders here. And other than that, I'm not really seeing anything right now that's way too out of the ordinary, other than the fact that we might have Pink Pony and Texas Rangers hot drop each other in school apps for no reason.
Yeah, I also see Gemty on the compound just to the north of Volcano as well, and that could be problematic for the other half of the Pink Pony, to be honest with you. They're spread out a little bit. Circle does pop south central of the main island, around, well, pretty much slap bang on in Tenz's position, to be honest with you. No other real overlaps. Obviously, we have After All and Omakan and Yasnaya, but that's been something we've seen them share previously. Ivor's all the way out south of Chopsticks, Toby.
He's
Did he
chilling. I think he might just be chilling towards the west. And also, remember what happened last time we tried to contest James for a vehicle? He got run over trying to hide behind a tree. So maybe that's just a lesson learned on his part. And then now he'll move back towards the east. Also, it's as you can see, I mean, with the way that Apex is splitting, Orange has let them know from pretty much, well, day one, that he's going to contest what I call the 12 stack, the wooden compound down there where he is currently. And if Sucker is playing as far west as the newly added harbor area, where does Ivor go to loot in that mix, you know? I kind of like the fact that he's up to split out and go away, because he knows that neither of those teams around there are that aggressive early on anyway, so might just hop over to the west. And should the circle be a western one, which he could have with the plane, he would have been in a good spot already.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Na'Vi, again, they don't usually flex out and commit to anything early on. But again, just showing that presence, it's got people second guessing. You can see here Omakan and After All sharing. I mean, it's always nice to see people share.
Yeah.
Yasnaya big enough, and especially with the loot settings here, obviously there's no real reason to pressure each other.
They should be
go about their own business.
Are we up Are we gonna get ourselves one more of those weird potato hill endings where everyone knows they have to go there, but nobody really wants to go early? I'm not too sure. James gonna drive out already. You can kind of see him in the background there, go through the trenches, make his way out towards the east, and maybe try and see if he can scout a little further forward over towards the Apex territory. In the meanwhile, everyone else is just kind of chilled out, getting themselves looted up. No one's up there to do those really early rotations, but then again, it kind of makes sense in the fact that there isn't really that one spot in the center of the circle that is worth, well, I guess you can say risking everything to get too early.
No, it's not. And again, with a circle like this, it's not one typically we see a lot of teams that aren't in this circle one kind of dive something for. I mean, potato is such a weird factor in early and mid game. I'll be honest. It's a team that sets up there early. You run the risk of you can get crept up on from all different angles. So you can see Liquid kind of stretching out a little bit that direction. That's going to keep Apex honest at the top of the hill. DA, I guess, just scouting out Glasshouse here. Going to pass
they
through
destroyed
towards...
the tires in the buggy.
Okay.
That's all I saw them do. I didn't get where the shots were coming from, but it was just DA destroying the vehicles around them. That's kind of toxic. You had a point to make, didn't you? And I completely blew it. I'm sorry,
I've lost it now.
Are you satisfied now? There's your drive-by midair. Aimlul stays alive with 3 HP at least. For now, he's going to stay alive. DA ain't players to normally give up that early. Mexi, well, he just ran himself over. That's inconvenient. Now he's going to get mollied and die as well. Here comes Liquid. They're pulling up. Unfortunately, they're also getting themselves killed. Let's see if the remaining 3 from the team in blue can stay alive here.
The team's going to get some damage onto Intense. Ibby and Clip going to come up and capitalize on that Intense support with the first aid out. Now, trade 1-for-1 initially. Clip will find Ivor though. The flush comes straight through. So Simsy and Calvin, the last 2 standing now, and Clip going to find another knock. Calvin will fall. Clip pretty much ending this fight before it even got started. Simsy, the last man standing on the backside of this one-story satellite. Team's going to hop out. Don't lose another player here, Liquid. It's not what you like to see.
No! Oh, he's not going to get flushed. I'm seeing DA in the minimap. I'm seeing Omakan as well. You don't have to have too much brain to know that there's a lot of knock players around here. If you saw the kill feed, there's knock players all over the place. And, well, this was one of them. Mexi, a little too much speed on that one. That is, I mean, no, to be honest, other than that happening, it was a pretty clean breach for Liquid. They get 3 down early. Now, of course, they do end up losing 1 more, but it was like the initiation of it was pretty well done. They knew that there was gonna be a split. They knew they would have to open up like the numbers advantage if they could engage and clear out fast enough. Unfortunately, though, they kind of stumbled over one another.
But I'm going to be honest. I'm going to come back to what I said. That's strange to pull up on that, unless they'd had some information they'd scouted out. They'd only seen 2 people and they just opted to try and take that 4v2. But like I said, this circle isn't one that you often see people fully commit to that crash in circle 1, just because of the nature of the circle.
Ow.
That nade was perfect.
That's a lot of damage coming in with that nade. Works out to perfection. That one is going to go in return. You take one of mine, I'll take one of yours. Page is going to fall, but I don't think Chris will have a chance to really do anything here, unfortunately. The UMP killer guy gets to stay alive. I don't think they can find him. Are they looking for him? Well, he's alive, but Chris is going to be driving off. No real interest for him in trying to stick around there any longer. He's going to have to make a leave. He will be found. Killer guy does go down. Chris hit the rock there, but not really anything happening off of it. Hibako, in the meantime, trying to dodge and weave his way through the entirety of the Istanbul Wildcats, and somehow he's still alive too.
Here come the troops, following up a little bit. Not sure why Gusha is pulling up, but he actually gets Levent. I say he should have got that information from his teammates that he was taking fire from that angle. Rupture going to punish that. Greg and Dalimont will make it through. I did see FaZe getting I'm pretty sure they're knocking the flash on there.
Yeah. Ibako.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, he was at around 1 HP when he got to them. And then when you have a gillied up 8C and Gustav nearby one another, they're ready to shoot. It's not easy to make your way through. So down goes one of the two players, or one of the 4 players, I should say, from After All. Unfortunately, the teammate was there to follow immediately after, and After All now forced down into the docks, and all they can do is really sit tight and just play passive. Oops. This is part of your average day of PUBG when you have Hypog and I behind the wheels, I guess. Oh, we're shifting west. This is gonna be horrible. It's gonna be fun horrible, but it's gonna be horrible nonetheless. How do you rotate into this? You cannot really make your way south around. Yes, that means you going over military. And if you try to make your way north, you can't go through the city, which means you have to essentially go all the way up over school and apps where we see pull-up right now in order to get anything west. There's no one out there. The players furthest west are ratio edge, and there's still plenty to go for down on that southwest side in terms of like the field control and whatnot. So let's see now how things are going to fare as everyone start making their way towards the west.
Yeah, Omicron phase, the remnants of Liquid all making their way down this south road. Yeah, actually, it'd be taking a little bit of damage in transition. Uber now trying to open up on the half row. He's still away on the east side. He's going to hit some really good shots. Has to reload though. He had Greg bang to rights in the open.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Uber, I think, going to try and capitalize on this, to be honest with you.
That was really. We could just see Oop. I mean, he was completely dialed in there. He just started hitting shot. Like they were all connecting, and then running out of ammo. That's unfortunate when you finally got it all zeroed in. Let's see now, Fenerbahce, team that's been struggling overall. They're trying to find somewhere to call home in the center of this one. It's a difficult spot to play from, and I think they aren't quite satisfied with it, to be fair. They're going to rotate further, but look at that. I mean, the double barns are essentially free. It's just TTSN in the whole of it, and he's going to try and shoot to really pufferfish this one up, because you don't want to have anyone else come down when he's a solo player in it.
Okay, so Uber's still trying to hide after all here. The nade goes through, doesn't do any damage to Danimon, but Gustav has pulled all the way from double barns, and 8C's up on the cliff side, so they're definitely looking to clean this up here. Again, they know numbers on after all. They got that kill earlier. Meanwhile, Smash and Marco going to find two of Fenerbahce in rotation. Schofield and Riddle will fall. Calendar going to run over Marco though. Vehicle madness is not over just yet. No, that's going to be over as well.
How he managed to survive that without taking any damage, I do not know. That is beyond me. Mithralius trying to stay put here. Survive the cluster. Murder's already gone down. Kopmago is knocked. They might be able to get it back alive in this upside down Dasha. It's just, I mean, you know, I just can't wait to see the finals. If they're going to be anywhere near... Oh,
no way.
Oh, a little too far on that one. Only 9 damage done towards setup, but it looked pretty much on point. Nice try for the nade. Unfortunately, didn't get anything off it. Chris, damage was done. Damage was done. He knows there's a knock player in there too. So spray on through and see what you can get here.
No stray bullet catching Marco though, but a secondary angle going to do a little bit of damage onto Smash after they peel back from that res. See here, Fenerbahce lose the vehicle. Calendar now out in no man's land. Fuzzface going to convert that one with ease. Jempty does yoink it away though from the hill to the north side, and that's going to give the information over to Omicron. Fuzzface is down in the double barns. Uber now has made it all the way back to his team. Danimon and Greg just have to bail back out east after FaZe committed so hard to holding them, and I think they're opting to go onto the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, again, depending on the next circle, it might not be the worst strategy in the world. They are going south around, so it seems like that's going to be their play. And if they're coming in from the southwest now, see the shift here, it's really only Na'Vi there. I mean, other than if you're going, like, compare it, if you're going east, it's trouble. If you're going south here, it might be doable for them. It's really not that bad of an idea, to be honest. It's only phase 3. Yes, it's going to take you a bit, but if you got an extra first aid or 2, you should be fine with making the rotation.
Shout out to the observers, by the way. Just been so
good.
on point with catching the madness of the past week.
That is true. Effectix. Eyes on. It's going to prevent the push coming in. I'm surprised we didn't see these guys try and pull up earlier. Like they were around and now they commit to it, and it's kind of really tricky situations to do it. Oh, that could be scary. That could be real scary. Unfortunately, no. Had it been in between the... Oh, watch out, Perfectix. Don't want to get flipped over. What the hell is going on here? Who's directing this movie? Michael Bay?
The vehicle actually did a backflip and flattened him.
Unfortunate. That's going to be shell shock for Pangchok for the next 10 minutes. Can't hear a damn thing, and it's going to continue. The nades come in. TTSN will fall, but at least Northern Knights will claim a kill and get some more space to themselves.
The Wildcats tucked into the Wizard Tower just over them. You can see Liquid, the team logos. They've settled for the east side of Pachinki. Again, a lot of space still on this southwest side. Again, a lot of it is open field, but it will be an option. Have to keep track of after all as soon as they do make their way back in. But Pink Pony over here trying to get some damage onto Raise Your Edge on the church, west side of Pachinki. Vampire game way down to the south of them, actually. Udyr and Aduzi going to flex out to the compound, maybe try and hold Pink Pony from even getting into this next circle.
Unfortunate. Molly's gonna spread. Fortunately, though, not gonna do a whole lot of damage. Pink Pony, they might be able to get something going on the west side. Pushing over. Look at this. Batolan's really using the smokes well. Trying to get the nades in there. Is it gonna be good? No, still can't find anything. It's so damn difficult to get those nades going to the back room.
It is indeed. We see Marco in the kill feed clean up Mr. Sadat. That's Fenerbahce out in 14th place. Batulin's thinking better of this now. He's going to pull back. Yeah. You got to know when to pull out, Toby.
I don't know what it is with you guys and trying to just throw me off by doing saying the weirdest things and then just expect me to just continue talking off of it. I'm just going to completely ignore what you just said there and say, look at that circle. It's going west. That is from an area of the map where you didn't have a whole lot to do. We're not going into an area where you can't do anything. Unless if you're, well, I guess, sitting up north in Pachinki. Because this is an absolutely horrible place to be. Omag and Liquid all sending it, or both sending it towards what center there is. Liquid are going to claim a shack. Omag are going to claim a valley from which they probably won't get to stay alive for that long. And out towards the east, a lot of players will still have to make their push on forward.
Faye's going to come up and, I guess, backfill Omakan here as they move down towards the valley. Navi's still holding on to that Prio and Mansion compound down at the roadside. You can see Senya on the north side, actually in the Wizard Tower. But Gustav, 8C, they're going to trail in the blue a little bit and maybe try and clean up some of these kill points out on the east side.
It's a good chance for DA if they can time it right. So maybe try and backseat people, but having said that, look at pull-up. I mean, they're all looking to the east. They know there are players down there, and they're just waiting for them to come out in the open. There should be a 4, potentially even 5-way fight escalating down in the middle of where Shift W, Baseline, and pull-up are. There should be something going down real damn soon. DA might, oh my god, if they can get if they can get just southwest of where Navius now, if they can wrap all the way around and get into that position, got to your rotations. And that brings up something fun I want to talk about, but not right now because there's a lot going on. We'll bring it up in just a short moment, but there's something to how DA plays that I learned very recently that's actually kind of interesting. There comes vehicles, Gustav. Oh, he does! Finds one with the last bullet, but Thralius falls, and I thought DA were going to send it further around. They're actually going up the hill here. That might end up costing them dearly.
Indeed, I mean, they're gonna get sandwiched here by Navi and FaZe if they decide to stop anywhere. Looks like Smash and Marco are going to continue rolling through. Take a little bit of damage, but looks like they're going to escape with 2 for the time being. But I mean, if they pull up here, Sauna boys are going to be waiting to greet them.
They need to run out here. Yes, Sauna boys, they need to come out to clear. They have to do. They cannot just allow for people to kind of lock down below, because if they're forced down from this hill at any point, running down into opponents is so damn difficult. Like you're overexposing yourself massively. So I like the fact that they're aggressing on this one. Anonymous, unfortunately, failing to hit the target there, and also Smash to stay alive.
Yeah, the spray looked pretty good with the 3x there initially, but no damage coming through. Meanwhile, Wildcats and Northern Lights get into it. Perfectix going to find BSD on the way in. They recover from this. Batulins is down. They're going to flush one out. She created a rupture. The last two standing now. Spyro trying to find some damage from afar to help his teammates get in there. Perfectix finds she creates on the ground floor. Just leaving Rupture now. Lou should be able to reset and get this res on Batulins, but that's the opportunity Rupture needs to take if he wants to do anything. Nope. Spyro too good with it. The SLR taps. Wildcats out in 12th place.
I like him staying behind, trying to see what more he can get. 80 looking into the ground in the meantime, trying to stay put. And now look at this Na'Vi! They have to make their presence known. They're coming over the hilltop. Base Clamor looking to try and kill people rotating. In the meantime, Na'Vi comes over the top and stops them in their tracks. Let's see now. We have Uber down low. As a matter of fact, Uber it's knocked. Spiro finds him. Buzzface is on its own now. Has to hold off against the two remaining players in yellow. Will Na'Vi be able to find him, or will they not? Nate comes in, does no damage. They find him, and FaZe Clan falls in 11th. Na'Vi continuing to impress.
I love that. Being proactive there. Again, they hear the shots. They know FaZe are going to be distracted, and they use that to pounce. The tab's still down, holding onto the compound, so it's just a three-man investment to deal with FaZe. Northern Lights may be able to get themselves onto the north side of that hill now, but Na'Vi poised in exactly the same position to clean up some of these kill points as FaZe were previously.
Is this going to be a... Oh, he's going to just plow the car into the other one? No. Okay, he's going to jump out and probably get killed. Or is he? Lukey missing shots there. Will he get to stay alive? No, we want the up-close up-close SLR does damage. And Spiro gets to stay alive. 8 kills and still 3 up for Northern Lights. Great game for them so far. DA still alive as well. And while there is a... No, I'm not even going to say that because there's nothing of downtime made of this game. Furia. Solid attacks coming in. It's actually going to be Archie to find a knock on towards Udyr. Shivers up close. Now no helmet for Kyria. Needs to watch out when peeking this. Now the knocks start coming in. 1 falls, 2 falls. Monkey falls in return. Now will third fall as well. And Doozy doing damage from afar to try and keep them alive. Ray Stretch. They have found a foothold on the hill, but will they be able to claim more?
They managed to get that far. Shiv landing a headshot as well. Aimlow will fall. Raise your edge. Annihilating Pink Pony in 9th position. We're into the top 8 now. You can see Northern Lights and Na'Vi getting into it. That's over on the east side. Spiro down here. Did trade 1 for 1 though, but see the rest of Northern Lights not really in a position. Actually, in the meantime, Sauna Boys coming out to try and flex onto Raise Your Edge. Duty going to find 2. Sikora and Anonymous fall.
This is going to be scary. Dude's trying to lob nades up. They're both going to go too far, I'm afraid. Oh, their nade is going to get a Doozy off the side of the vehicle. Finds him. Doozy does find Sikora in return, so a little bit of retaliation does come in. But Sauna Boys, most importantly, get to stay alive. Clip, though, from inside the house, or inside the shack, I should say. Able to find one. I mean, right now, Nogi has 2 knocked teammates on the hill, and he has to try and go and get them back up.
Yeah, it's coming out from the barn now. And Clip just staring that way, but you should be able to reset before this circle closed out. That looks like a decent nade, but they have backed away from the vehicle. Careful!
No, at Batulins, why? Why would you do that? You don't run towards the flying car, you run away from it.
That looked good, though. That looked really
It did.
good.
It was amazing, but it was horrible. Horribly amazing. Is that a thing? I don't know. Now it is. Let's see. Circle. It's going to go down towards the south. Northern Lights will have to make a move. I would assume that they're going to try and wrap over the top and take the fight to orange, potentially. In the meantime, Sauna Boys has 3 up. Will have to make their way down this hill as well. Somehow. Good, Marco. Prone down, trying to stay alive. Want to survive the after all push forward. And, well, for now he will. I'm not sure for how much longer.
Smash not in a position at all to help him. Marco's actually going to find the opener.
Oh.
Greg will fall. Here comes the underhand, though, and Senya trying to get some damage on. Going to make it any easier. Marco deals with both members. Besto actually stealing one of the kills away, but again, Marco coming up clutch in a situation for Digital Athletics.
Really, really impressive to see the way that DA are playing. And actually, I mean, I can say it now. DA, off of information I've recently had, which I take for credibility, I believe in it. DA actually, like, while Sixmo is not playing anymore, but Marco took the spot, he is actually still in-game leading Sixmo, but from a coach perspective, which is an interesting thing that I hope to hear the desk maybe talk a little bit more about now that the coach can come in on it. Now, in the meantime, well, they're shooting towards Omagan. They only have smokes for cover, so that probably won't be the biggest biggest surprise that they'll go down. But I think that's an interesting talking point, that coaches, they can sit in, they can sit and watch, they can be in the Discords and whatnot during the games now that we're online. And I guess it does make sense to some extent to have a fifth guy keep the overview and be the in-game leader in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I still give props to Marco. The guy's top 5 for kills, I'm pretty sure, still. He's been putting on an insane performance. But it does go to show, you know, how valuable the players behind the team can be.
Exactly, because if all the guys playing can focus on, well, fragging out, which seems to be what Marco is doing anyway, and you leave the overall picture painting to the guy that's just sitting and watching it all in calm, maybe that's the way forward. We'll have to see. Maybe the desk will talk about it, maybe they won't. We'll know in the break after this game is over. Marco, in the meantime, trying to push forward. Perfectix. I was gonna say stays alive on 1 HP, but that's not the case. He falls. Spiro, damage done uphill. Not gonna be enough, though. He's gonna fall to Evie. But Tulin's still alive and well. For now, we'll have to push forward, too. This is just a bad push down the hill that you really can't expect him to win.
No, you can't. Smash actually coming alive. Going to find Senya. It's over on the south side. And now, actually, Tulin's landing the nade is going to flush one, knock one, Jempty, knock. Vascu confirmed. Oma can cling to life right now. Ibby and Clib have actually come out onto the hillside. They're looking to get active now at this stage of the game, try and convert some of this early game turtle decision making that they had. I mean, they were forced to make.
Let's see. They can't do a whole lot more at this point than just, well, chilling. And to be fair, I'm surprised to see Marco still being alive after all the stuff he's gone through. Northern Lights. They will fall. 6 places where their journey ends, at least in this game. Let's see now. T-Bone still alive, and it's just duos left alive, really, with the exception of Sona Boy still having 3 guys on their feet.
Misa trying to get some damage onto Besto. He's going to look to reposition back up onto the hillside with Orange. Empty going to bleed out here. You got to assume that's not possible. Orange going to find Anonymous at the hilltop, though. And actually, if this works out, it could be Liquid that stops Sauna Boys from getting into this one.
Yeah.
Code Marco still alive here. Clib actually being proactive. I like to see this. Trying to get up and active up towards Sauna Boys. They're trying to deal with Code Marco. They do finally. It's actually Besto that gets the killing blow. Jempty will bleed out. Clib now going to pull back towards Ibby because the information's gone out. They're probably not pushing this north side.
Exactly. Great read on that one, Hybok. It's that was my thought exactly. And a great read on Clip to back off. That he knows that, well, they just dealt with the threat up there, which means that if I run up, they're probably all going to be looking my way. So smart from Clip to run back down. Also, I mean, there's no need for them to push it because they're still in where they are. It was just one of those, if we can get 3 points there, why not go for it? But now those 3 points seem a little harder to obtain.
And actually, Besto going to catch Anonymous coming down the side of the hill. Nookie and, well, Misa has made it in. Nookie needs to find something to play. Besto going to just lurk outside the zone for the time being until this one closes in. It's tickling already. Misa's actually crossed the road here, Toby. This could be huge.
Yeah. There's a universe where they succeed in making the cross here. We gotta give it to Na'Vi, though. A win, a third, a fourth, now top 4 again, and almost in double digits once more. They've had 2 games with 10+ kills and a 6-kill game last game. They have been racking up points today.
Oh, and it pulls right the way away from Liquid. T-Bone's still going to be in. Na'Vi's still going to be in. Misa should have something to play into. Nookie, he's got a... I mean, great camera angle. It shows just how screwed he really is.
Yeah. I don't know what the play is here. Liquid, well, they're going to go in the vehicle, see if they can cross on over. They should be met by a T-Bone real damn soon. Let's see how fast they up to jump out. They do it instantly, of course. Still 1 molly left for T-Bone to work with. Liquid, not inside the circle yet, will have to push forward. And you'd have to expect them to pretty much run straight into T-Bone in a matter of seconds. The ankles.
Some rare misses there, actually. It's going to be Orange that finishes off Nookie. Besto, good for the flush. Clib and Ibby now going to flex up. They're right on top of T-Bone over here. Oh, they're going to get surprised by T-Bone. Finds the first and can't find the second. Ibby good for the trade, but he's down to 33 HP. Clib bleeding behind him. Nobody looking to pounce on that initially. Na'Vi going to try and clean up the Sauna boys first, and then now they're going to probably just take position and try and set up to stop Ibby getting the res or potentially still catch him before the first aid gets off. He's not actually going to go for the res. Ibby's going to try and challenge here.
He's playing this one solo. Maybe that's because he was expecting Na'Vi to aggress on it. They saw they're not going to kill feed, and he's expecting them to push. And to be fair, they are. But he had the time. The time was there to get the rest, but I guess he didn't dare. I mean, which I completely understand, because I would have thought Na'Vi to push aggressively as well. Well, they didn't. They won the game regardless. No, once again, double-digit kills. 3 out of 4 games today they've been there. All their games have been within the top 4, and now they get the second win of the day. Holy moly, Na'Vi's playing well.
I mean, it's the Na'Vi and DA show today, as far as I'm concerned. Both of these teams putting on a heck of a performance. And again, Na'Vi, they did the early work in the mid game there to take control of that hill from FaZe. I loved how proactive they were there, and great awareness as well to move up when they were engaging with the north side, trying to clear out all those kill points on the east.
For sure, that push up the hill essentially gave them the position to get the win from. And, well, a lot of stuff happened that game. A lot of really interesting things, too. So let's hope for the analyst desk they'll get to break it all down for you as we go back to them now.
Toby could not have said it better. Top 4 finishes across the board for Na'Vi, 2 of them resulting in chicken dinners. Absolutely phenomenal play from Na'Vi. Martin, let's turn it over to you to start the highlights.
Yeah, overall, this was not. I mean, I feel bad for us interviewing Apex, but it's the name of the game, right? Liquid pulling up on this one and ending up in wiping Apex in a fantastic.
Wow. Oh my
God.
And
tactical flips, this is just where Frost likes, right? Like, this is how you breach compound. You would literally not be able to shoot him out of the car, right? This is literally how Frost plays all day.
It's such a good tactic to do tactical flips when you're gonna breach like that. No one's ever gonna shoot you out of a vehicle. No, jokes aside, that kind of stuff can happen,
Yeah, again, no flips here as well. Like, just literally getting pulled out of the car. Guys, you gotta start flipping better. Frost knew this in 2017, and he shouldn't have quit his pro career, that's for sure. Look at that. Like, you can't do it. You drive over people well, and you flip the car well, Frost. You're a 2020 strategy man right there.
I mean, you can flip over them as well. Look, if you drive in a straight line, you're gonna get shot. If he was flipping there, it would have been all fine. Jokes aside, though, still a good game from DA. They got themselves a 5th place with 5 kills. Again, being top 5. And there's 2 teams today that has only had 2 top 5s. And it is DA and it's Na'Vi. Both of these teams are just putting up so much work right now in all of the games so far. But you also got to look at some of the other teams that has been struggling a little bit. Liquid, they lost 2 people very early on. They got themselves a 2nd place with 5 kills towards the end. Even though Omaken as well, before this game, Omaken had 3 points in total in 3 games. This game, they got himself a 4th place and 7 kills. That is way to turn it around. But you also got to work on your Miramar games if you're only going to be strong on Erangel, of course. NLT, they played really good as well. They played in the dips, in the trenches. We've seen Pink Pony play that before. And it's kind of a spot where you don't really expect anyone to go to early on. But NLT played out really well. And they had some friends coming over. They took them out. They didn't want to have any friends over there. And then with 10 kills there.
Batulin's really destroying the dreams from Overkan as well there, and yeah, he was hoping to be able to make the cross there and secure the kill. They did end up getting a lot of kills, but overall Na'Vi just controlled the south side, managed to move around so well, and just had so good control of the circle. Already here, we saw the knock coming out, and Na'Vi just took a better position and took Gibby out.
Absolutely. It's that little clap, little dance. Big win. Na'Vi coming through with 2. Let's take a look at the match leaderboards. Fenerbahce needed to have a good day today. They're on the bottom. Istanbul Wildcats on the bottom as well. 2 teams we were on to see step up are not really doing it right now. Up at the top of the leaderboard, Na'Vi gets a 20-point match. Excellent play. Northern Lights right behind him. And Team Liquid breaking that top 3. Finally, Froz, we get to see some action out of them.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see a little bit, but was it too much, right? We saw them, of course, early on crashing into Apex there, and after that, we saw them crashing into the shack south of Pochinki, and basically, they were sitting there for a long time, Clib and Ibby. But when the time was right, they got outside and started being very proactive, started flexing back and forth, trying to find openings, but also trying to find where can we go? Where do we have all our enemies? What information can we work with here? They didn't know that T-Bone was there, of course. Clip died out on that one, but Ibi got the trade straight away, which is super important. Even though it was a close call, it was a super close call. 1 or 2 more bullets and Ibi would have been killed there as well. But they managed to salvage that, managed to salvage some points, which is needed for them right now.
Take a look at those kill tops. Interesting point here, Martin. Your team, Northern Lights, they had one of the highest kill counts in the game, but none of them are on this board. And I think that speaks to how spread out and how sort of team-based their style of fighting has gone.
Yeah, I think they would have been on a shared 5th place or something like that. One of the guys, or a few of the guys, had 3, and the other guys had 2. So they were very spread out, and overall just a nice kind of securing those. Unfortunately, they ended up in 6th place, but they still got 12 points for it. So I'm completely fine with my pick. Navi, though, they have been blasting 66 points in 4 games so far. Just for them, and they would actually be able to beat the record that FaZe had set in the PCS3 group stage.
All right, guys. Well, you've heard what we've said. I want to test your memory and see if you remember some of the best plays in the PCS. So we're going to take a short break so that we can ask you what happened next.
Tab, knocking Besto. That's going to hinder a great deal here. That's going to slow them down. We're seeing the smoke walls go up. Here we go. The teams are going to try and find that route across. Going to try and find that route across. Nades, Molotovs, everything being put down. Him on. Oh,
wait.
no. Oh, no, no.
He hit the molly. Did he shoot the molly or hit it with a nade? And trying to take the fight against Navi.
FaZe on the move. Hold on. Let's see what they're going to do with this one as well. FaZe are trying to pull up here. Orange is trying to keep Dannymon safe. Good cover from afar is kind of keeping down that one doorway, but the molly is excellent. I think Dannymon can out-heal it for now. Yeah, you can see the heal coming in, but they're going to know he's up there. But can they then stabilize themselves? Fuzzface is coming over, and they haven't been able to get a shot back towards Orange at this point. They need to clear out Dannymon so they get a fair bit of access towards it. Northern Lights lose their final player of Spyro. That's towards Rustamar. Dannymon does make it out. Dannymon on the ground. FaZe have no idea of this either. They're going to find this out in the worst possible way, potentially. Orange going to move up, deny that angle, force them through. Oh, my word. This is going to be a massacre for FaZe.
Oh, no.
This could be a big problem. One nade, one peek. Dannymon is right there. Sprays in. Tag on Fuzzface. There's the frag. Takes him down. One man still alive. Uber has to save the day, but he can't quite do it quick enough. And how are they standing? Uber goes down and FaZe are white. He doesn't want to have a look. He doesn't like that. Unity.
You don't like that.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, Orange is in trouble. He's getting shot at from further away. Another flash, no nades. He has no way to clear him out of there completely, but he's fully flashed.
I'd have pushed on that personally. You can hear these first aids go off. He should have used the audible. Oh, he did. He used the audible cue and he had no helmet. He made it work.
welcome back. You got a chance to flex your knowledge about what happens next, and I'll tell you what's next, gentlemen. The second to last game of the day, the second to last game for couple of teams in this tournament, Martin, particularly teams like Sana Boys and Fenerbahce. Not much time left to make a statement.
No, 2 more games to make it work, and those 3 teams that are sitting around the border here is gonna be it's going to be 3 teams that are kind of defining what the cutoff point will be, because when they're done playing, they're going to be sitting potentially at 15th, 16th, and 17th. As they're doing right now, Ratio actually jumped up a little bit. They're sitting in 15th. Bystanders is playing tomorrow, so Ratio it's on 102. Fenerbahce on a 95 and Istanbul Wildcats on 94. That's really going to be the defining kind of factor. What's the cutoff going to be? Because Bystanders, yeah, they're probably going to get, a 20-plus game or 20-plus points at least tomorrow. So I think they're going to be fine. So our cutoff point could be below the 120-point theoretical cutoff that we were talking about once the halfway point was reached, and potentially be around the 110 mark, maybe plus minus there.
So it's going to be a close one tomorrow for us, particularly in the bottom 16. Another story that's developing on the opposite side of the leaderboard is that Na'Vi is at 66 points on the day and on track to eclipse FaZe's one-day point record of 81.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 games left, of course, as well, they could easily break that in the way they're playing right now. You could see how they were pushing FaZe, for example, in the previous game there, when FaZe was up on the hill and Na'Vi was down on compound. After DA was passing them, they knew exactly where FaZe was if they didn't have that information before. And they basically pushed up with 3 guys. The Tab was holding back in the compound, just watching over, seeing if anyone was going to peek and try to grab that information. As long as no one did that, they could just push up easily, grab a few kills, and then push back down and take control over the whole area. And that's what they've been doing so great today, and that's how they're thriving right now in this lobby here. But, I mean,
Martin,
talking about... Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say real quick, Martin, during that broadcast, Toby said he's heard from reliable sources that Sixmo is in-game leading DA as the coach. Do you have a take on that?
Yeah, I think it's great while we're on this online format here, but I doubt it's going to be a possibility for them once we reach the LAN stages again. And once that's a possibility again, then they're going to potentially struggle. I hope they're really picking up all of his good insights. Sigma's a great in-game leader, and his macro rotation calls has really been something that's been standout for Digital Analytics for a long time. So I hope they pick up a lot of that, and they're able to kind of build on that once he's not able to kind of lead them through it himself.
Fraz, you've coached before. Do you think this signals a potential change? It's been a year now that coaches have been in the lobbies with these players. Do you think that there's a change coming for LANs potentially?
I mean, if you go into LAN, you're not going to have the coach behind you to actually help you out like that. And you don't want to be too reliable on it. But at the same time, you got to do the best out of the situation. A lot of teams here have their coaches sitting with them right now, helping them out in terms of kill feed and stuff like that. And that is some crucial information. But you can't relax too much and forget about how to do those kind of things, because once we get into LAN, then you're going to be one step behind all the teams that didn't do that. Of course, you're going to put yourself in a better spot here because there's less work for you as a player. You can focus more on your shooting, on what to do in-game instead. But never forget what it's all about. Once you get to LAN, that's where it all matters.
It's all about the LAN. We're getting ready to jump into the penultimate match of the day as we head back to beautiful Erangel. The question is, will Na'Vi be able to catch FaZe, or will FaZe continue to be the European STK as they lead the leaderboard? Let's head it over to the call from Toby and Hypoc.
Will Na'Vi be able to succeed FaZe LAN? I don't know. I mean, with how they've been playing today so far, I don't see why not. And one of the things that scares me the most, Hypoc, is there hasn't really been that one team that's kind of stood up to them. It's seeming like normally Na'Vi, especially in these lobbies with so many high caliber teams, Na'Vi get contested in what they do, and then they win, but it's a hard fought battle. It has seemed like, I don't want to say cakewalk because that's rude, but they have had a pretty easy time getting what they wanted.
No, and I think the last game is a good example of that, is them taking control, them being kind of able to dictate their own pace. The way, I mean, I'm glad Froz kind of doubled down on it. I said it during the game. The way the Tab stays back at that compound on the south side and literally just, I mean, he sets up that entire play. just
Yeah.
from the back line. Hold that thought for the time being.
Is he driving away? Is he leaving?
Okay. Oh no. Oh no, again.
Should we remind
Again.
should we remind Apex what happened last time? Ival tried to
Dude,
steal
I
a
was gonna
vehicle
say,
from Gene.
it was the east
And it's
side
a
vehicle
military
spawn as well.
Why would they challenge that again? And also, I was gonna laugh before because last game there was no one military. Now 3 teams are here. This plane I feel like was fine for multi-power for FaceTime, but I think it's one of those. Well, the plane was straight down the middle, so we're just not gonna commit east because a circle ain't going out there anyway. On the other hand, there's a pretty good chance it could go military, and well, I guess they placed their bets right. Number 2 wins all by himself. Trying to stay alive against the Vector and Uzi. We can make our jokes, but up close, they're pretty scary.
I mean, up close is better than an AK, I'll tell you that much.
Yup.
They are gonna swarm him here. Batulin's all the way to the top. Does take a little bit of damage, but just playing ring around the rosy right now.
Yeah, to be fair, that's a pretty hard, like pretty tough staircase to push. Trying to throw an 8 up, not gonna work. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, nope, not gonna happen. Batulin will fall. Down he goes. Will Perfectix fall with them? I'm not gonna keep that tone. No, I don't think he's safe. He's safe. Yeah, Clay.
No,
He's safe.
Creator's no Miracle. He doesn't land those iron sight.
I guess not. True. Ain't not the same. Not the same. But either way, having now seen
Before
all
we
those
were rudely
shenanigans take
interrupted.
place. Yeah, before we were rudely interrupted by people doing weird stuff. This military game might not be the same as we're used to seeing for Liquid, where they just get free passage, because this time around it's not Navi who's down here. It's Ratio Edge. So curious to see if there's going to be any type of contesting differently from what we've seen before, and we'll just get a replay of that. Prone's down for the ultimate accuracy. Gets an instant headshot, and James claims back his vehicle. And that's just got Marco laughing, because it's fun.
Because he didn't get run over at the start.
Yeah, because he got away safely. It's like, oh, thank God. Thank God we got away from that one. But I'd like to see it. Like to see all of those DA players sitting in the game house there and get a good set of games in, because it really has been a solid day for them. Synchronized bridge rotations, one faring easier than the other, at least so far. The Sauna Boy is trying to I guess you can say to damage the Wildcats a little bit, but they're safe in their rotation anyway. Towards that East Island now, though, or East Bridge, I should say. I'm seeing 3 teams trying to make their way in this direction. That's going to be tricky. Oh, hello, Mexi.
Well, the one important thing being Shift W haven't got the opportunity to go and set up on the bridge, because we know how much of a nuisance they've been down on this East Bridge. Na'Vi did come across relatively early this time around for this circle. You can see Clib and Ibby just kind of drive by scouting this, and Shift W do actually cross over. Maybe it's because they're 3 this time around. They didn't want to opt for the bridge shenanigans, but the Batti will pass. They'll dip off to the west as they come across the bridge. Actually, Mexi, Ibby, and Clib all pulling up onto Senya's compound now, and Na'Vi are very split. I can see on the map right now the reinforcements are coming. Senya just needs to survive for another 20 seconds or so. He's actually going to find the first one. Good falls.
Mistakes were made, is what Senya is saying in the meantime, though. Now it might be Liquid who's starting to regret making this aggressive push. Senya! Prone down, finds one more. 3 HP. Oh my lord, there's 10 bullets and a UMP available. Mexi is gonna fall. He did find Pestalog, but it's gonna be enough. I don't think so. Orange pushing forward aggressively. There's a UMP. James does not have a vest or a helmet, and yet the UMP stands strong, but for how long? Not that long at all. Liquid slaughtered by a Na'Vi who they probably wouldn't have expected to be forced to fight here. But I'm loving the reaction from Na'Vi, how quick they were in realizing the threat and instantly moving over to help their in-game leader.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it as soon as Senya saw Ibby and Clib driving past. I can't remember who the furthest south won. It might have been, I think that whoever was doubled up in the vehicle anyway. But as soon as Senya saw that vehicle, he called it, and they immediately started coming back. And then as soon as obviously they pulled up, they're in a position to help him out. So really, really good recovery from Na'Vi there. There's another ump on the board here.
Yeah, we gotta address this. I've never ever seen as many UMPs that as I've seen over the course of the last couple of days. There's got to be something to it.
They know something we don't.
Did they nerf the AR spawns and up the UMP spawns? I don't know. But we are seeing it. I know that Ragged Jacket put out a video about the UMP being underrated, but is that pretty all it took for everyone now to rock the UMPs? That is... I don't know. There's got to be something to it, because in the first time around, it was just like, that's just coincidence. But we're seeing so many of them. It is pretty funny, not gonna lie.
I mean, James made it look like a little bit of a laser beam, I'm not gonna lie.
It did function pretty well close. Just
Another
like
run over.
Especially when you run over. Yeah, it's just... I mean, to be fair, it's not Apex doing it, so... I guess that's something. I don't know if that's getting rude at this point. The fact of the matter is that it happened quite often and quite a lot of times. One of the things that's going to be tricky in this one is, though, I mean, one thing being the UMP Scar-L combo, it just goes to show teams haven't really had a chance to loot anything. I mean, if these circles keep shifting away from the military base itself, you won't really get any better loot, unless if you kill people up close and get their weapons off of them. But then if you want to get vests, those vests are probably going to be broken. Let's see now. Uber spots one, finds the knock two, Schofield falls. And I guess that's why I picked the barrel, because it's pretty damn deadly.
Yeah, Calendor's actually still down in pharmacy with that ump, so FaZe really kind of manhandling Fenerbahce here, because I do know another member of the team did already pull away. So Kalimdor kind of left out on an island here, and they still lose the one on the hillside. Gustav going to come back now. He's going to get the fright of his life if he's not got a weapon drawn.
Don't take a sip of coffee when you run into that building. You will have it all over the keyboard. Fortunately, not quite the case. I don't know what he would be more scared of, Kalimdor or the UMP. Either way, it's not gonna matter. He's gonna be able to drive off. And, well, I guess now we get to wait and see. There are still 6 teams on the north side that haven't committed to rotate military yet. DA is looting Pachinki, knowing that, obviously, Team Liquid, not only did they die, but they also rotate out of the city extremely early. So they know there's loot available there. Let's see now. Omicron, two-way split across the island, waiting for the bridge camp opportunity. Circle, yoink, down towards the southwest. Now we might just want to get moving.
Yeah, the problem is like you said, all those teams that are still outside on the north side, pull up, haven't even made it out of the blue yet. You can see them just coming in to the top left side of the map. I mean, if DA catch any audio cues off this could be disastrous.
I'm looking, and I'm trying to see, or understand, I guess I should say, why DA isn't starting to move yet. With the circle going west, they have to know, they must be aware that there's a good chance for them to make that crossing over there. With Liquid already being dead, that's one west team that's gone out. I'm surprised to see them not, like, at this moment, be crossing the bridge, because they have to know at this point that it should be, if not free, then at least pretty uncontested. But that gap, that opportunity, just dies out with every second they waste.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Something could have happened. Maybe just waiting back on a player or two, and then they're kind of committed to looting. Stack up on some meds. They want to come into this late, but pull up have actually passed them now. They're going to beat them to the west bridge. Lots of teams looking for those kind of prio compounds. Uber finds Misa out of the vehicle with the SLR. Fantastic shots from him yet again.
Over the top, no market, looking to try and see if they can find a, I guess you can call it the entry point to the server, because it really isn't easy making your way in from here. Kilyakai, his feet on fire, have to back off. We'll be able to get the meds off, I believe. Yes, 15 HP is where it stops. He's able to stay put for now, and in the meantime, Apex, I mean, they desperately need to get things going. They're in a similar boat as some of the other teams playing the last couple of games here. I mean, they have not had a good enough tournament to be satisfied with where they're sitting right now. regardless of qualifying or not, it's not been going well for them, and they desperately need to go things to go their way if they want to have any chance of qualifying.
Things getting a little bit touch and go for them, not gonna lie, and it's a shame really because they looked really good in DreamHack.
They
looked
did,
really
yeah.
good in DreamHack, and I know the interview earlier. It's obviously difficult to put your finger on sometimes why things are going wrong. I've even alluded to the fact that maybe they're just overthinking things, but Monkey gonna find the knock on to Chris, and now Ivor gonna find the second. So 2 of Shift W forward. It's only gonna leave 1 man standing. Here comes the push. The flash comes in. Kill your kite. Fully white. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, you'd have to think Intense gonna jump on over, shoot on through, and there you go. Finds the kill as well. Shift W, fortunately for them, probably already qualified, because had it been me having to play those qualifiers, like had your most important games been on a day where you can't get one of your players connected, that would be absolutely unfortunate. DA, well, they're doing drive-bys in the blue. Somehow I'm not surprised. I'm a little, but not completely.
They're really feeling themselves right now. I mean, this East Bridge has still got 3 teams to get across here. 1 member. Oh my god. Yeah, pulling all the way back over to the west side, but Vampire Game's actually pulling up onto the gas station. Going to take a lot of damage. Gotta be careful not to go down here. 10 HP on Mithralius.
Can we address how there's 3 teams bridge camping each other in phase 3, like 1.5 kilometers away from the circle?
Nah, it's expected.
Is it worth addressing, or is I was gonna say, is it worth addressing, or do our viewers just kind of take it for granted at this point, and you don't have to explain anything?
Yeah, just blame it on me. It's fine.
You know what? We will leave it to the analysts, because now we're not the analysts. We're just supposed to entertain during the game, you know. So we will let them try and make sense of it. And in the meantime, we'll just talk about what happens, but not why it happens, just what happens. And that is that the circle, as you said, went massive to west, and there's a lot of teams that are going to have a really damn hard time rotating into this.
Already, I mean, this kind of 4-way setup. Omekin up on the hilltop, pull up, taking control of the northernmost side of that compound, and now you see Pink Pony getting punished a little bit at the bridge here by Digital Athletics, but DA have shown their hand now. Pink Pony have the opportunity to gatekeep them on the edge of the circle if they choose to do so. FaZe now trying to push their way through the military base. Ivor going to fall outside the satellite building. Intense and Calvin going to have to pull away. They did lose one early on, so you got to assume FaZe are going to have numbers on this fight.
Close face up on the roof, looking around. A lot of them getting up here now. Let's see. Not a bridge camp, but the next best thing, a road blockade. Trying to hold off, and it's working. Not only are they doing damage, but the blue is starting to take in as well. Phase 3 coming into phase 4 in just a minute's time. Pink Pony, they need to get something. They need to get some speed on, because they have to rotate south around at this point, and well, Wildcats are sitting down there waiting for them. So tough decisions to be made for a team that's already struggling on the blue, or in the blue.
And Apex just trying to escape away from this. Oma can have good oversight onto the car park of military base. 4-man of FaZe advancing towards them. I don't think Apex are going to be living much longer.
Wouldn't expect so. Let's see.
Who's got an
Shots being fired. Yeah, there's still a UMP. The Ghost Stuff. Ghost Stuff has a UMP for reasons unknown to me, but might as well embrace it. Why not? Now that it's apparently a meta that people have UMPs. Riddle, damage done towards him, but Opa uses the chance. They're gonna free kill on that one. Intense does find one, but he is gonna go down and return. Apex falls in 14th, and the trouble continues. DA rotating on in, side by side with Fenerbahce. Gonna try and wrap around and get somewhere safe. Circle pretty much sent us up on land. Smash will fall, but the remaining 3 players will continue forward. And there's another UMP. Shift has 1 too. What is up with this gun?
Oh, he's going to find a kill with it. Merc going to fall immediately. Rallius coming on the inside of Doozy will fall. I think that's a nade that went in, though. It could do a lot of damage. It is indeed going to confirm. Well, it isn't actually going to confirm, but the second one looks money. There you go. Shiv gets one in the window. DA will fall in 13th place. Shiv, with that holding steady. Raise Your Edge will defend the compound.
4th player in this game we've seen with the UMP. I know you can't see me, Hype.
I'm all for it.
I'm really putting a thinking face on here. But I mean, to be fair, we do have, I want to say, half the guns in this game that practically get no screen time at all. So if we're starting to incorporate SMGs into competitive play, that would be absolutely amazing for the sake of diversity and different strats being utilized. And to be fair, I mean, all the guns work if you can hit your shots. Shotguns are pretty good too if you can one-tap people up close. They're a little more of an RNG fest, but when they work pretty well.
Catch a replay here of just a nade coming at the end.
Solid.
Oh, it was actually T-Bone that knocked Misvalius on the way in.
Yeah, he got him from the hillside. Just a little bit of an eyes on through the window. There's a Scarlet Balco. Finds no key. Sauna Boys tried wrapping around, not succeeding in doing so. As I say that, they do manage to get a Paco down there. Still one left alive, Daneman. To get the first aid off, just 8 HP to take this next fight with. There's still 2 players from Sauna Boys outside trying to push forward. As I say that, not really that aggressive. They're holding it right now.
Sakura, Anonymous, gonna wrap round to the other side here. Maybe just try and get an off angle. Fuzzface now. You can see he's got a pretty good idea of where Riddle and Callum Door, excuse me, are set up. Sakura and Anonymous now going to try and get inside the building, and Danamon going to try and slip out the other side. Has he got a vehicle to get away on?
No, he did have a car, but it's practically grown up at this point.
Yeah.
Did he just shoot?
I think he shot, maybe saw a part of the vehicle, but it's given away his position now, and there you go. Anonymous is going to sweep onto the wall there, maybe just seeing, I don't know, the rear tire or the buggy or something made him pop a bullet, but it gave away his position.
Unfortunate. Down he goes, and if you look at the map, I mean, the Sauna Boys has all the space in the world now to push up that hillside again. Pretty much got 1/4 of the circle with their name on it. There are only 2 players alive though, so we know it's I mean, it's difficult to spread out as 4. Even harder to try and take control if you're only 2. They got the entire hill to themselves. If this circle goes towards them, everyone's going to be scrambling for space. Now, though, Morgan pushing into the compound. Gemty is knocked, but he's inside the building safe. A rest could be possible here.
Here come the reinforcements. Gemty should be,
oh my god,
back on his feet in no time, obviously. I mean, where else did we really expect it to go? It's gone.
Yeah, that is true.
Pretty much. Is it touching? I'm pretty sure it's touching, right?
I mean, it's one of those, what is the worst place we could go? Well, there you have it, folks. That's it right there. And to be fair, Navi are appreciating this circle shift, but everyone else are absolutely hating it. Let's see, Rupture is going to try and get one up. In the meantime, FaZe, they're chilling. They got themselves the crate. I have a question for you, Hybuck. Something I never thought of. Should you be able to rest people while prone? Can you rest people while prone? No, right? Should you be able to?
No.
No?
Answer is no to both, 100%. There's got to be kind of a risk reward to going for that res, and I think proning would remove a lot of that element. It's I don't know. You've got to weigh up the risk of getting that res, and I think if you're prone, it kind of removes a lot of it. But hold that thought. Riddle going to find 80, which is weird considering what I said earlier, because it looked like Fuzzface had a beat on both of these Fenerbahce players. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, you can see Wildcats pulling up on Raise Your Edge. Advantageous trade for the Wildcats.
Yeah, they needed to deal with them in order to have any sort of control in the spot that they were in, and I agree with you there. I thought Fuzzface had the angle to kind of have the suppressive fire while A2 was running forward. Unfortunately, though, it didn't quite work out for them, and FaZe Clan now have to make a move. Markin trying to go north to get eyes on as well, but here comes FaZe Clan. Where are they going? Seems like they're headed straight over towards the Wildcats.
We're going to lose 2 tires on the way in, but Fuzzface already got the momentum to get there. Gustav, Uber, on the backside of this. Building the vent on the inside. He's going to get immediate contact when it comes in. Gustav going to trade that one, but the flush comes through. Uber will fall. Gustav immediately responded with that one. Buzzface bleeding out as well. That just leaves one man standing for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, trying to hold off now. Gustav is on his own. Looking around. Trying to get an angle to shoot from, but the thing is, she created Rupture. Pretty good lockdown on his position. There's only really 2 ways he can get out of it, and they're both, like, they're holding a door each, so very limited in what he can do. I think Gustav is just gonna enjoy the fact that he's inside the circle for now and chill for a little while. Raychurch, in the meantime, fallen in 10th place. It's been a tough journey for them today, trying to accumulate points. They'll need to get more going here in the last game if they want to be able to see themselves satisfied with how the day's gone overall. Van Teep finds aim. That's going to be the Pink Ponies out of this one. And we still have that center of the circle. Like, there's so damn much space in this. Now it goes south. Na'Vi, well, if there's anyone that want to see Na'Vi surpass the 81-point FaZe Clan day, then I guess it's Mr. Brendan himself.
Yeah, do you know what's actually crazy is that Na'Vi haven't got past 100 kills yet. That's the crazy thing. That's actually quite surprising to me, but I've never seen an Edge team get this heavily favored in one day. They've just had... I mean, again, you can say they've been favored, but they have converted it. So, you can take absolutely nothing away from Gustav. Actually going to pick up both kills on the Wildcats before going down to the third party from Northern Lights. Spyro finding that one with the Mini 14.
Solid sprays coming in. Those get picked off, though, unfortunately. There might actually, I mean, had he survived that, there might have been a way where he got out of there alive and maybe even pushed up the hill towards the south. The only thing is that you'd have to think Northern Lights to be able to see him if you try to make that approach further forward. Anonymous, only 2 kills so far for the Sauna boys, while they have found themselves top 5 placement. I mean, that's something they've been doing today that's been working well for them, securing placement points. Sauna boys have been up there today, but still, when they don't have the kills to really bag it up, they they need top, I mean, like pretty much top 2 games in order to have a good game if you don't have the kills to back it up.
I mean, their win earlier, very low kill win when it came down to that fight with DA, but can't argue with the placement. Sakura, as I say that, Besto's going to find him. Again, we see a similar setup here. The Tab just holding that hilltop, the king of the hill right now, feeding that information for Besto and Senya to go forward and find these kill points. And that's what Na'Vi have done so well today. It's another great example of what we were talking about earlier.
Forcing everyone even more out into the open than they already were. Northern Lights get to stay inside the compound and farm kills, while everyone else trying to run around in the open and stay alive. That's gonna seal the deal for Van Teep. Down he goes. Pancho in the meantime trying to get an angle around the corner, but it's gonna be Lukey able to find him and return. Down falls Pancho. Now, how to do this with 2 players alive for Texas Rangers? You're outside the circle, so you need to push forward. And as you can see, they're all coming for you. They're all coming for you. You gotta be expecting it.
Here comes the utility over the top. Say that top's actually going to find Bent. Create. Ooh, going to get TTSN do a little bit of work there, it looks like. Actually going to find a second one top, putting in work there, but the Rangers will fall in 5th place. Pull up, going to try and recover off this, but here comes the follow-up from Northern Lights. Spyro, Tactics. To steal all of those kill points away.
And that is how you third party. Great success from that one. They didn't have to do anything. Pull up, draw away all the attention. All they had to do was just run up and take the kills away. Pretty straightforward for Northern Lights, pushing up. And I mean, this has got to be the story for today. Even though, yes, this game did favor Na'Vi in terms of circles, they did, like, they beat Liquid early. They did a lot of good to get to the point that they are in now, and once again they find themselves in a top 2 spot with kills. While it might not, I think, what are they today now, 6 or 7 kills? Today has been absolutely insane for Na'Vi. Absolutely insane.
Has indeed. And they don't look like they're letting off the gas just yet. It's actually 9 kills for them, yeah. So already
they're gonna go. They're gonna beat it.
Yeah, they were 15 points shy. I think there were 66 points. So even with the second place here, no more kills. They will match 81 points with a game to play still.
With a game to play, exactly. Yeah. Damn.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, they could go for the 100 points in one day. If they win this one out, it's going to be very much achievable, especially with the way they've been playing. Yes, they've had a little bit of Circle love, but they have
They
converted
really-
from it, and that's what you love to see. You love to see a team really getting maximum value out of those games.
I'm just thinking, have they though? I mean, yes, okay, this game kept going southwest, but other than that, the previous 4 games, there hasn't been like Navi favored circles all over the place.
Of course
They've been mad, like they've been.
Shift, they got a central compound for free based off that Northwest Miramar shift. For free.
Either way, let's see if they can win this one first. Tap. It's gonna go down. That is true. They did get the first game. I'll give you that. But ever since then, it's been good rotations that's gotten them to where they were.
I don't know about that one. We'll talk about it in the break. We'll let the analysts weigh in on that.
We'll let the analysts decide if Navi's success today is all just circle luck, or if they're actually. I'm kidding. I'm not trying to do you like that. But it goes to show, I mean, another team that's had great success with the circles today has been Solid Boys. They haven't been able to really do a whole lot with it at all. I mean, yes, they got themselves that one win, but as you said, kills weren't really there. Now Navi, here's their 10th kill of the game. They have more kills today than some teams have in the entire tournament so far.
Oh, this one, Besto and Senya still going to try and get something out here. They do obviously get up to 10 kills now with the Perfectix fall. Instead, you're going to take a little bit of damage here, up to 48.
They're going to take third win. Oh, as I say that, 1v1 now. Spiro, do you have it in you? Do you have it in you to prevent Best of Luck from bringing this one home, or is this Nate going to seal it? It's up forward. It's good. It's short. He's behind the building.
Well, the Molly's actually going to force him off the backside of this. So Besto's got a really nice ridgeline to play on because Northern Lights have flexed out over onto this west side of the circle to try and clean up Na'Vi. They've given up the access, but that nade is going to keep Besto tied down whilst he sticks a first aid kit. Spyro might be able to relocate to a dirty off angle here.
Such as, I mean, Lou right now is the fact that he's not seeing anything is so good info because it allows for Spiro to wrap around this corner so effectively. And not only that, he's seeing all the nades being lobbed forward. Best of luck, trying to see if he can get the flush on one, and he saw him. He saw it. $11 and counting. 12 to be obtained in this game. Let's see if we can get it. Oh, best of luck. Damage done. Pan thrown forward. He thinks he's on that tree. He does not know that he's up the hill to the right.
I mean, Besto could slip away and get control of something that holds down center of this next circle, or at least the finishing point. You can see now with him slipping down to the left here, he's actually making really good ground. If he can get to the tree and the rock, Spyro's going to be caught in the open as soon as this blue forces him out.
This would be huge. Best of luck. Can you wrap around? Both of them busted vests. Best of luck has nothing. Spiro has one more attack left in it. This should be GG. This position alone. Yeah, it really has to be. He's not really looking that direction, though. I mean, the split screen is not making it easier for us to see if he has eyes on the uphill. But there's no way. Like, he's not expecting this. He's not expecting Spirit to be up the hill. It's going to be him not having a vest on. Oh, there's the lockdown. He's got to know now. He's got to. Yep, he sold ahead. He sold ahead. There's an attack coming in there as well. 17 HP for Spirit trying to make the run forward. No vest for either of the two. Look at the ammo count as well. There's nothing to work with. Best of luck has it on a lockdown, and they get themselves the third win of the. Look at his face. Even at the he even had the freaking audacity to just look in the camera and go, well, what are you guys doing today? We're just out here farming all of you. Brilliant. Holy moly, best of luck. The excessive energy to win a clutch game like that and just look in the camera and be like, easy peasy. That is so amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. Really, really, really great game. But there's a lot to talk about. Of course, we'll let the desk do the majority of that. But I just want to hear from you quickly, Hybuck, on this one. When you have so many teams that are still up north, when the circle's already committed down south, does that make it easier for you as a melee team, or does it make it harder? Because you have way more space than what you're supposed to have, right?
I mean, in my eyes, it definitely makes it easier just having all that space to spread out and obviously deal with any of those early teams or early rotating teams with no real pressure from elsewhere. you can get yourself set up. And that's when we see military-based games, the teams that split early and can maintain control of that for the longest time are usually the ones that come out on top. And Na'Vi doing that with the Hilltop in this case.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they made all the space they could. They took even more by killing everyone else on the server and claimed themselves a third win of today. Guys, let's forward back to the desk before we go to the last game of today.
Na'Vi gets their third chicken dinner and is only 3 points away from beating FaZe's top scoring one-day record. Not too shabby, great play, and as Toby said, a little bit of a look at the camera. That was a great 1v1. We'll probably get to see it at the end of the highlight reel. I'll turn it over to you, Froz, to talk to us about what we're seeing.
Look, I'm just gonna tell you, it was a good 3v3 there towards the end. But no, we got ourselves a milli-circle. The Hypoc curse, it's still here and it's not moving away as long as Hypoc is here. And we're gonna have this kind of curved circles. Not only do we get a milli-circle, but it's also hard shifting towards the west the whole time. And it's gonna be a rough for a lot of the teams. And of course, we saw a lot of teams trying to do a bridge camp. Omak, and they tried to go for a split kind of because they weren't sure is it gonna go back towards mainland or the Millie Island. So they tried to go for a split first, and that kind of started the whole choke point on the eastern bridge. Because of that, no team could actually pass them, and then because of that, we just saw so many teams fighting there out in the blue for a very, very long time. It's also interesting that we see so many UMPs, but we did see Gustav with a UMP, which was promised, so I'm happy about that one.
Yeah, well, promising in UMP didn't pay off in the end though. But the Western hardships for sure have been quite significant, and the hardships in general has been quite significant here. I will just say though, if this was the 5th game and we've been seeing crazy games in Game 6, I can't wait to get the next game started. Honestly, we've had some crazy games so far. This one was a bit of a warm up for Game 6 maybe, but military game here for the Western side. I will say the Na'Vi played it quite nicely. I was expecting Northern Lights to take it home, honestly, so it was quite a big clutch, and I really loved the "I'm just better" look into the camera from Best of Luck. That was such a good one. I like that.
I mean, the whole 1 versus 1 here towards the end as well, it was so nicely played from Best of Luck. But the whole thing with the 3v3 from the start as well, when we saw Lou flanking around on the east side going down to the south. It was amazing play, not from just this game, but overall today so far from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi is playing out of their mind. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They get 22 points off of the back of that one with 12 kills. Northern Lights, your team, Martin, is again putting up great numbers. And I think without Na'Vi doing what they're doing, there'd be a lot more conversation about them.
You know what, bro? Like, I'm just happy for Na'Vi doing so well. Honestly, like we've had some standard performances, and I was just saying, you know what? I think Northern Lights is gonna get above the 50-point mark today. They actually hit 53 with this one, so I'm quite happy with their performance so far. But they've just been completely overshadowed by the performance of Digital and Na'Vi today. Na'Vi, I think, will be hitting the 88-point mark with this one. 22 points to boot. That's a crazy average. Like, I don't know. It's been insane for them so far.
Oh, you're right. I do think I think you're right. I think they do surpass FaZe's first day total, making a big move there. We'll see when we get to the overall standings. 5 kills for Senya and 5 for Bestalok. But not only did Besta get 5 kills, Froz, he got a 1v1. And I'm going to be honest, it's rare that we get a setup that's so perfect for like the split screen. And I really enjoyed watching the mind game at the end of that between those two players.
Oh yeah, and it's all about no one wants to give away anything. Everyone wants to stay still. And the only reason we saw Bestalok actually going for that flush was to make sure that he had no one looking at where he's going, what he's doing. Because if he didn't flush that, Spider would have all the information. Oh, Bestalok is going downhill. He's behind the rock right now. But without that guy being knocked there, if he's dead, he's not going to be able to give that information. So that was why he went for a flash. Even if he had to shoot a few bullets to give away his current position, he started moving away straight away, make sure, okay, I need to make a move on this. If I stay here, I'm totally going to die. And you can also see all the utility trade between them as well. They even have the pants throwing back and forth. I mean, that is not something you see every day, but sometimes you just gotta use what you have in your backpacks.
Yeah, it was fun to see. Spyro spotted, I think, that Best of Luck pan sort of fun throw, and then they chose two different strategies. Spyro chose to walk backwards along the blue, and he thought he might get rushed by Best of Luck. If Besto had gone aggressive, Spyro would have probably gotten that, but Besto chose to go for the flank, Martin. It was a very, very clean play. Something else that we were asked to talk about, Toby specifically said, I hope that the panel talks about late-game bridge camps. So we'll get to that right after we talk about the leaderboard. FaZe 182, Na'Vi at 174, but Na'Vi will pull ahead of them for best one-day total in terms of just a lambasting of a day. Let's take a look at the rest of the board. Martin, thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'm still looking at that 16-point mark right there. Istanbul Wildcats push up 2 here to 99. We have one more game to go, and Ratio Edge is currently sitting inside. Fenerbahce is sitting outside, and Istanbul Wildcats just on the border there. And we have to consider Bystanders is playing tomorrow as well, so they're definitely going to cross them. So Istanbul Wildcats and Ratio Edge, they really have to step up, have to try to get as many points as possible today to push ahead of the bottom 8.
I mean, you also got to put up a 20-point game. Sorry, go ahead.
You also got to look at Liquid because they are playing tomorrow as well. So you can't count them out yet. They're tied up with the Razor Edge right now. So they are most likely going to bypass Razor Edge if they're not, going to bomb out with 7 games without getting a single point, which I don't think will happen.
Yeah, I think it's pretty sure that Liquid's going to advance the top 16 based on one full day left of play and their ability to even today, where we haven't talked about them. We've been like, yeah, they're having kind of a crap, still over 20 points on the day, which is better than a lot of the other teams that are out there. Fenerbahce, Razor Edge, Wildcats. I think Fenerbahce and Wildcats have to put up minimum 20 to 25 if they want to try to have a shot at this. Razor Edge with 15 will be on the bubble. But Martin, you don't be on the bubble. You want to be comfortably in the top 16.
You were bubbling a bit for there, me, my friend. Can you repeat that question?
I said you don't want to be on the bubble. You want to be firmly in the top 16. So that said, though, we'll move on. Let's talk about late game bridge camps. Toby wanted us to talk about it. Is it more like maybe the morality, maybe the strategic value? Late game bridge camps. What are your thoughts? Froz?
I mean, I already said it. The only reason it happened was because Omaken was holding a bridge, so they could go back to the north side if it went north, or go south if it went south. That's the only reason we saw it happen in the last game, and because of that, it creates a bottleneck. No one can pass through that. If they can't pass through that, they're basically just gonna sit there and wait, hoping that Omaken will pass by, and then they can go next. But since Omaken left so late, and then we saw 2 teams going at the same time, DA basically got it afterwards. They were like, well, we might as well just camp it now because there's no other thing to do. Like, the circle already moved to the west as well. We're already going to be super late. If we can grab some more utilities, we'll just grab their meds afterwards as well. If we can finish this off quickly, it's all fine. But I don't think it's a viable strat to actually go with a late bridge camp unless you have all the information that there's still 6 teams that is behind us that need to pass the bridge. We have all the ammo, we have all the meds, and there's no boats around. So no one's going to pass on this bridge. And hopefully someone's doing the same on the other bridge, so they need to go through us if they want to pass to the middle island and to the circle.
Martin, I was going to say the plane's filling. Let's get final thoughts, but I think that I'm getting word that we're starting right now, so when we get back, we'll let you start out the next segment. Guys, it is the last game of the day, the last chance for teams like Fenerbahce, Rai, or Razor Edge to make the play, make the bid, guarantee their spot in the top 16. Let's see if they can make that happen. It is time for our final match as we head back to the beautiful islands with our casters, Toby and Hypoc.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yes, this is do or die time for some of those guys that are right now. I mean, on paper, it looks good. They're sitting in a decent top 16 spot, but then you have to take into account there are certain round teams that have to have another 6 games to play tomorrow. And if you're looking at Ratio Edge now, sitting in, 15th, and you go, whew, we're in. Well, by then tomorrow, it probably won't.
Yeah, and I always have this conversation with the round robin. It's such a horrible feeling to not be playing the last day, and then it makes it even worse if you're one of those teams in the danger zone, so to say. Because I mean, you've got to leave your mark on the lobby. You walk away, and you're watching tomorrow's games just holding your breath. It's a terrible position to be in, but again, at this stage of the this stage of the series, you've got to ask, really, it shouldn't be coming down to the last game.
No, it never should. It never should. We always kind of make it a thing that, oh, had they just gotten one more point in that last game, you know, and oh, had it just, oh, this just happened, or, and it's always like, well, like, you could also just have done that in the first game. Oh my lord, that's an old circuit. I've seen one. Well, Northern Lights, have fun splitting, because you have all the terrain in the world, and for the sake of FaZe Clan, who were probably hoping, to be fair, the plane was very, very similar to last game, so they were probably hoping for the repeat military games, but I guess this is as opposite from a military game as they come.
Yeah, it is. Oh my god, is Uber chasing a doozy here?
Is he chasing him without a helmet or vest? Does the doozy have a gun yet? He did have something.
Oh no, dude. Oh,
he
didn't
got
get the barrel of the
weapon. Yeah, he didn't get it. I saw he got the ammo. That's feels
Right,
bad.
here's
man.
a
Also
question.
ballsy play.
Dude, here's a question. How has Uber got a bike and a barrel before a doozy has landed at his vehicle and made it to his compound? Did he just get a barrel inside the little watchtower here? He must have, right? To get a
It's
bike
probably
and
one of those,
a barrel that quick.
yeah. Sometimes the loot gods work in your favor. Sometimes they don't, and I guess in this case, Uber got blessed. He got to
Dude,
stay alive.
no way.
Through that one, and well,
Fuzzface is driving south, Toby.
do they know? There's a UMP. We are gonna keep track of UMPs in this game, because we are now reaching a point. I know, and of DPS. This is not. It does not get any more. It does not get any more meta than DPS UMP. Oh no. I'm not ready for it yet. I haven't prepared myself for the absurdity. The thing is, we can meme about it, and we can have fun about it, and ha, FaZe Clan already qualified. Ratio Edge didn't. Ratio Edge has absolutely everything to lose here. If he gets drive-by DPS now, he's gonna be... Oh!
He's got a DPS!
No, he stays alive! There's an M16. What's the third worst gun to get killed by in the middle of the open? I guess that's the... Maybe there are some pistols on that. Oh, here comes the UMP again. You have got to be tilted as beep swear word if you're Ratio Edge right now. You're literally getting memed by FaZe. They're literally having a laugh while you are, well, potentially failing to qualify for the grand finals.
I'm gonna say one thing though. I really wanted to see the DBS drive-by.
That would have been amazing. That would have been hashtag content. It would have been amazing. Oh no, not pull-ups.
We're back at the scene of the crime.
No,
We're back at the scene of the crime.
No, I'm not ready for this. DA full speed forward. The jump kill comes in. Ezio Torre couldn't have done it any better. Jumping up gets the kill. Thank you, Pink Ponies, for getting the hell out of there. We are not ready for having a repeat of this.
Lou heard it was DA in the kill feed and he drove away. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. We cannot have this happen again, Hyro. As I said, I'm just not physically or mentally ready for a repeat of that. And also look at that camouflage buggy. You won't see it. Oh, here comes the drive-by. Oh, I thought he was going to try and ram Nogi, but no, Mexi thinks different of it, turns around, and okay, so Liquid, I mean, they're going to be playing again tomorrow, which should mean that they can get, what, around 20 points in a day tomorrow. But to be fair, I mean, having seen how they've fared today, they've had some issues, and now CMC gets greedy for a compound. Well, we might just pull up on it. Here's another UMP and an M16. This is Ender Bison. I mean, everyone's obviously, the circle was horrible. Everyone's rotating out early. And it really is tricky. Calvin, well, he's gone pull-up mode. Seems he's gonna get taken down by Thralius now. He doesn't even have a secondary weapon. No one has had any time to loot at all. And Calvin now is trying to make the most of it here.
Ivor gets picked off a distance code. Marco, aim low, gonna actually flush that one out. Simsy has fallen as well out in the open, and it's smashed to get that one. So Calvin and Intense, the last two standing here. Intense comes through. He doesn't have to run him over, but he gets the turn on him. Archie will fall. Intense down to 4 HP. One man standing for the Pink Ponies, and it's aim low. Vampire game. Possible res coming out here, but Calvin and Intense probably going to force the issue.
This is so damn tough. Apex did desperately everything possible going their way, and they're just not being blessed by anyone today. Let's see if they can stay alive here. Calvin did stay alive just before Intense gets knocked in. Is alive. Only 24 bullets. That might want to hop on over to that Bison of yours and see if that can do you any more favors. Molly will come in. That should be the kill confirmed. You would have to think. You would have to think the kill's confirmed off of it, and yes, it is. But here comes the pull-up crew. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Intense is gonna fall. Calvin is on his own. All of the AA here. The guns are not UMPs. Quite the contrary. Very useful up-close weaponry being utilized here. Calvin falls. DA loses Mithralius off of a, well, potential pull-up, I guess, depending on what Schofield feels like doing off of this. Goose and all of Afterall. What are you guys looking to do? Are you crashing any compounds? Are you taking the fight to them? No, not for now. They'll back off. And we quiet down a little again.
Oh, you say quieten down. I can see Afterall sending shots in towards DA as well. They want to try and capitalize on this. FaZe still down on Sosnovka. Raise your edge on the south coast. Wildcats shift W over to the east, and Na'Vi. Those are the only teams not in this circle right now. And you can see the map. Everybody is in the center. I'll tell you what, Toby. If there's one thing I don't want to see, it's a hard shift away from that area.
Suck. Raw suck. Raw suck. Come on, chat. Spam it with me. Raw suck. Raw. Everest. You really just want to see the world burn, don't you? Well, I mean, again, to be fair, at this point, I just don't get surprised anymore. So I'll have my laughs about it, but I will not be surprised pretty much no matter what we end up seeing here. Let's just wait it out. Give it another 50 seconds, and we'll see what kinds of joyous circles we're going to get blessed with. This one, Intense, almost capped off his face there. Hops out of it, jumps up, gets the insta knock and the flush and Archie as well. Unfortunately for Apex, though, they did not succeed in staying alive for much longer than that clip shows you. Clear kind sucker now making the rotation on in again. Shift W had a good qualifier so far, but of course, never fun to have to play without your fourth guy.
Definitely. Just to put it in perspective, at this point, we'd have lost 20 people. We've only lost 10 this time around, so it's only half as mad as the Game 6 the other day.
True. True.
Looks like we're just getting started. I have a feeling we're not out of the woods just yet.
We talked about Na'Vi getting some circles thrown their way today. They're sitting in Ross. Like, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for it. And there's a crate down there. Oh, okay, close enough. I can still see it hard shift in south. There's still a lot of water in, that's for sure. And if there's anything, then we know that to be a magnet on circles. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll see something go in that direction. Now we're gonna have to stay around Rostock, that's for sure. Everyone up towards the north. Well, this is the question, Hyper. I'm gonna ask you this: how far south are you willing to rotate now? Because next one could still hard shift south and you have to cross. But do you really want to bank on having to cross over, or do you want to play it taking for granted that it stays north?
I think you play the numbers on this. If this circle was to center up, or even just allow a 10% central pop here, it's got to shift off the water, which means it's ended north side, right? So the only thing that screws you is that hard south shift. You can see Na'Vi are going to set up both sides. I like that move because we saw TSM do something very similar. And we know how effective it was for them. But for me, I'm gambling north. So we've got... Well, effectively, Na'Vi is the only one that's going to stay south side, I assume. FaZe has still got to come in. There's still a couple of people lurking around elsewhere. I'm just going to take a quick look at the map. Obviously, Raise Your Edge, the remnants of it, they've got to make it in somewhere. But everybody else is north side of the river.
Let's see now. Schofield, shots fired. They now know of the whereabouts of Afterall. I was just laughing before, and then they run off again. Well, we didn't succeed. Back to the car we go. I was just laughing, watching Shift literally run from farm all the way past. Like, he spent the better part of the last 4 minutes just running from farm up to Potato Hill.
If FaZe catch them before they get into the circle, oh my god.
They're gonna tilt their face off.
Oh my god.
They're gonna get so really pissed. Oh, I almost slipped on that one.
Yeah,
they're gonna
just
get really annoyed, and they're driving they are driving that direction. Oh my god! And they're gonna hear the car too. This is if FaZe spot them. If FaZe spot Raise Your Edge rotating, and they're driving straight into each other.
They're literally.
You guys, if you're watching the map, they're gonna find them. No, you can't fall off the vehicle. Shit, fat fingered. He fell off. Oh no! Oh no! Shit!
Not like this.
No! He jumped off. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Now Mexi, well, he's somewhat isolated. He's inside of the bunker, trying to stay put. Uber is gonna get the flush. I'm glad to see him use a rifle, not just go and punch him to death. EB will fall. That's the issue, right? You want to defend your teammate down here, but you can't really do a whole lot when there's still people above. Oh my, no.
Oh my god.
No. No. Hollow sight SLR from that distance. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. Mexi doesn't have really far
I'm
to
literally
run.
just out. I'm out of words. I really am.
We've seen nothing yet, Hyper. This is only the group stage. Just wait for the grand finals. When there's like 7 teams that can win in the last game of the tournament, and then the teams that have already lost are just going to full speed send it in and ruin it for everyone else. And everyone's going to be playing UMPs and Bisons. It's going to be a great grand final. I cannot wait to watch it.
We've got another 5 seconds before this one closes in. Gonna take a quick look at the map. Let's see where we're heading to. Hard south. Come on. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
This is still garbage, though, because I mean, obviously now we're... Oh, that's all I thought was saying. Oh, my Lord, James! That's a little bit of a spin around on that one. Vancy thought he had him dead to rights, but no. James, solid 180, slaughters him in a, well, matter of less than a second, I would say. Next circle, though, it's going to go towards Sauna Boys, we have to expect. It's going to go towards all the hillside there. And it's really going to be difficult. Mexi creeps out of his hole. Oh, okay. Solid mini tap coming in there. Creeps out of his cave. Gets himself a knock. The flush will come in as well. And pull up. Well, they need to get the hell out of here now because they have to rotate. And they're sitting damn far down the leaderboard. So got to secure some points before the final day tomorrow. And look at this circle now. I mean, in the matter of the next, I want to say, somewhere around 30 seconds. Everything playable is going to be taken away. Gustav is going to go across, probably rotate further forward. Monkey, oh my lord. Monkey's been... Fuzzface is bridge camping Monkey. They just really don't like Ratio Edge today for some reason.
They literally want to grief their game. This is we're going to get a chance to see the replay here.
That reaction time. Jesus Christ, James. Calm down, bro. Calm down. But to be fair, I mean... Liquid does have kind of the road paved for them. They know they need points, so glad to see them be able to flag up stuff like that in times of need.
So, taking a look at the map, you can see a lot of this. I say central circle pressure, but it's where the center of the next one we know is going.
Yeah.
You see obviously Omicron getting a lot of pressure. After all, they've got somebody on the deck. I think it's just 2 members of Omicron left now. I think it is. It's just Vasco and Jempty. So Jempty going to bleed out here. And that's a big loss for them because they tried to get set up on those pylons early on. Pull up, running the gauntlet now. Or say Creator actually is. Lukey over on the north side. He's got to come past DA as well. Wildcats holding on to the north side of that Yasnaya Bay. Lots of teams already set up on this one. Shift W, Liquid, Northern Lights. All got to find something if they want to come in further.
Oh my god, Loki almost killed us over that vehicle. That would have been unfortunate because there would have been no one there to risk him. After all, just casually throwing some smokes. Fearing the pressure of opponents, but nothing's there. Liquid coming in the north side, all 4 still alive. They have Shift W right behind them, so that could be a threat. I don't know if they've seen them, yeah.
Na'Vi already pressuring them as well, Toby.
They should. You don't want to have anybody sitting alive up there in this type of circle. I mean, if you the pleasure of playing where Na'Vi is right now is if you have your entire west side clear. Circle, as expected, Northern probably actually expecting it to go a little further south than or a little further southwest than where it is now. So the compounds that Na'Vi and Liquid are in, then the compounds are now not actually inside. Loki will find Pancho. Gonna get him down. Unfortunately, he's traded in return, so he's gonna go down to Texas Rangers, trying to stay put, rotate on forward. Oh my god, there's a DPS, and it's coming. They're for me. Oh, you're so toxic. DPS elimination as Ratio Edge fall. To be fair, at least he picked up the barrel now. But they have been on a hunt.
That was the only reason he held on to that DPS.
Ugh. There you go. That's a double tap. Dung, dung. They have been on a hunt for Ratio Edge all game long. And finally, they're found. Buzzface secures the team's kill number 4 on that. And they can now
I'm gonna set a challenge for production. Please get me the webcam reactions from all of the Rage Red kills. I want to see it. I want to see all the webcam reactions from each Rage Red kill.
From the Ratio Edge players or the FaZe Clan ones?
No, from FaZe Clan.
Okay, because I was gonna say it's gonna be a little rude.
It's kind of top
people be like, yeah, just show all of Ratio Edge getting killed by shotguns and UMPs. That'd be a little rude. Now let's see Liquid. Well, they knew they had to send it, and there ain't that many places to go, so they're gonna have to see if they can find somewhere to call their own in the middle of the hillside. They lose 2 in the rotation. Clip and EB both falls, but James and Mexi still alive for now, only with the US for cover.
A couple of teams now making a little bit of a dash for the circle. Shift W still out on the west side. They were trailing Liquid, as we know, trying to set up for that. But Fenerbahce and Northern Lights now, you can see them getting into it. Mr. Sadat going to find Spyro. FaZe have actually sent Uber all the way to the edge of the bay here. Gustav and Fuzzface down on the south side. And it's pretty much going to be Na'Vi and FaZe that control the south side of the road. So keep your eye out for that.
Tap looking over the top, trying to hold people out of the circle. I like the way they're playing this one. Just sit on the edge yourself and do everything you can to prevent the opponents from getting in. Then they won't only be playing against you, they'll be playing with the blue on their back too, and then they're going to be forced to make decisions and trying to aggress further forward. James has eyes on Fenerbahce players. Doesn't want to shoot until they know exactly they can get the knocks. Just going to find the first. They know of the whereabouts of the second. Oh my lord, James, that headshot. Absolutely disgusting. Finds himself one more. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that Spurs should be able to get healed back on up. But Tulins throwing nades forward. Finds the knock on one. Fenerbahce are in trouble, to say the least.
Yeah, but listen to that fight I was talking about. As soon as Fenerbahce have to come away from that wood over on the west side, Northern Lights are in a position to initially start this, but it was James really that capitalized on the situation. No real kill points going over to him just yet, so his efforts have gone unrewarded.
Circle. Centers up on the west, away from the water. Zona boys sitting that center. Another team that's had a good time with the circles today, but haven't been able to capitalize quite as heavily as Navi's been able to. We'll see if they can make some more out of this game, having full control of the gas station now. In the meantime, after all, a team in desperate needs of points, trying to hold out here against FaZe Clan. Fuzzface, first one to go down. Still Gustav and Uber alive. Uber's across the street. I mean, Gustav is across the street, sorry. Trying to see if he can make a play. It actually is double Wildcats. You can see them on your screen. They're going full speed forward.
Yep, they're going to crash into the Alamo here. Gustav actually going to find Levent. Oh my word, as he pulled up. He's got the ump as well. 6x on it. He's going to try and go for a couple of sprays. He's going to damage him. He didn't get the knock though.
The gun doesn't work. It doesn't do enough damage. It's like just throwing mosquito bites at people and being annoyed they don't die from it. Liquid, he's just laughing his butt off. He is having a damn laugh. 6x UMP. And I think the weapon showed us why it's not a meta thing. Trying to claim some points. That did not succeed for him. He will fall. Liquid we saw go down as well. Now we found that kill number 5. They're all 4 alive, but Sucker might be able to change that. Oh no, you have to take those shots. You desperately have to. No, he's not even gonna get the flush off of it. Unfortunately, he will find knock number 2. There's a drive-by. Tap finds one more. Sucker is eliminated, but he's gonna fall in return of it too. Enough points though have been accumulated for Na'Vi to surpass the, up until this point, FaZe Clan record for most points obtained in a day. So congratulations, Na'Vi, for an absolute banger of a day of PUBG.
Oh, I mean, you can't take any more tags as he gets out here. Nookie gonna find that one. Besto gonna laugh it off. Game 6, put your feet up, boys. He's done the hard work.
Why are you going for the flush there? Questions were asked. Answers never came. Texas Rangers fall in 7th. Fuzzface down again. Hibako is going to be the one this time around to try and hold him. Opa is there to help, but it's actually going to be Rupture from Valve getting the knock on 1. Will that allow for him to pick up Fuzzface? I'm not sure. Maybe get the vehicle. Are you running home? Oh, okay. You never know at this point what they're planning on doing. Fuzzface will go down, though. Let's see. Greg trying to hold off. Uba succeeds in doing so, and FaZe Clan fall in 6th. This game has been weird.
Stuff from then. 15 alive, phase 5.
Let's see. New circle. Up north we go. Anonymous eats the sender. He is getting shot at now, though. He only has that tree and a little dip for cover. And I think Wildcats have pretty good eyes on that position. So it's a matter of how do you rotate into it if you're Wildcats. You know there's a player there now. And if you don't rush with that rotation, there might be even more. I like how Nuke is pushing over the top here too, Ibok.
Again, just trying to look out for anything here. Taking control of this area here. Going to give him the opportunity to find some of this information to maybe make it easier for Sauna Boys in the end game. No value gained just yet.
Greg can't find the shots he needs to make. Unfortunately, they will now know of his whereabouts on the northeast side if they didn't already. Sakura able to do so, though. Sakura finds 1. Levent trying to push forward. There's enough. Oh my lord. There's enough vehicles here for cover, but there's also enough moving vehicles to kill your teammates. She created. She's gonna say sorry about that one, but I'm not sure he can do all that much to get BST back on his feet right now.
No, going to be difficult. I don't think they're going to have an opportunity really to even catch their breath after pulling up here, but it will be Mista, if anybody, to punish this.
Oh, Rupture throws down again, Craig.
Yeah, can you find that?
I don't know. I couldn't get eyes on there. Sakura has only got a 3 for cover. Now Rupture's forced to move. Only 19 bullets left for him. Does find the knock. The blue is working against him, though. 13 HP won't be enough. He's going to go down. Sauna Boys finally starting to claim points here. They need kills, and they need a lot of them if they want to secure their spot. They're sitting at 138. Which should be enough. I mean, they have to assume that it's going to be enough, but rather safe than sorry when it comes to sitting out tomorrow.
Now, Crag, I was going to say his days are numbered, but didn't even manage to get it out. DA now looking to flex into this circle a little bit further. Northern Lights still occupying a decent spot, but again, you got to assume, unless they get the hard shift here, it's going to be very difficult for them to be the team to advance into this circle.
Marco looking over the top. Kills for all the players so far. No key. That's a one-wheeled, I think a one-wheeled bike.
Yeah, it was.
Succeeds in rotating. Yeah, succeeds in rotating forward. It's in a good position now. Northern Lights will have to go somewhere too. It's been a good day for them overall. Plenty of kills in the majority of their games. Had the 15 kill 4th place. Yep, solid games from Northern Lights today as we try to get them pushed further forward.
Yeah, this is actually good. They've managed to kind of move up the road, and they're going to be able to take control of some elevation over Sauna Boys. You can see Spyro still trying to find something, but he's not quite in on the edge there. Batulin's taking some damage from DA. To reset a little bit, Mert will land the headshot there. Batulins will fall behind the vehicle. Spyro going to come down, upgrade some gear. Usually, I mean, occasionally can become a factor in the late game here, picking up that level 3 gear.
Especially when you're against teams that have been in the open for so long now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, everyone's been out in the open taking shots and, well, being shot at them in return. So getting full level 3 gained and MK at top of that at this point in the game, that can be very game-winning.
Even so, a team that's been active just to get the fresh helmet. I usually find, you know, have somebody trade off one of your teammates that hasn't necessarily got good gear or can definitely be a factor. Spyro going to take the MK regardless, though. DA, do you actually manage to find a way into this? Marco's found the backside of this little ridge here. Anonymous going to take a lot of damage off utility, down to about 25 HP. Smoke cover goes down for Marco. Spyro trying to find an angle onto some of them.
It's gonna be hard shots to make. Solid damage being applied in return, gotta say. I mean, Smash really hitting some good ones there to force Spyro down while they're running on forward. Marco and Smash both, well, they won't have to move just yet. 10 seconds to go and we'll see where that final circle is gonna pop. Smokes are being deployed to help Mert do the cross-in. In the meantime, you need, I was gonna say Smash needs to do something to apply some suppressive fire. Circle goes north. Northern Lights have to move. So in my book, if you're DA, you prone down now and just wait for them to be forced to make the play.
Yeah, I'd hate to have just popped my tires there when a vehicle had pulled up. That would be really annoying if you now had to move because of the circle. But again, where do you move to?
Yeah, well, into the circle for starters. But where?
Okay, you try pulling up in between Anonymous and DA.
You never know. You never know. We've seen weirder things, Cyberpunk. We've seen weirder things. Will they succeed will it succeed in a rotation that seems practically impossible? Or will Northern Lights fall in third here? We're seconds away from finding out. The circle is going to start restricting its playing space now as it closes on in. Northern Lights will have to move down the hill. Oh my god. That was as good as you could expect the nade to be on a guy with level 3 vest on.
Well, maybe going to look to reposition a little bit. That UAZ is still good. The second nade could be... doesn't actually do as much as the first, but more damage going on to Anonymous. He's just got to play his life for the time being. It's just a matter of time. They've got to hold out, play the circle on Northern Lights, and they will fall. There's more damage, actually. Batuna's going to get the knock, and that nade, again, Anonymous going to hit the deck, mitigating some of that damage. Code Marco now trying to open up onto Northern Lights. Lou does find the knock onto Anonymous with the vehicle explosion, so that might be the opening Northern Lights need to get in.
Yeah, I don't... Even with the great success they have it, I don't think it's going to be enough, and no, it won't be Northern Lights full. But who's going to be able to really abuse that? In my book, that's DA. They have a good angle here. They have a chance to push further forward, too. And there might just be Universe where they take this one home. 3 versus 2. They have the dot closer to them. Misa needs to make a move, and nobody at this point has any utility. If he also ran over Nuki, so that's, I guess, just to add to it. Stoner Boys, it's been a great game for them. 10 kills in the second place, but in the end, DA grant themselves their second win of the day. Not only that, they've had 2 wins and 2 second places. Close to 4 wins in one day. What a hell of a showing from Digital Athletics.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from them again today. And do you know what? Late game there to make the decision, look, just stay alive here. Northern Lights are going to die. The circle is going to be the deciding factor. But then also to then stay alive and still have a hand in them dying. Really, really good stuff from them.
Very, very impressive last game here for DN. Multiple teams, to be honest, having a hard time playing through the open, but they did their very best to get to those end game placement points. So that's it for us for now. Let's go back to the desk, and they can round off the day and take an interview with the players.
Well, that's it for Group A, and boy, did they go out in style. We'll talk about the big game hunting phase of the game in a little while, but first we'll check out the highlights. Martin, that was a wild last game.
Yeah, that was a crazy last game. Also, this chase here on Uber getting down at Doozy, like, super unfortunate for Doozy, but I don't know, like, they... you can see the little struggle there as well. Like, he's feeling bad, but also, yeah, I don't know. This was a great one. Udo also getting the payback, and yeah, made the revenge kills as well, the flushes as well going in. So they're just smiling and laughing that one off, and I kind of like that. I think that's some friendly bands in between those guys. There's no hate in between them. Overall, though, the Digital Athletics, they pulled up in a third-party compound after Intense and the boys from Apex. They pulled up on Pink Pony. The fight took so long that Digital Athletics, they read the kill feed so well, and the call was made, even if it was phase 1. breach junkyard. Take this away. This is going to be super important. And it was actually from that position that they managed to win the game from. So super well executed from Digital Edge all the way through this game.
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff happening in this game. We saw some amazing shots. That were one of them. We also saw James with a few flicks here and there. Oh, here's gonna be one of those. It's just amazing to see the kind of level of plays that is coming in. Even though we're in Game 6 and you know, it was a little bit weird game, but we still see some amazing plays overall. And it's a rough time for some of the teams. Some of the teams are on the cusp right now. They're trying to make it. This is the last thing I want to see. Getting DBS'd. That was the last play you had in the group stage, and that's how you're going to end it. It's not looking good right now for some of the teams, but we still have one more day for some of the other ones. And Na'Vi today, Na'Vi, DA, Sauna Boys, 3 teams that has been blasting out, and NLT, of course, as well.
Yeah, Northern Lights, they had a great one for sure. Na'Vi trying to get in here. They got a placement point. I think they're laughing and smiling for the day, though. You can see this here. They're happy about it. And they had a fantastic day. Uber not getting the drive-by. Greg had a really good rock there to hide behind. Still getting some placement points, and he's just laughing it off as well. They're completely fine with their placement in the group stage so far. I will say though, this area here, it's a really rough one to play. You just see how kind of questioning the play, how the guys are playing, and also how it's being executed there in the end. DA actually managed to execute it super well from the north side, playing clever with smokes, lock it down, make sure that Northern Lights had to play as late as possible, and they actually eventually had to come down on the ridge, and they also put a lot of pressure on Sauna Boys. Let's look at the match leaderboard for the day though.
Let's take a look at it as we look at the top of that match board. Digital Athletics gets themselves 19 and a second chicken dinner on the day. Sauna Boys, though, they make a good statement for us and say, pretty sure we're advancing to the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, before this game, they were sitting in 6 overall, and this was their last game as well. But we also saw them just before this. Today has been a very good day for them. They have 1 win, they have 2 third places, a 5th place, and of course, they start off with a 14th, but ending here with a 2nd place and 10 kills. And I think the thing to take away from this one for them is that they got 10 kills, because even on that win, they only had 4 kills. It's been a very low frag count from Sauna Boys throughout the games today. And it comes down to them playing a little bit more passive. They play in the center of the circle. They've gotten a lot of shifts, but they've been playing it really good, defending it, holding people out from them, and get himself a few frags in the last game. That's a good way to end the group stage here for them.
Can't argue with that. Look at the top 5 kills from that match. Sakura coming in at number 1, but Uba, the big game hunter himself, gets 2nd place. Northern Lights, your team, Martin, putting up some good numbers.
Yeah, Northern Lights had an amazing performance today as well. Code Margo with 1125 damage, though. Standout performance. But 3 of the guys from Northern Lights, they managed to get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that's also what I was expecting from them today. Like a 50-point plus day, I would be happy with how they performed throughout that one. But they had been completely overshadowed by the performances of Digital Edge and Na'Vi today. Like, they were so top-heavy, and they were sucking away all the points on the top.
Well, speaking of top-heavy teams sucking away all the points, we had to talk to one of them. We invited Na'Vi to stop by the show so we could ask them about their secret to success. We got Besto here to chat with us, the man who gave the wink at the camera after winning game number 4. I liked it. I got to ask you, man, just straight up, what's the secret? 3 chicken dinners in a day?
Secret? I don't know. It's just confidence, play from us tomorrow through all the games, and that's all. Just confidence.
Okay. Avenger?
Nice. Like, I don't want to ask a normal question like, like what did you guys ask for, like eat for breakfast or whatever. I just want to congratulate you guys on today. Super well played. And I kind of want to hear, what was your thought on that 1 versus 1? Like, did you decide to not push for the shack? Like, what was your idea? Did you want to try to play the kind of later game?
Yeah, of course. I have better reach from me, and I think he would play smarter than he played. Like, but he decided to stay behind the tree. There's no position, and I just saw him and killed him. I think it's not good clutch from me. It's just bad clutch from him. I think so.
Nice.
Frost?
Coming in today, I mean, I don't even know. You guys had such a good games. I just want to know, like, what is the plan for tomorrow? Are you guys gonna try to maybe do something against some teams that is not in a good position for you guys when it comes to like drops and rotations and stuff, or are you just gonna, you know, keep on playing your game tomorrow?
Maybe we would drop in teams. I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. But for sure we would prepare for the finals. We just have 6 more maps to try to play our best games and to fix some problems if we would have it.
All right. Well, before I let you go, I do want to ask this question. You guys killed it today. You eclipsed phases, so 1 day total for points that they got earlier in the group stages. You both go into the grand finals soon. We can pretty much guarantee that. Do you have a message for the defending champions? What would you say to FaZe about what to expect in the next phase?
Message to the FaZe. Not this time. Not this time.
Not this time.
It's our PCS. It's our
RPS. I love it. All right. Do you have a message? Anything else you want to say? Shout out to fans, thanking anybody. I'll give you the stage for just a second.
Yeah, of course. Thank you everyone who support us. These are bad games and good games, and thank you for watching.
All right, thanks so much for stopping by, Besto. Great games today, and I love the attitude we saw on the cameras. It was a ton of fun. We'll see you soon.
Thank
you. Have a good one, buddy.
Thank you.
96-point day for Na'Vi. That is an insane day. Obviously, the chicken dinners prove that, but really impressive. Let's take a look at, there you go, daily standings, 96. Though Digital Athletics also beats that phase 1 day record, and they get 84. So those two teams eclipsed the field, Martin.
Yeah, and I'm just looking here at a big 5. Shift W. What happened today, guys? Like, they had 49 points yesterday and 59 on the last time AC met. So I was actually expecting them to do extremely well, but they had a rough day, and sometimes it just turns off, and you just kind of boulder through, and it goes super bad. But Na'Vi getting 96 points in 1 day. I wonder how many teams will they beat with their 1 day performance compared to how many teams have played all 4 days. I think it's going to be a few.
I will also say this, Froz, you can see the Texas Rangers at 28, pull up at 25. Both teams that I think will not be advancing to the finals and have a long road to get back ahead of them. But congratulations. I mean, to get a good day like that, to find yourself in sort of the top 6 point scorers, it's got to be a sign of encouragement for the future growth of this region.
I mean, 100%. The first stage is to get here into the group stage overall. That is a hard task itself. But getting here, they're also gonna get a lot of experience for the next time coming. If we're gonna see them in the future coming in here, they're gonna be so much more well prepared how to play it out. They have learned so much. So overall, ending it with a good note, I'd say here.
Fenerbahce ends in 17th, so they will not be advancing to the grand finals. But the real story here is Raise Your Edge and the Istanbul Wildcats. They've both played every game that they have available to them, Martin, and they are sitting tied, essentially. We'll say 16th for the ease of understanding, but tied for 15th.
Yeah, and Raise Your Edge has the more kills. They have 72 and Istanbul Wildcats 69, so Raise Your Edge will win that one. I'm just curious because I like for a fact, Bystanders is going to get above them. Then it's just the question is Apex tomorrow and Winstreak tomorrow going to have massive days and get above the 106 mark? I will say like it's 33 points that Apex would need and 43 points that Winstreak was going to need if they want to cross across from Raise Your Edge and Istanbul Wildcats. And then it's about whether those two guys will take the 16th place or not, because Bystanders will by far and definitely be taking that over that tomorrow. So Raise Your Edge is most likely going to be the gatekeepers with the 106 point mark, and they're going to be biting their nails tomorrow while Apex and Winstreak try to pull up.
The reality is Apex only got 14 points today, and last time Win Streak played, they got 10. So it really is going to come down to, can these teams shake off the bad juju or the mental failures and come up on top? We know Apex has the ability. I hope that they bounce back, as we heard that interview earlier, Froz. They're just being too hard on themselves, maybe overthinking things.
I mean, I feel like sometimes maybe their rotations is a little bit over-rotating as well, and they lose a lot of time where they could have gotten some kills maybe, but it's hard to say because we don't really know what they have been saying in the comms, what their strategy has been. Sometimes you want to do those kind of rotations as well, but it's super rough. It's super rough to see, and well, hopefully they can bring it back tomorrow because it's not far away from getting inside. They can do it. It's still possible. Today was the day we thought we would see them actually grab a lot more points than they did, at least double amount I would have expected. But it's going to be rough tomorrow for them.
All right. Well, it is going to be rough. Martin, any final thoughts before we call it a day?
Not too much besides like it's just a standout performance from Navi today. There's nothing really that, but like it's looking at the leaderboards, like 96 points from Navi today, 66 from Northern Lights. I was thinking like that's a really good performance. That could have been like a number one, but then just have Navi today 96 points. Did selection 84. What a fantastic way to kind of like round this off for them and start this off because they're playing tomorrow again and. Like they're gonna beat FaZe. It's just about how far and how deep they can take this, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. If Navi's gonna bully some of the other teams that have been an annoyance to them, because they really have the points to do so.
Froz, final thoughts?
We see how important it is to get early points early on in the group stage, and how that will affect you in the long run. FaZe essentially had a really good first day and then a very mediocre second day, but they're still in the top. And then you have some teams that are struggling, and the further you go, the harder it gets. So that's something for teams to bring into the final stage as well, of course.
You heard that. We saw teams that left the door open for other ones to get in tomorrow. It is going to be a good time. Guys, we appreciate you being here. It has been a heck of a day. Tomorrow is the final day of PCS3. You know it's going to be a good time. I'm excited about it. On behalf of myself, on behalf of Martin, Patrick, Hypoc, and Toby, thank you so much for watching. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. But until we do, play more PUBG.